Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, fun, and useful. Today, we have a really important and motivating topic. We're going to talk about not wasting your time. Time is the one thing we all have equally. Everyone gets 24 hours in a day, but how we use those hours makes a huge difference in our lives. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark. Mark, say hello and tell us, do you ever feel like you are wasting time?
Hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our wonderful listeners. Do I ever feel like I'm wasting time? Honestly, yes, sometimes. I think everyone does. But over the years, I've learned a lot about how to use time more wisely and how to recognize when I'm letting it slip away. Today, Anna and I are going to talk about what it means to waste time, why we do it, how to stop, and how to use your time in ways that make you feel happy, productive, and fulfilled. We will also give you lots of useful English vocabulary and phrases.
Let's start with the basics. What does it mean to waste time? To waste time means to spend time on things that are not useful, important, or meaningful, things that do not help you grow, achieve your goals, or make you happy. The opposite of wasting time is using time well, or spending time productively. Some useful English vocabulary for this topic: productive, doing something useful and getting good results; efficient, completing tasks with the least amount of time or effort wasted; priority, something that is more important than other things; procrastinate, to delay doing something, especially something you should do.
Great vocabulary to start with. The most common ways people waste time are quite relatable. Scrolling endlessly through social media, watching videos and reading posts without any clear purpose, sometimes for hours. Watching TV programs you do not even really enjoy just because the TV is on. Doing small, easy tasks to avoid a bigger, more difficult one. This is called procrastination. Saying yes to things you do not want to do and spending time on other people's priorities instead of your own. Overthinking, spending so much time worrying about decisions that you never actually make them. And waiting for the perfect moment, the perfect plan, or the perfect conditions before starting something important.
Waiting for the perfect moment. I definitely recognize that one. Now let's talk about why we waste time, because understanding the reason is the first step to changing the habit. There are several common reasons. First, fear. When we are afraid of failure or of not doing something perfectly, we avoid starting. Second, lack of clear goals. If you do not know what you want to achieve, it is very easy to fill your time with unimportant activities. Third, low energy. When we are tired, we tend to choose easy, passive activities rather than meaningful ones. Fourth, distractions. Our phones, notifications, and the internet are designed to grab and hold our attention.
The psychology of wasting time is very interesting. One important reason is what psychologists call instant gratification, choosing something that feels good right now even if it doesn't help you long term. Watching a funny video feels good instantly. Working on a difficult project feels hard now but rewarding later. Our brains are naturally attracted to the easy, immediate reward. Another reason is mental fatigue. When your brain is tired from working hard, it seeks rest through distraction rather than productive rest. Also, lack of structure means without a plan or routine, time easily disappears. And finally, some people waste time because they are simply not aware of how much time they are losing.
Tracking your time? That sounds both scary and extremely useful. Now let's talk about the phrase, "don't waste your time," more directly. This phrase can be used in different ways in English. Sometimes we say it as encouragement. Don't waste your time worrying about things you cannot change. Sometimes we say it as advice. Don't waste your time with people who do not appreciate you. And sometimes we say it to warn someone. Don't waste your time on that project. It will never work. The phrase is very flexible and comes up in many different conversations. Mark, can you give our listeners more examples of how we use this phrase naturally in everyday English conversations?
Sure. Here are many natural examples of don't waste your time in everyday use. Don't waste your time watching that show. It is really not good. Don't waste your time explaining it to him. He has already made up his mind. I realized I was wasting my time at that job. He was going nowhere. Stop wasting time on social media and do your homework. She doesn't waste any time. She always gets straight to the point. This is actually a compliment, meaning she's very efficient. I wasted 2 hours trying to fix it, and it wasn't even necessary. Every minute you waste worrying is a minute you could spend doing.
Those examples are perfect. I especially love she gets straight to the point. What a great compliment for an efficient person. Now, let's talk about time management, because this is one of the most important skills for not wasting time. Time management means planning and controlling how you spend your hours to make sure you achieve your goals and priorities. Some key time management strategies: making a to-do list, writing down everything you need to do, setting priorities, deciding which tasks are most important and doing those first, using a schedule or planner, assigning specific times to specific tasks, breaking large tasks into small steps so they feel less overwhelming.
Yes, time management is something I think about every day. My personal system is quite simple. Every evening, I write a short list of the 3 most important things I want to achieve the next day. Just 3, not 20. Keeping the list short forces me to think carefully about what really matters. In the morning, I do the most difficult or most important task first, before I check emails or social media. This is called eating the frog, doing the hardest thing first so everything else feels easy afterward. I also use a simple timer technique, working for 25 minutes without distraction, then taking a 5-minute break. This is called the Pomodoro technique.
Eating the frog. What a vivid and memorable phrase. Now, let's talk about the difference between being busy and being productive, because these are not the same thing. Many people are very busy all day, but do not actually achieve much that is truly important or meaningful. Being busy means your time is full of activity. Being productive means your activity is leading to real results and progress toward your goals. In English, we have a useful expression: working smarter, not harder. This means focusing your effort on the things that actually matter, rather than filling your day with tasks that keep you busy but do not move you forward.
The difference is so important. Here is a clear example. Imagine 2 students. Student A studies for 5 hours, but spends most of that time looking at her phone, reorganizing her notes, and making her workspace look nice. She feels very busy, but she does not learn much. Student B studies for 2 hours with complete focus, no phone, clear goals, active reading. She feels less busy, but she learns much more. Student B is productive. Student A is just busy. Another example. A person who attends many meetings at work all day long might feel very busy, but if those meetings do not lead to decisions or progress, they are not productive.
Am I making progress toward what actually matters to me? What a powerful question to ask yourself. Now, let's talk about procrastination in more detail, because this is one of the biggest reasons people waste time. Procrastination means delaying or postponing tasks, especially important ones, in favor of easier or more enjoyable activities. Almost everyone procrastinates sometimes, but chronic procrastination, doing it all the time, can seriously harm your productivity, your career, and even your mental health. The feeling of having unfinished tasks hanging over you is very stressful. In English, common procrastination phrases include, "I will do it later," "I will start tomorrow," "I'm not in the mood right now," "I will wait until..."
Procrastination is such a common struggle. The main reason people procrastinate is that the task feels uncomfortable, too difficult, too boring, too overwhelming, or too connected to a fear of failure or judgment. The brain avoids discomfort instinctively. The trick is to make starting easier, not finishing. The hardest part of any task is almost always the beginning, so one powerful strategy is commit to doing just 2 minutes of the task, just 2 minutes. Often, once you start, momentum builds and you continue naturally. Another strategy is to remove temptations. Put your phone in another room, close unnecessary browser tabs, and create a distraction-free environment. And remind yourself how good it feels to finish something.
Commit to just 2 minutes. Such a clever and practical strategy. Just starting is often the hardest part, and once you begin, it becomes much easier to continue. Now, let's talk about something many people find difficult: saying no. One of the biggest ways people waste time is by saying yes to things they do not want to do, helping with tasks that are not their responsibility, attending events they don't enjoy, or taking on extra work when they are already too busy. Learning to say no kindly but clearly is an essential skill for protecting your time.
Saying no is a skill that takes practice, but it gets easier. Here are some natural, polite ways to say no. I really appreciate you thinking of me, but I can't commit to that right now. I'm sorry, I already have plans. That sounds interesting, but it's not the right time for me. I need to protect my time at the moment. I'm going to have to pass on this one, but thank you. An important mindset shift is remembering that every time you say yes to something you don't want to do, you are saying no to something you do. Your time and energy are limited and valuable.
If it is not a clear yes, it is a no. I love that rule. Now, let's talk about the role of habits in time management, because our daily habits have an enormous impact on how productively we use our time. A habit is something you do regularly, almost automatically without thinking. Good habits, like waking up early, exercising in the morning, or spending the first hour of your day on important work, save time and build consistency. Bad habits, like checking your phone first thing in the morning, staying up too late, or skipping planned tasks, waste time and reduce your energy.
My most important time-protecting habit is my morning routine. I wake up at the same time every day, no snoozing the alarm. The first 30 minutes of my morning are screen-free. I drink water, stretch gently, and think about what I want to achieve that day. This calm, intentional start sets a positive tone for the whole day. Another important habit, I batch similar tasks together. For example, I check and reply to all emails at specific times, not constantly throughout the day. Constantly checking emails and messages is one of the biggest time wasters in modern life.
Screen-free mornings and batching tasks, both such practical and effective habits. Now let's talk about distractions, because distractions are one of the greatest enemies of good time use in the modern world. A distraction is anything that takes your attention away from what you are supposed to be doing. In today's world, the biggest distractions are smartphones, especially social media apps and notifications, the internet, easy to start browsing for one thing and find yourself reading something completely unrelated 30 minutes later, television, background noise and interruptions from other people, and our own wandering thoughts. Research shows that after a distraction, it takes an average of 23 minutes to fully return to a focused state.
Managing distractions is something I work on constantly. My most effective strategies: first, I put my phone on Do Not Disturb mode when I need to focus, or I physically leave it in another room. Out of sight really does mean out of mind. Second, I use website blocking apps during work sessions. These prevent me from visiting distracting sites like social media. Third, I communicate my focus time to the people around me, letting them know I need uninterrupted time so they do not disturb me unnecessarily. Fourth, I work in blocks of focus time with short breaks so my brain gets scheduled rest rather than seeking distraction randomly.
A distraction list for random thoughts, that is genius. Writing ideas down instead of chasing them in your head keeps you focused and does not lose the thought. Now let's talk about social media and screen time specifically, because this is probably the most common time waster for people today. Research shows that the average person spends about 6 to 7 hours per day looking at screens, phones, computers, and televisions. Social media platforms are specifically designed to keep you scrolling as long as possible, using psychology to trigger dopamine, the brain's pleasure chemical, with every notification, like, and new post.
My relationship with social media has changed a lot over the years. I used to scroll mindlessly for long periods and feel vaguely empty afterward.
Now I approach it much more intentionally. I deleted most social media apps from my phone and only access them on my computer at specific limited times. I set a daily 30-minute limit for social media, enough to stay connected without losing hours. I also regularly ask myself, is this adding value to my life or am I just passing time? If the honest answer is the second one, I put the phone down.
The feeling without the substance. That is such a powerful and honest description of mindless scrolling. Now let's talk about the value of rest and leisure, because not all non-productive time is wasted time. This is a really important distinction. Rest is necessary and healthy. Your brain and body need recovery time to function well. Leisure activities that bring you joy, reading, cooking, spending time with loved ones, walking in nature, are not wasted time at all. They restore your energy, nurture your creativity, and contribute to your overall well-being and happiness. The key difference is intentionality. Choosing to relax and enjoy yourself is very different from mindlessly drifting from one distraction to another.
Restorative rest is so important and so different from passive time wasting. Here's the distinction I use. Genuine rest leaves you feeling refreshed, energized, and ready to engage with life again. True leisure activities are ones you actively choose because they bring you real joy or restoration. For me, restorative activities include sleeping 8 hours and taking short walks, reading books that genuinely interest me, cooking a new recipe, having meaningful conversations with friends, spending time in nature, and doing absolutely nothing, sitting quietly, thinking, watching the world. What does not restore me? Scrolling social media, watching TV I'm not truly enjoying, or staying in bed beyond what my body actually needs.
After this activity, do I feel better or worse? The perfect test for genuine rest versus time wasting. Now let's talk about goals and time, because having clear goals is one of the most powerful motivators for using time well. When you know exactly what you want to achieve, it is much easier to make decisions about how to spend your time. A useful framework for setting goals is the SMART system. SMART stands for specific, clearly defined, not vague; measurable, you can track your progress; achievable, realistic, not impossible; relevant, connected to what truly matters to you; and time-bound, with a deadline.
Clear goals are transformative for time management. When you have a specific goal with a deadline, every day becomes clearer. You can look at any activity and ask, does this bring me closer to my goal or does it not? If the answer is no, you can choose to spend less time on it. Goals also create motivation and momentum. Progress toward a meaningful goal feels very different from just being busy. Even small daily progress builds confidence and energy. For language learners especially, having a clear goal like, I want to hold a 5-minute conversation in English by the end of this month is so much more motivating and actionable than just, I want to improve my Eng.
Time as a tool for building the life you want. What a beautiful way to think about it. Now, let's do a fun quiz for our listeners. I will describe a situation, and Mark will say whether this person is wasting time or using their time well, and why. Ready? Situation 1. Maria has a big exam in 3 days. She sits down to study, but first spends 20 minutes tidying her desk, sharpening all her pencils, organizing her notes by color, and making a cup of tea. Then she checks her phone briefly. Then she thinks about what to study first. After an hour, she has not actually studied anything. Listeners, what do you think?
Maria is definitely wasting her time, in a very common and recognizable way. What Maria is doing is called productive procrastination, doing tasks that feel useful and organized, but are actually just ways of avoiding the real task, which is studying. Tidying her desk and color-coding her notes feel productive, but they are not the priority right now. The exam is the priority. This pattern is very common because our brains like to do easy, satisfying tasks to avoid the more difficult but more important one. The solution for Maria: set a timer for 25 minutes, open the textbook to the first topic and begin, even if she does not feel completely ready.
Starting imperfectly is always better than waiting perfectly and never beginning. Perfect advice for Maria and for all of us. Now, situation 2 for our quiz. James finishes work at 6 in the evening. He comes home, changes his clothes, and goes for a 30-minute run. Then he cooks a simple dinner while listening to an English podcast. After dinner, he reads a book for 45 minutes. Then he calls his mother for 20 minutes. At 9:30, he puts his phone away and goes to bed at 10:30. Listeners, is James wasting his time? Think about it. His evening seems full of activities, but are they meaningful? Mark, what is your verdict this time?
James is absolutely using his time beautifully. Every activity in his evening is intentional and restorative. Exercise, excellent for physical and mental health. Cooking while listening to a podcast, multitasking in a genuinely useful way, enjoying a skill and learning at the same time. Reading, personal growth, and genuine relaxation. Calling his mother, maintaining an important relationship, and going to bed at a reasonable hour, protecting his sleep and energy for tomorrow. None of these activities is passive or mindless. James is choosing activities that serve his health, his learning, his relationships, and his well-being. This is the ideal evening, not because it is perfect, but because every choice is deliberate and meaningful.
James is my new role model for evenings. Now let's talk about something that many people struggle with, the fear of missing out, or FOMO. FOMO is a common modern feeling, the anxiety that other people are doing exciting things and you're missing out by not being there or not being involved. FOMO often drives people to waste enormous amounts of time on social media, checking what others are doing, attending events they do not truly want to attend, or constantly looking at their phone. The solution to FOMO is sometimes called JOMO, the joy of missing out. This means finding genuine contentment and peace in your own choices, even when others are doing something different.
FOMO is very real, and I have definitely experienced it. The turning point for me was realizing that social media only shows the highlights of people's lives, the best moments, the most exciting experiences. It's never the full picture. So comparing your ordinary Tuesday to someone else's curated holiday photos is always going to make your life seem less interesting, even when your life is actually wonderful. I now practice JOMO very deliberately. When I choose to stay home and read instead of going to a loud party, I enjoy that choice fully, rather than wondering what I'm missing.
Comparison is the thief of joy. That is one of my favorite English expressions. And presence is the antidote to FOMO. What a beautiful and wise thought. Now let's talk about the relationship between time and energy, because managing your energy is just as important as managing your time. You might have 24 hours in a day, but if you spend them exhausted and unfocused, you will not use them well. Understanding when your energy is highest, when you feel most alert, creative, and motivated, is very useful for scheduling your most important tasks at those times. For most people, energy is highest in the morning.
Energy management is something I think about a lot. I have noticed clear patterns in my own energy. My mental energy is highest in the morning. This is when I do my most creative and demanding work. I protect this time fiercely. No emails, no social media, no meetings if possible. Mid-afternoon, around 2 or 3 o'clock, my energy naturally dips. This is normal. Our bodies have a biological tendency toward a rest period in early afternoon. Instead of fighting it with caffeine, I use this time for lighter tasks, responding to emails, attending meetings, or doing administrative work. In the late afternoon, energy often rises again for several hours.
Working with your natural energy rhythms, what a smart and practical approach. Now let's give our listeners some final practical tips for not wasting time. These are simple, actionable steps they can start using immediately. Tip 1. Start each day by identifying your top 3 priorities. Tip 2. Do the most important task first before distractions begin. Tip 3. Put your phone away during focused work time. Tip 4. Use a timer. Work in focused blocks with short breaks. Tip 5. Track your time for 1 week. Write down what you do each hour. The results might surprise you. Tip 6. Learn to say no kindly but clearly.
More practical tips. Tip 8. Set specific times for checking emails and social media, not continuously throughout the day. Tip 9. Get enough sleep. A tired mind wastes far more time than a rested one. Tip 10. Remove apps from your phone that consume time without adding value. Tip 11. Plan your week on Sunday evening. Knowing your schedule reduces decision fatigue during the week. Tip 12. Stop multitasking. Research shows that doing two things at once means doing them both worse. Focus on one thing at a time. Tip 13. Celebrate progress, not perfection. Getting 80% of something done is far better than planning a perfect version forever.
Every hour is an hour of your one precious life. That is perhaps the most important reminder of the entire episode. Let me now give a final summary of everything we talked about today. We discussed what it means to waste time and why people do it: fear, lack of goals, distractions, and procrastination. We talked about the difference between being busy and being productive. We explored procrastination and practical strategies to overcome it. We discussed saying no, daily habits, distractions, social media, and the value of true rest. We talked about SMART goals, energy management, FOMO and JOMO, and we did a fun quiz with Maria and James.
Thank you so much, Anna. This was one of my favorite episodes. And a huge thank you to every single listener who spent this time with us today. And what an appropriate topic that is. You chose to spend time listening to this podcast, learning English, and thinking about how to live more intentionally. That is already an excellent use of your time. Take today's ideas and try just one or two of them this week. Put your phone away for 1 hour. Write your top 3 priorities tomorrow morning. Say no to one thing that does not serve you. Small changes made consistently create enormous transformations over time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, friendly, and useful. Today, we have a very special and meaningful topic. We are going to talk about freedom. Freedom is one of the most important words in the English language. People talk about freedom every day, in politics, in daily life, in relationships, and in their personal goals and dreams. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark. Mark, say hello and tell us, what does the word freedom mean to you?
Hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our wonderful listeners. The word freedom means a great deal to me. At its most basic level, freedom means the ability to make your own choices without being controlled or stopped by others. But freedom is also much bigger than that. It is about opportunity, dignity, and the right to live your life in a way that feels true to who you are. Today, Anna and I are going to explore freedom from many different angles: personal freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of movement, and much more. We will also share lots of useful English vocabulary and phrases. Let's begin this important and inspiring conversation.
Let's start with the basics. What does freedom actually mean? Freedom means the state of being free, being able to act, speak, or think without restriction. The adjective form is free. For example, she feels free to speak her mind. He is free to go wherever he wants. The opposite of freedom is restriction, control, or oppression. A person without freedom is controlled, limited, or imprisoned. In English, there are many related words. Liberty, which means almost the same as freedom, often used in formal or political contexts. Rights, the things you are legally allowed to do. Equality, when everyone has the same rights and opportunities.
Great question. There are many important types of freedom that people talk about in everyday life and in society. Freedom of speech, the right to say what you think without punishment. Freedom of movement, the ability to travel and live where you choose. Freedom of religion, the right to practice any religion or no religion at all. Freedom of the press, the right of journalists to report the news without government control. Personal freedom, the right to live your private life as you choose. Economic freedom, the ability to work, earn money, and spend it as you wish.
Those are all such important types of freedom. Now let's talk about personal freedom in everyday life, because this is something everyone experiences directly. Personal freedom means making your own choices about how to live. For example, choosing what career to pursue, choosing who to love and spend your life with, choosing what to eat, wear, and believe, choosing how to spend your free time. When we have personal freedom, we feel in control of our own lives. When we lose it, even in small ways, we feel frustrated or unhappy. In English, we use phrases like, I want to make my own decisions. I do not want anyone to tell me what to do. I feel.
That is a really interesting question. I feel very fortunate to have a great degree of personal freedom in my daily life. I can choose my work, my friends, my home, and how I spend my time. I can speak my opinions openly and practice whatever beliefs I hold. But I also recognize that true freedom requires responsibility. Freedom does not mean doing whatever you want without thinking about others. As the saying goes, your freedom ends where another person's freedom begins. This means that we must exercise our own freedom in a way that respects the rights and well-being of others.
Your freedom ends where another person's freedom begins. What a powerful and wise saying. Now let's talk about freedom of speech, because this is one of the most discussed and debated freedoms in the modern world. Freedom of speech means you have the right to express your opinions, ideas, and beliefs in conversation, in writing, in art, and in public. In democratic countries, freedom of speech is protected by law. However, even in countries with this protection, there are limits. For example, you cannot use speech to incite violence or spread dangerous lies that harm others. In English, useful phrases related to speech and expression: I have the right to say what I think. Everyone is free.
Freedom of speech is essential for so many reasons. First, it allows people to criticize their government and powerful institutions without fear. This is the foundation of a healthy democracy. Leaders who cannot be criticized tend to become corrupt and dangerous. Second, freedom of speech allows new ideas to be shared and debated. Science, art, and social progress all depend on the free exchange of ideas. Third, it allows individuals to tell their stories and have their experiences heard. When people cannot speak freely, injustice can be hidden. The phrase, sunlight is the best disinfectant, is a famous saying meaning that transparency, bringing things into the open, helps society stay clean and fair.
Sunlight is the best disinfectant. What a vivid and memorable phrase. Now, let's talk about freedom of movement, because this is something many people take for granted. Freedom of movement means the ability to travel freely within your own country and, in some cases, to other countries. In the European Union, for example, citizens of member countries can live and work in any other member country without needing special permission. This is a remarkable freedom that millions of people benefit from. However, not everyone in the world has this freedom. People in some countries face restrictions on where they can travel.
I think about this topic quite deeply. I am very fortunate to hold a passport that allows me to travel to many countries with little difficulty, but I am aware that this is not the case for everyone in the world. Passport privilege is a real thing. The passport you hold largely determines how freely you can move around the world. Citizens of some countries can visit over 180 countries without a visa. Citizens of other countries can only visit a handful of places freely. This inequality is something many people do not think about. When I travel, I try to remember that the ease of my movement is a privilege, not something everyone shares.
Passport privilege is such a thought-provoking term. Now, let's talk about freedom and responsibility, because these two ideas are always connected. Having freedom means you also have responsibility for your choices and for how they affect others. This is true in everyday life and in society as a whole. For example, the freedom to drive a car comes with the responsibility to follow traffic laws and drive safely. The freedom to own a business comes with the responsibility to treat your workers fairly. The freedom to speak publicly comes with the responsibility to be truthful and respectful. In English, a popular phrase is, "With great power comes great responsibility." Mark, can you give more examples of how freedom—
Freedom and responsibility are truly inseparable. Here are more everyday examples. The freedom to use social media comes with the responsibility not to spread false information or bully others online. The freedom to have children comes with the enormous responsibility of caring for and raising them well. The freedom to live in a democratic country comes with the responsibility to participate by voting, staying informed, and being an active citizen. The freedom to eat whatever you choose comes with the responsibility to consider the impact on your health and on the environment. And the freedom to have a voice comes with the responsibility to listen as well as speak.
responsibility transforms freedom from selfishness into wisdom? Beautifully said. Now, let's talk about financial freedom, because this is something many people dream about. Financial freedom means having enough money saved and invested that you do not need to work just to pay your basic bills. It means you have choices about how to spend your time, rather than being forced to work long hours in a job you dislike. Some people achieve financial freedom through saving carefully, investing wisely, and spending less than they earn over many years. Others build businesses that eventually provide passive income, money that comes in without requiring constant active work.
Financial freedom is something I think about a lot. To me, it does not necessarily mean being extremely wealthy. It means having enough to cover your needs comfortably, enough savings to handle unexpected problems, and enough flexibility to make choices based on what you value rather than just financial necessity. I do believe it is achievable for many people through consistent saving habits, living within your means, and making smart decisions about money over time. However, I also recognize that structural inequalities in society make financial freedom much harder for some people than others. Wages, access to education, healthcare costs, and economic opportunity are not equally distributed.
Living within your means is such a key phrase for financial freedom. Now, let's talk about freedom and relationships, because the way freedom operates within personal relationships is very interesting. In a healthy relationship, whether a friendship, a romantic relationship, or a family relationship, both people should feel free to be themselves. They should be able to express their thoughts and feelings honestly, pursue their own interests and friendships outside the relationship, and make personal decisions without constant control or judgment. When one person in a relationship controls or restricts the other too much, it becomes unhealthy. In English, we use phrases like, "I feel free to be myself with you." A good relationship gives you space.
Healthy freedom in a relationship is so important. I think it means mutual trust and respect, trusting your partner enough to give them space and respecting their individuality and independence. It means supporting each other's separate friendships, hobbies, and personal goals. It means being able to disagree, express different opinions, and even spend time apart without feeling threatened or jealous. The phrase, "love sets you free," suggests that real love does not trap or restrict, it liberates. A partner who loves you genuinely wants you to grow, explore, and be your full self. Controlling behavior, checking someone's phone, limiting their friendships, or making all decisions for them is the opposite of love.
Real love and real freedom go hand in hand. What a beautiful and true statement. Now let's talk about freedom and creativity. When we have the freedom to create, to write, paint, sing, dance, build, or imagine, we express our most genuine and unique selves. Creative freedom means making art or ideas without being told exactly what to think or produce. History shows us that some of the greatest works of art and literature were created in conditions of restriction, people finding creative freedom even in difficult circumstances. In English, we often say someone has creative freedom when they are given space to make their own artistic decisions.
Creativity and freedom are deeply connected, though creativity is remarkably resilient. It finds expression even in the most restrictive conditions. Many great artists, writers, and musicians have created extraordinary work under censorship, poverty, or oppression. They found ways to communicate truth through metaphor, symbol, and hidden meaning. However, I believe creativity truly flourishes when people have genuine freedom. Freedom to explore ideas without fear, freedom to challenge conventions, freedom to fail and try again. When people feel free, they take creative risks, and creative risk-taking leads to real innovation and beauty. The phrase, "necessity is the mother of invention," suggests that even restriction can drive creativity, but I believe freedom is still the best environment for it.
Freedom is the best environment for the human creative spirit to bloom. I love that image. Now let's talk about freedom and nature. Many people feel a profound sense of freedom when they are in nature, in the mountains, by the sea, in a forest, or in a wide open field. Being in nature removes the restrictions of daily life. No screens, no schedules, no demands. You can move freely, breathe fresh air, and feel connected to something larger than yourself. In English, we have beautiful phrases about this feeling. Feeling free as a bird, the open road, the great outdoors, and breathing room, meaning space to relax and think freely.
I feel enormously free in nature. There is something almost magical about being in a wide open natural landscape. When I hike in the mountains, I feel the weight of everyday worries literally lift from my shoulders. The scale of the landscape, the vast sky, the distant horizon, the silence puts everything in perspective. Small problems seem less important. Big questions feel more approachable. The phrase, "to get some headspace," means to gain mental clarity and perspective, and nature does this beautifully. I think many people in modern, busy urban lives are deeply hungry for this kind of freedom, the simple freedom of open space, fresh air, and quiet.
To get some headspace, such a useful and evocative phrase. Now let me ask you something a little different. Is absolute freedom, total freedom with no rules or limits at all, actually desirable? This is a very interesting philosophical question. If there were absolutely no rules, no laws, and no limits on what anyone could do, would people be more free, or would life become dangerous and chaotic? Many philosophers have thought about this question. Thomas Hobbes, a famous English philosopher, argued that without rules, life would be nasty, brutish, and short. Others argue that freedom requires some structure to protect everyone's rights. Mark, what do you think? Is total, unlimited freedom actually a good thing?
This is a fascinating question. I do not think total, unlimited freedom is truly desirable or even possible in a society. Here's why. If one person has total freedom to do absolutely anything, then other people lose their freedom because they become victims of that person's unchecked actions. True freedom for everyone requires a social agreement, rules and laws that protect each person's rights and prevent one person from violating another's. This is the idea behind the social contract in political philosophy. We give up some absolute freedoms, like the freedom to harm others without consequence, in exchange for living safely and cooperatively in society.
Structured freedom is the most meaningful kind. What a clear and wise conclusion. Now let's talk about freedom and education. Education is one of the most powerful tools for creating genuine freedom. When you have knowledge, when you can read, think critically, understand the world, and communicate effectively, you have more choices in life. You are less likely to be manipulated or deceived. You are better equipped to participate in society and advocate for yourself and others. In English, the phrase "knowledge is power" directly connects learning to freedom and empowerment. Nelson Mandela, one of the world's most famous advocates for freedom, said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world."
Education creates freedom in so many ways. First, it opens economic doors. People with education generally have more career options, higher earning potential, and greater financial security. Second, it develops critical thinking, the ability to analyze information, question assumptions, and form your own opinions rather than simply accepting what others tell you. This is essential for personal and political freedom. Third, it builds communication skills. Being able to speak and write clearly and persuasively gives you a powerful voice in the world. Fourth, it expands your understanding of different cultures, perspectives, and possibilities, broadening your sense of what's possible for your own life.
Education truly is liberation. I love that. And for our listeners learning English, this podcast is part of your educational freedom journey. Now let's talk about freedom and technology. In many ways, technology has given people extraordinary new freedoms. The internet allows free access to information from anywhere in the world. Social media gives ordinary people a global voice. Remote work allows people to work from any location. Online learning removes geographical barriers to education. Translation technology breaks down language barriers. These are remarkable freedoms that did not exist for most of human history. However, technology also brings new restrictions and risks. Mark, do you think technology makes us more free or less free overall?
Technology is a genuinely double-edged sword when it comes to freedom. On the positive side, the internet has democratized information, giving billions of people access to knowledge that was previously only available to the privileged few. It has given voices to marginalized communities. It has connected people across borders and cultures. On the negative side, technology can reduce freedom in serious ways. Governments can use technology for surveillance, tracking citizens' movements and communications. Social media algorithms can create information bubbles, limiting the range of ideas people are exposed to. And constant connectivity can create a sense of never being truly free from work, news, or social obligations.
Technology amplifies both freedom and restriction. Such an insightful and balanced observation. Now, let's talk about some important people in history who fought for freedom. The world has been shaped by remarkable individuals who sacrificed enormously to expand freedom for others. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in prison fighting against apartheid, the system of racial separation and inequality in South Africa. He became a global symbol of courage and the struggle for equality. Mahatma Gandhi led India's peaceful independence movement against British colonial rule. Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat on a bus in Alabama in 1955, becoming a symbol of the American civil rights movement.
So many incredible people have fought for freedom throughout history. Harriet Tubman escaped slavery in the United States and then led many others to freedom through a secret network of safe houses called the Underground Railroad, one of the most courageous acts of resistance in American history. Malala Yousafzai, still young today, has fought for girls' right to education in Pakistan and around the world, surviving a serious attack for speaking out. Aung San Suu Kyi spent many years under house arrest in Myanmar for advocating democracy. Frederick Douglass escaped slavery and became one of the most powerful voices against it through his writing and speeches.
What an inspiring list of extraordinary people. Freedom is not given, it must often be fought for. That sentence gives me goosebumps. Now let's talk about a very simple but meaningful question. What does freedom feel like in everyday life? Not the big political or philosophical kind, but the small, daily feeling of being free. The feeling when you finish work on a Friday evening and have a whole weekend ahead. The feeling when you finish an exam or a difficult project. The feeling when you step outside on a beautiful morning with nowhere specific to be. The feeling of being completely understood by a good friend.
Oh, I love this question. The everyday moments of freedom are some of the most precious. My favorites, the feeling of finishing a challenging piece of work and closing my laptop, knowing the task is done and I am free. The moment I step off a plane in a new country and feel the air of a different place, pure freedom of possibility. Sunday morning with no schedule, drinking coffee slowly, reading a book with nowhere to be. A long walk with no destination, just walking where curiosity leads me.
and the wonderful feeling of laughing deeply with close friends. Being so comfortable and accepted that you can be completely yourself.
Being fully yourself with no pretense. That is such a profound definition of freedom. Now, let's talk about inner freedom, freedom of the mind and spirit. This is perhaps the deepest kind of freedom. You can be physically restricted in a difficult job, in a difficult place, in a difficult situation, and still have inner freedom. Inner freedom is the freedom to choose how you think, what you value, and how you respond to your circumstances. Viktor Frankl, an Austrian psychiatrist who survived Nazi concentration camps, wrote about this beautifully in his book, Man's Search for Meaning. He said that even in the most terrible circumstances, the last human freedom is the freedom to choose.
Viktor Frankl's idea of inner freedom is one of the most powerful and moving concepts I have ever encountered. He demonstrated that even in conditions of extreme suffering and total physical restriction, a person can maintain their dignity and their inner life. They can choose to find meaning, to maintain hope, to act with love and courage. This is an extraordinary and inspiring insight. Stoic philosophy, an ancient Greek and Roman tradition, also emphasizes inner freedom. The Stoics taught that we cannot always control external events, but we can always control our response to them. The phrase, respond, do not react, captures this idea.
Respond, do not react. Such a powerful phrase for daily life. Now let's give our listeners some useful English expressions and idioms related to freedom. Free as a bird. Completely free, with no restrictions. Break free, to escape from something that was holding you back. Set someone free, to release someone from restriction. Give someone free rein, to allow them to do whatever they choose. Footloose and fancy free, having no responsibilities or commitments, completely free. The world is your oyster. You have complete freedom and many opportunities in front of you. Cut loose, to become free from something, often to relax and have fun.
More wonderful freedom expressions. Born free, a famous phrase from a song and film about a wild lion, meaning freedom is a natural state. Fly the nest, when young adults leave home and become independent for the first time. Spread your wings, to explore new opportunities and become more independent. No strings attached, complete freedom with no hidden conditions or obligations. The open road, a symbol of freedom and adventure, often used when talking about travel or new beginnings. Think outside the box, to be free in your thinking, not limited by conventional ideas.
March to the beat of your own drum is one of my all-time favorite English expressions. It beautifully captures the idea of living authentically and independently. Now let's talk about the relationship between freedom and happiness. Research in psychology suggests that having choices, having freedom, does make people happier, to a point. But too many choices can actually cause anxiety and dissatisfaction. This is called the paradox of choice. Psychologist Barry Schwartz found that when people have too many options, they often feel less satisfied with their final choice because they wonder if a different choice would have been better. So freedom and happiness are connected, but the relationship is more complex than it first appears.
The paradox of choice is a fascinating idea. I think freedom is essential for happiness, but you are right that unlimited choices do not automatically mean more happiness. The research suggests that a moderate amount of meaningful choice is most conducive to well-being, enough to feel autonomous and self-determining, but not so many options that you feel overwhelmed and paralyzed. I also think the kind of freedom matters enormously. Freedom to pursue meaningful relationships, creative work, and personal values tends to produce lasting happiness. Freedom to simply consume endlessly, choosing between hundreds of products or entertainment options, tends to produce only temporary satisfaction.
Simple, bounded freedom exercised with intention. I am going to write that down. Now let's do a quick and fun quiz for our listeners. I will give a definition, and Mark will tell us the correct word or phrase. Listeners, try to answer before Mark speaks. First, this is the freedom to say what you think without punishment. What is the correct term in English? Think about it. We talked about this earlier in today's episode. It's one of the most fundamental freedoms in a democratic society, and it's protected by law in many countries around the world. Can you remember the term?
The answer is freedom of speech. The complete phrase is freedom of speech, the right to express your opinions, ideas, and beliefs without fear of punishment. Well done to all our listeners who got it right. Let me give the next quiz question. This is the phrase we use to describe a person who has no commitments or responsibilities and is completely free. Think about it carefully. It's a fun, informal English idiom. We mentioned it earlier in the episode when we talked about freedom expressions and idioms. It has 4 words. The phrase describes someone who is free to go anywhere and do whatever they choose. It sounds a little old-fashioned, but is still used today.
The answer is footloose and fancy-free. A person who is footloose and fancy-free has no ties, no responsibilities, and is completely free to do whatever they wish. A truly free spirit. Now here is my final quiz question for our listeners. This is the name for the type of freedom that Viktor Frankl wrote about, the freedom that exists even in very difficult circumstances, inside a person's own heart and mind. It's a 2-word phrase, and we discussed it in today's episode. Even when people are physically restricted or in a very hard situation, they can still have this type of freedom. Think about your answer.
The answer is inner freedom. Viktor Frankl wrote about inner freedom, the freedom to choose your attitude, your values, and your response to any situation, no matter how difficult. Even when external circumstances are beyond our control, inner freedom remains available to everyone. This idea is profoundly hopeful and empowering. It means that true freedom is never completely taken from a person. Something essential always remains. 3 for 3 on the quiz. I hope our listeners enjoyed testing their knowledge. This topic is so rich and so important. Freedom is not just a political concept, it's something every person experiences, thinks about, and seeks in their own life every single day.
What a rich, deep, and inspiring episode this has been. I feel genuinely moved by everything we discussed today. Let me give a final summary. We talked about the many types of freedom. Freedom of speech, movement, religion, and personal freedom. We discussed freedom and responsibility, financial freedom, and freedom in relationships. We explored creative freedom, the feeling of freedom in nature, and the philosophical question of absolute freedom. We talked about education as a path to freedom, technology and freedom, and great historical freedom fighters. We shared beautiful idioms and expressions about freedom, and we explored inner freedom, perhaps the most profound kind of all. Freedom is one of the most beautiful and important human values.
Thank you so much, Anna. This was one of the most meaningful and thought-provoking episodes we have ever made together. And a huge thank you to every single listener who spent this special time with us. Freedom is not something to take for granted. It is precious, complex, and worth thinking about deeply. Whether your freedom is political, personal, financial, creative, or inner, it matters. Use today's English vocabulary and phrases in your real conversations. Talk about what freedom means to you. Ask a friend what makes them feel free. Discuss the freedoms you value most. Language and freedom are connected. Every word you learn in English gives you more freedom to understand and engage.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so glad you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, warm, and useful. Today, we have a very important and meaningful topic. We are going to talk about how to stay positive during hard times. Life is not always easy. Everyone goes through difficult periods, problems at work, health challenges, financial worries, or personal losses. Knowing how to stay positive during these moments is one of the most valuable skills you can have. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark.
Hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our wonderful listeners. Yes, absolutely. Like everyone, I have been through difficult periods in my life. Times when things felt very heavy, and it was genuinely hard to find the energy or optimism to keep going. But looking back, I can honestly say that those hard times taught me the most, strengthened me the most, and ultimately led me to better places. Today, Anna and I are going to share practical strategies, useful English vocabulary, and honest, heartfelt advice about how to maintain a positive mindset when life is challenging. Whether you are going through something difficult right now or just want to be prepared, this episode is for you.
Let's start with some important vocabulary. Hard times means a difficult period in your life, when things are not going well. You might also hear tough times, a rough patch, or a difficult period. These all mean the same thing. To stay positive means to keep a good attitude and hopeful mindset, even when circumstances are difficult. Resilience is a very important word. It means the ability to recover from difficulties and keep going. A resilient person is someone who faces problems but does not give up. Mindset is the way you think about things, your mental attitude. And coping means managing and dealing with a difficult situation.
Of course, here are natural example sentences. She has been going through a really tough time since she lost her job, but she's handling it with incredible strength. He's one of the most resilient people I know. Nothing seems to keep him down for long. Having a positive mindset does not mean pretending everything is perfect. It means choosing to focus on what you can control. Coping with grief takes time. There is no right or wrong way to do it. It's okay to have bad days. What matters is how you cope with them. After a rough patch, things always get better. She changed her mindset and everything started to feel more.
Those example sentences are so natural and so useful. Now let's talk about why positivity matters during hard times. When life is difficult, it is very easy to fall into negative thinking, focusing only on what is wrong, worrying about the future, and feeling helpless or hopeless. This is completely natural and human. However, research in psychology shows that people who maintain a generally positive outlook during difficult times recover faster, experience less stress, make better decisions, and have stronger immune systems and better physical health. Positivity does not mean ignoring problems or pretending to be happy when you're not. It means choosing to also notice what is good, what is possible, and what you can learn.
Positivity during hard times is important for so many reasons. First, your mindset directly affects your actions. When you feel hopeless, you stop trying. When you maintain even a small sense of hope, you keep looking for solutions. Second, positivity affects the people around you. A positive attitude is contagious and supportive to everyone in your life. Third, hard times are temporary. Every difficult period eventually ends, and maintaining positivity helps you survive until it does. The phrase, "this too shall pass," is one of the most comforting things you can say to yourself during a hard time. It means whatever you are going through right now will not last forever.
This too shall pass, one of the most comforting phrases in the English language. Now let's talk about the first and most important strategy for staying positive during hard times: accepting your feelings. Many people think that staying positive means not feeling sad, angry, afraid, or upset, but this is wrong. Trying to push away or ignore negative emotions actually makes them stronger and more persistent. Real positivity begins with acceptance, honestly acknowledging that you feel sad, angry, scared, or overwhelmed. In English, it's okay to feel this way. I'm allowed to feel sad right now. I'm going through something hard, and that's valid. Accepting how you feel without judgment is the foundation.
Accepting feelings is absolutely the foundation. Psychologists call the unhealthy practice of pushing away emotions emotional suppression, and research shows it causes more stress, not less. When you say, "I shouldn't feel this way," or "I have no reason to be upset," you're fighting your own natural human response to a real situation. This wastes enormous mental energy. Instead, name your emotion. I feel anxious. I feel sad. I feel overwhelmed. Just naming it accurately brings immediate relief. This is called name it to tame it in psychology. Accepting a feeling doesn't mean staying in it forever. It means acknowledging it honestly so you can process it and move forward.
Name it to tame it. What a wonderful and memorable phrase. Now, let's talk about the power of connection, reaching out to other people during hard times. One of the most powerful things you can do when life is difficult is to talk to someone you trust. Sharing your struggles with a good friend, family member, or counselor does not make you weak. It makes you wise and brave. In English, I needed to talk to someone. Talking about it really helped me feel better. She was there for me when I needed her most. I reached out to a friend, and it made a huge difference. Sharing the problem made it feel smaller.
Connection has been absolutely essential during every difficult period of my life. When things feel dark and overwhelming, isolating yourself, pulling away from people, makes everything harder and heavier. Reaching out, even when it feels difficult, is always the right choice. Here are some natural phrases for asking for support. I am going through a hard time and could really use some company. Can we talk? I need to process some things. I just need someone to listen. I am not looking for advice, just support. Would you be free to chat this week? And phrases for offering support. I am here for you no matter what. You do not have to go through this alone.
Human connection is medicine for the soul. Beautifully said. Now, let's talk about gratitude, because practicing gratitude during hard times is one of the most researched and most effective positivity strategies available. It might sound strange. How can you feel grateful when things are going badly? But gratitude during hard times does not mean being glad that bad things are happening. It means intentionally noticing what is still good, still present, and still working in your life, even when something else is very difficult. Research shows that writing down 3 things you are grateful for every day, even very small things, significantly increases happiness and reduces stress over time.
Gratitude practice during hard times is something I return to again and again. When things are difficult, I force myself to notice even the tiniest good things. The warmth of a cup of tea, a kind text from a friend, sunlight through a window, the fact that I am breathing and alive. These small things can feel almost irrelevant next to a big problem, but noticing them reconnects you to the reality that life still contains beauty and goodness even in difficult moments. I write in a gratitude journal every evening, just 3 short lines. On hard days, I allow myself to write very simple things. I am grateful for my warm bed. I am grateful that today I had money for food. I am grateful that I had a friend who listened.
Small gratitude is still powerful gratitude. I love that. Now, let's talk about the importance of routine during hard times, because when life feels out of control, having a simple daily routine creates a sense of structure, stability, and predictability that is genuinely comforting. When everything around you feels uncertain or painful, the small, familiar rituals of daily life become anchors. Making your bed in the morning, having your usual cup of coffee, going for a short walk at the same time each day, preparing a simple meal. These small acts of routine remind you that you still have agency, the power to act and choose, even when the bigger circumstances are out of your hands.
Routine has saved me during hard times. When I went through a particularly difficult period a few years ago, everything felt chaotic and uncertain. The one thing that helped me most was maintaining my daily routine, even a very simple one. Waking up at the same time, making breakfast, going outside for 20 minutes. These small acts felt almost too simple to matter, but they mattered enormously. They told me that I was still here, still capable, still moving. A useful phrase for this is just keep putting one foot in front of the other. It means keep doing the next small thing even when the big picture feels overwhelming. You do not need to solve everything today.
One foot in front of the other and one day at a time, 2 of the most comforting English phrases for hard times. Now let's talk about the importance of physical health and positivity, because how you treat your body during hard times directly affects how you feel mentally and emotionally. When life is difficult, many people either stop eating well, stop sleeping properly, or stop exercising, sometimes doing all three at once. But this is exactly the wrong response. Your body and your mind are deeply connected. When you are physically depleted, your emotional resilience drops significantly. Simple physical self-care acts become especially important during difficult times. Drinking enough water, eating regular, nutritious meals, sleeping as much as possible.
Physical habits were genuinely life-saving during hard times. Here's what I held on to. Sleep first. Even when my mind was racing and anxious, I prioritized lying down, resting, and giving my body recovery time. Poor sleep makes every problem feel 10 times worse. Walking outside, second. Even a 15-minute walk changed my emotional state significantly. Something about movement, fresh air, and natural light is incredibly healing for the anxious or sad mind. Eating something nourishing. Even when appetite is low, eating simple, real food keeps your energy and mood more stable. And reducing alcohol. People often drink more during hard times, but alcohol is a depressant and makes emotional lows much lower.
Looking after yourself is radical during hard times. That is so true. Now let's talk about the power of perspective. Perspective means how you see and interpret a situation. The same event can look very different depending on how you look at it. During hard times, our perspective often narrows. We see only the problem, only the pain, only what is lost. But consciously shifting perspective, choosing to look at the situation from a different angle, can be genuinely transformative. Some useful questions for shifting perspective: will this matter in 5 years? What can I learn from this experience? How have I grown from difficult things in the past? Is there any positive that could...
Perspective is one of the most powerful tools we have, and it genuinely takes practice. A technique I use is called zooming out, stepping back mentally from the immediate difficulty and seeing it in a bigger context. For example, if I lose a job, the immediate feeling is panic and failure. But zoomed out, many people have lost jobs and found better ones. This could open a new door. My worth is not my job. This is one chapter, not the whole story. Another technique is what psychologists call post-traumatic growth, the real phenomenon where people often discover new strengths, deeper relationships, and clearer values as a result of going through hard experiences.
What does not kill you makes you stronger is such a famous English expression. Now let's talk about limiting the news and negative information during hard times. When you are already struggling emotionally, consuming large amounts of negative news, social media, or toxic conversations can make your mental state significantly worse. In English, we have the phrase garbage in, garbage out, meaning that the information you put into your mind affects what comes out. If you fill your mind with fear and negativity, you will feel fearful and negative. During hard times especially, it is important to be mindful of what information you allow into your mental space.
Managing information input is so important during hard times. Here's what I do. First, I check the news once a day, not constantly throughout the day. Constant news creates constant anxiety without adding much extra knowledge. Second, I limit or pause social media during difficult periods. Seeing other people's highlight reels when you are struggling is genuinely harmful to your mental state. Third, I'm selective about what conversations I have and with whom. During hard times, I prioritize conversations with supportive, kind, and constructive people, and limit time with those who are negative or draining.
Curating your information environment? What a smart and modern concept. Now let's talk about something very powerful: helping others. It might seem counterintuitive. When you are struggling yourself, why would you help others? But research consistently shows that acts of kindness and helping others during your own hard times is one of the most effective ways to boost your own well-being. When you focus on someone else's needs, even briefly, it shifts your perspective away from your own pain. It reminds you that you still have something to give. It creates a feeling of purpose and connection. In English, helping someone else helped me feel better too. Being useful to someone gave me a reason to get.
Yes, very powerfully. During one of the most challenging periods of my life, I started volunteering at a local charity once a week. My own problems felt overwhelming, but for a few hours each week, I focused entirely on helping others in different but equally real situations. The effect was remarkable. When I left each week, my own problems felt slightly lighter, not because they had changed, but because my perspective had. I was reminded that pain is universal, that kindness matters, and that I was still capable and still useful. There's also a beautiful chemical explanation. Helping others triggers the release of serotonin and oxytocin, brain chemicals associated with happiness and connection.
A small act of kindness is good for the giver as much as the receiver. So beautifully true. Now let's talk about professional help, because sometimes hard times are very serious and the strategies we have discussed on their own are not enough. There is absolutely no shame in seeking professional support during difficult times. Seeing a therapist, counselor, or psychologist is a sign of wisdom and courage, not weakness. Mental health is just as real and important as physical health. If you had a broken leg, you would see a doctor. Emotional pain deserves the same care and attention.
Professional support is something I feel very strongly about. Therapy and counseling have helped millions of people navigate genuinely difficult life experiences: grief, trauma, anxiety, depression, relationship difficulties, and many more. There is still some stigma around mental health support in many cultures, the idea that needing help means you're not strong enough. But I think the opposite is true. Recognizing that you need help and actively seeking it is one of the strongest things a person can do. In English, we now commonly say, "I'm in therapy," the same way we might say, "I go to the gym," without embarrassment or apology. Mental health care is self-care.
I am in therapy the same way I say I go to the gym. I love that normalization. Now let's do a quiz for our listeners. I will describe someone going through a hard time and how they are coping, and Mark will say whether their approach is helpful or unhelpful and why. Ready? Here is the first situation. Lisa has just lost her job. She feels very sad and scared. She calls her best friend and says, "I need to talk. I am going through something hard." Her friend comes over and just listens for an hour. Lisa cries. She feels a little better afterward. Mark, is Lisa coping well with this situation?
Lisa is coping really well. Let me explain what she is doing right. First, she acknowledged her feelings. She did not pretend to be fine or push her emotions away. She allowed herself to feel sad and scared, which is healthy. Second, she reached out for connection. She called a friend instead of isolating herself. This took courage. Third, she was specific about what she needed. She said, "I need to talk," which is clear and honest communication. Fourth, she allowed herself to cry. Emotional release is healthy and physically beneficial. And fifth, she noticed that she felt better afterward. She's paying attention to what helps her cope.
Excellent analysis of Lisa's situation. Now let's look at the second quiz scenario. This one is quite different. James has been going through serious financial difficulties for several months now. Instead of talking to anyone about it, he stays at home completely alone every evening, watches negative news for hours, stops exercising sometimes, and drinks more alcohol than usual to cope. He tells himself he just needs to figure it all out on his own. He feels worse every single week. Mark, what exactly is James doing wrong, and what specific changes would you recommend for him to start feeling better?
Poor James. He is making several common but harmful mistakes. First, isolating himself. Going through hard times alone makes everything heavier. He needs connection. Second, consuming negative news for hours. This amplifies anxiety without helping. He should limit news to once a day. Third, stopping exercise and skipping meals. Physically depleting himself is making his emotional state much worse. Fourth, drinking more alcohol. This is a depressant that will deepen his lows significantly. And fifth, the figure it out alone mentality. Pride is stopping him from getting help he genuinely needs. My specific recommendations: call one trusted friend today. Go for one walk outside. Eat one proper meal. Turn off the news.
Perfect advice for James. Small steps in the right direction make a huge difference over time. Now, I want to share some beautiful and comforting English phrases that you can say to yourself or to someone else during hard times. These are phrases that bring comfort, hope, and perspective. You are stronger than you think. This will not last forever. You have survived hard things before. One day at a time. It is okay to not be okay. You are not alone in this. Better days are coming. You are doing the best you can. This is a chapter, not your whole story. And one of my personal favorites, after the storm comes the rainbow. Mark, what are your favorites?
I love this collection. Here are some more of my favorites. Every day may not be good, but there is something good in every day, reminding us to look for small lights even in dark times. Tough times never last, but tough people do. Very empowering and motivating. Fall 7 times, stand up 8. The Japanese proverb, meaning resilience is about getting up one more time than you fall. The darkest hour is just before dawn. When things seem at their worst, improvement may be very close. You cannot pour from an empty cup, reminding us to take care of ourselves. Everything will be all right in the end.
If it is not okay, it is not the end. I think that might be the most comforting sentence in the English language. Now, let's talk about something that many people overlook during hard times. Rest. Real rest. When life is difficult, many people feel guilty about resting. They feel they should be doing something, fixing something, or working harder to solve the problem. But rest is not laziness during hard times. Rest is medicine. Rest is recovery. When you are carrying emotional or physical weight, your body and mind need extra recovery time, not less. In English, I need to rest and recover. Give yourself permission to rest. Rest is productive. You cannot pour from an empty cup.
Giving myself permission to rest during hard times is something I have had to actively learn. It did not come naturally. My mind used to say, resting is wasting time when things are hard. You should be solving the problem. But I've learned that rest is essential, not optional, during difficult periods. Here's how I give myself genuine permission. First, I remind myself that a rested mind thinks more clearly and solves problems better than an exhausted one. Second, I reframe rest as an active choice, not a passive failure. I'm choosing to rest so I can face tomorrow better. Feels very different from I'm giving up for today. And third, I make rest intentional.
Rest with intention is genuinely restorative. I love how you reframe it as an active, positive choice. Now let's talk about creativity and expression as tools for staying positive. Many people find that engaging in creative activities during hard times is incredibly helpful, not to produce perfect work, but to express what is inside and process difficult emotions. Writing in a journal, drawing or painting, playing music, dancing, cooking a new recipe, gardening. These activities get you out of your head and into your hands. They create something, even when life feels like it is taking things away.
Creativity has been a significant source of healing for me during difficult periods. Writing, especially, keeping a journal during hard times, allows me to externalize the thoughts that would otherwise circle endlessly in my mind. Getting thoughts onto paper makes them more manageable and more clearly visible. I can see patterns, question them, and release them more easily when they are written down rather than trapped in my head. I also play the guitar sometimes, not professionally, just for myself. Playing music is one of the few activities that fully absorbs my attention and gives my worried mind a complete rest.
Lose yourself in something. Such a perfect expression for creative immersion. Now let's talk about hope, because hope is perhaps the most essential ingredient for staying positive during hard times. Hope is the belief that things can and will get better, that the current situation is not permanent, and that good things are still possible in the future. In English, hope-related phrases include, I have not given up hope. There is still reason to hope. I believe things will get better. Hold on, better days are coming. Never lose hope. Hope does not mean being naive or ignoring reality. It means maintaining a genuine belief in the possibility of positive change.
Holding on to hope during dark times is something I do very deliberately. Several things help me. First, evidence from the past. I remind myself of previous hard times I survived and eventually moved through. If I did it before, I can do it again. Second, small improvements. Even on the darkest days, there are usually tiny signs of progress or small good moments. I look for these actively. Third, other people's stories. Reading or hearing about people who survived very difficult situations and found joy and meaning again is genuinely inspiring. Fourth, the simple passage of time. Every day that passes is a day further from the beginning of the difficulty and closer to its end.
Hope is the light in the darkness. What a beautiful and true image. Now let's give our listeners a final practical toolkit for staying positive during hard times. A simple list of strategies they can use immediately. Strategy 1, accept your feelings without judgment. Strategy 2, reach out to someone you trust. Do not isolate. Strategy 3, practice daily gratitude, even just 3 small things. Strategy 4, maintain a simple daily routine. Strategy 5, take care of your physical body. Sleep, water, movement, food. Strategy 6, shift your perspective. Ask, what can I learn? Strategy 7, limit negative information and curate your mental environment.
Continuing the toolkit. Strategy 10, use creativity and expression. Write, draw, play, create. Strategy 11, hold on to hope, even the smallest kind. Strategy 12, seek professional support if needed. There is no shame in this. Strategy 13, remind yourself that this is temporary. This too shall pass. Strategy 14, find meaning. Ask yourself what this experience might be teaching you or building in you. Strategy 15, be gentle with yourself. Do not add self-criticism to an already heavy load. And strategy 16, celebrate small victories. Getting through a hard day is a real achievement worth acknowledging.
What a comprehensive and compassionate toolkit. I feel genuinely comforted just reading through that list. Let me now give a final summary of today's episode. We talked about what positivity during hard times really means, not pretending to be happy, but choosing to also notice what is good and possible. We discussed accepting feelings, the power of connection, gratitude practice, and the importance of routine. We talked about physical health, perspective, managing information, and helping others. We explored professional support, rest, creativity, hope, and comforting English phrases. We did a quiz about Lisa and James, and we built a complete 16-step toolkit for staying positive during hard times. Thank you so much to every listener who joined us today.
Thank you so much, Anna. This was one of the most meaningful episodes we have ever created. And a very big thank you to every single listener who was here with us today. If you are going through a hard time right now, I want to say directly to you, I am proud of you for still showing up, still learning, still trying. That takes real courage. Hard times are part of every human life. They do not make you broken, they make you human, and they will pass. Use the strategies we shared today. Reach out to someone. Be kind to yourself. Hold on to hope.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, fun, and useful. Today, we have a really wonderful and exciting topic. We are going to talk about holidays. Almost everyone loves going on holiday, and talking about holidays is something you will do constantly in English. Where did you go? What did you do? What was it like? These are all very common questions. I am joined by my fantastic co-host, Mark. Mark, say hello and tell us, do you love going on holiday?
Hello, hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our wonderful listeners. Yes,
I absolutely love going on holiday. Holidays are one of my favorite things in life. There is nothing better than packing your suitcase and going somewhere new to relax, explore, and have adventures. Today, Anna and I are going to talk about everything related to holidays. Different types of holidays, places to go, things to do, useful vocabulary and phrases, and our own personal holiday experiences and memories. By the end of this episode, you will be able to talk about holidays in English with confidence and ease. So sit back, relax, and imagine you are already on a beautiful beach somewhere. Let's begin.
Okay, so let's start with something very basic. What is a holiday? In British English, a holiday means time away from work or school when you travel or rest. In American English, people usually say vacation instead of holiday. Both words mean the same thing. A public holiday is a special day when everyone has a day off work, like Christmas Day or New Year's Day. There are also bank holidays in the United Kingdom, official days off for everyone. So the word holiday can mean different things in different contexts. Mark, can you give our listeners some simple example sentences using the word holiday so they can hear how it is used naturally in everyday English conversation?
Sure. Here are some natural example sentences. I'm going on holiday next week. You are about to travel somewhere for a rest. Where did you go on holiday this summer? Asking someone about their recent trip. We had a wonderful holiday in Italy last year. Describing a past trip. I need a holiday. I am so tired from work. Saying you need a break. The children are excited because the school holiday starts tomorrow. School is finishing for a break. Is tomorrow a public holiday? Asking if it is an official day off. We always go on holiday in August. Describing a regular habit.
Those example sentences are perfect. Now let's talk about different types of holidays, because there are so many ways to spend your holiday time. A beach holiday, you go somewhere sunny and spend time at the beach, swimming, sunbathing, and relaxing. A city break, you visit a city for a few days to see the sights, visit museums, and enjoy restaurants. An adventure holiday, you do exciting physical activities like hiking, climbing, or surfing. A cruise, you travel on a large ship that visits different ports and destinations. A camping holiday, you stay in tents in nature. And a skiing holiday, you travel to the mountains to ski or snowboard.
I love so many different types, but if I have to choose, my absolute favorite is a city break. I love exploring new cities, walking through historic streets, visiting interesting museums, trying local food in small restaurants, and watching local people go about their daily lives. There is something magical about arriving in a new city and feeling the energy of that place for the first time. I also really enjoy beach holidays, sitting on the sand with a good book, swimming in warm water, and eating fresh seafood. A perfect holiday for me would actually combine both. A couple of days in a beautiful city, then a few days relaxing by the sea afterward.
I completely agree about combining city and beach. My personal favorite is a beach holiday. I love warm weather, sunshine, and the sound of the ocean. There is something so relaxing about sitting near the water and watching the waves. I always feel completely recharged after a beach holiday. However, I also love exploring new places, so a city break is always exciting too. Now let's talk about planning a holiday, because before you go anywhere, you need to make some important decisions and arrangements. The first question is usually, where do you want to go? Then, when will you go? How long will you stay? How will you get there? And where will you stay?
Planning a holiday is so exciting. First, you choose your destination, the place you want to visit. Then you decide on the dates, when you will leave and when you will come back. Next, you book your transport. This usually means buying plane tickets, train tickets, or arranging a car. Then you book your accommodation, a place to sleep, like a hotel, a hostel, an apartment, or a guest house. After that, you might research what to do and see at your destination, attractions, restaurants, activities. Finally, you pack your bags. A helpful tip, always make a packing list so you do not forget anything important.
Yes, once I forgot my passport and did not discover this until I was already at the airport. It was a very stressful experience. Luckily, my home was not far from the airport, so I managed to go back and get it. But I nearly missed my flight. Now I always check my documents the night before. Let's talk about accommodation, because where you stay is such an important part of any holiday. There are many different options. A hotel, comfortable and convenient, often with breakfast included. A hostel, cheaper, often with shared rooms, popular with young backpackers. A holiday apartment, you rent someone's flat, which gives you more space and independence.
My preference really depends on the type of holiday. For a city break, I usually book a comfortable hotel. Not too expensive, but in a good central location so I can walk to the main attractions. Location is very important to me when choosing a hotel. For a beach holiday, I love renting a holiday apartment. It is often cheaper than a hotel and gives you the freedom to cook your own meals if you want to. I've also stayed in hostels when I was younger and traveling on a tight budget. They are a great way to meet other travelers. I have never stayed at a resort, but it sounds very relaxing.
I love holiday apartments too. Having your own kitchen and living space feels so much more comfortable, especially for a longer stay. I also enjoy small boutique hotels. These are stylish, often family-owned hotels with lots of character and personal service. Now let's talk about how people travel to their holiday destination. The most common ways to travel are by plane, fast, but you need to go to an airport; by train, comfortable and often very scenic; by car, flexible, you can stop whenever you want; by bus or coach, usually the cheapest option; by ferry or ship for travel across water.
I love traveling by train for shorter distances. There's something very romantic about watching the countryside pass by through a train window. You do not need to arrive 2 hours early like at an airport, and train stations are usually in the center of a city. For longer distances, flying is usually the fastest and most practical option. My tips for a comfortable journey: always bring water and snacks. Download podcasts, music, or films to your phone before you travel. Wear comfortable clothing. Bring a small neck pillow for long flights, and if you are flying, try to walk around the plane every hour or two. It is better for your circulation.
Those are excellent travel tips. The neck pillow is something I always forget and always regret. Now let's talk about what to do when you arrive at your destination. The first thing most people do is check into their hotel or accommodation. Then, many people like to take a walk around the neighborhood to get a feel for the place. It is also a good idea to find a local supermarket so you can buy water, snacks, and anything else you need. Then you might visit a local restaurant for your first meal. In English, the phrase "to get your bearings" means to become familiar with a new place.
The first day is always so exciting. I usually do something quite relaxed on arrival day because I am often tired from traveling. After checking in, I like to take a gentle walk around the area near my accommodation. I look for a good local cafe and have a coffee while watching the people around me. I find this is a wonderful way to start feeling the atmosphere of a new place. I also try to have my first meal at a small, non-touristy local restaurant, not somewhere with photos on the menu outside. That is often a sign that the food is very average.
I love that tip. Eat where the locals eat. On my first day, I also prefer to take it easy. I usually find a nice viewpoint or a beautiful square and just sit and observe the city or place around me. I like to soak in the atmosphere slowly before starting to rush around seeing all the tourist sites. Then I make a simple plan for the next few days: what I definitely want to see, what I would like to see if I have time, and what I can skip. I find that having a loose plan, but keeping flexible, makes a holiday much more enjoyable.
I love visiting many different things. My top choice is always the historic old town or city center, walking around old streets, seeing beautiful architecture, and imagining how people lived there hundreds of years ago. I also enjoy visiting art museums and galleries. I love looking at paintings and sculptures and learning about the history of a place through its art. Local markets are another favorite. Buying fresh fruit, local snacks, or handmade crafts feels very authentic and real. And I always try to find one or two things that are unique to that specific destination, something you cannot experience anywhere else in the world. Anna, what sites do you most enjoy visiting on holiday?
I love visiting historical places like old castles, temples, churches, and ancient ruins. There is something very special about standing in a place that is hundreds or even thousands of years old and feeling connected to history. I also really enjoy natural attractions, national parks, waterfalls, mountains, and coastlines. Nature is always breathtaking and free to visit. And I love finding small, quiet neighborhoods away from the big tourist crowds. Sometimes the most beautiful things on a holiday are the unexpected ones. A beautiful street you find by accident, a lovely local bakery, or a stunning view you were not expecting. Mark, have you ever discovered something amazing by accident on a holiday?
Yes, absolutely. One of my favorite travel memories is from a holiday in Portugal. I got completely lost in a small town and wandered into a tiny square with an old fountain and beautiful blue and white tile decorations on the walls. There was a small cafe where an old man was playing guitar. Nobody else was there, no other tourists. I sat down, ordered a coffee, and listened to the music for an hour. It was one of the most perfect moments I have ever experienced on a holiday, and it happened entirely by accident. I think getting a little lost is actually one of the best strategies when you're traveling somewhere new.
That Portugal story is so romantic and beautiful. Getting lost is a strategy. I love that idea. Now let's talk about food on holiday, because eating local food is one of the greatest pleasures of traveling. When you visit a new country, trying the local cuisine is a must. Some useful phrases for eating out on holiday. Can I see the menu, please? What do you recommend? I would like to try the local specialty. Is this dish vegetarian? Can I have the bill, please? This is delicious. Food tells you so much about a country's culture and history. Mark, what is the best food you have ever eaten on holiday?
Oh, this is such a difficult question. I've eaten so many incredible things while traveling, but if I have to choose one memory, it is eating fresh pasta in a small family restaurant in Bologna, Italy. Bologna is famous for its food. It's actually called la grassa, which means the fat one in Italian, because the food there is so rich and delicious. The pasta was homemade, the sauce was incredible, and the whole experience felt so warm and authentic. I also remember eating fresh grilled fish at a small beach restaurant in Greece, just caught from the sea, grilled with lemon and olive oil, eaten with fresh salad. Simple food, beautiful setting, perfect moment.
I love buying small things that remind me of a place. A beautiful postcard, a small piece of local pottery, or a handmade ornament. I try not to buy too much because I usually overfill my suitcase. One of my favorite things to buy is a local cookbook. Then when I come home, I can try to cook the food from my holiday and relive the memories through taste. That is one of my favorite things about travel. The memories continue even after you return home. Now, let's talk about the weather on holiday, because weather can make a big difference to your holiday experience. Mark, how important is the weather when you choose a holiday destination?
Weather is quite important to me, but not in the way you might think. I do not always need sunshine and warmth. I love visiting countries in different seasons and experiencing different types of weather. A rainy afternoon in a cozy cafe in Paris is just as wonderful as a sunny beach in Spain. However, I do try to research the typical weather for my destination at the time of year I'm visiting. Some useful weather phrases. What is the weather like in Barcelona in June? Should I bring a raincoat? Is it usually hot there in August? What is the best time of year to visit? Good weather can enhance a holiday, but an interesting place.
I definitely love sunshine. I feel happier and more energetic when the sun is shining. A sunny day on holiday makes everything feel more beautiful and exciting. However, I have had some wonderful rainy day holiday experiences too. Visiting a museum on a rainy afternoon is perfect. You have a great reason to stay inside and learn something. And there's nothing lovelier than sitting in a warm restaurant, listening to rain outside the window. The phrase, whatever the weather, means that something is true or enjoyable regardless of the weather conditions. I think a good attitude and the right companions make any holiday wonderful, regardless of the weather. Now, Mark, let's talk about holiday companions.
I enjoy both, but for different reasons. Traveling alone is a very special experience. You can do exactly what you want, go at your own pace, change your plans at any moment, and you're more likely to meet new people and have unexpected adventures. Solo travel teaches you a lot about yourself and builds confidence. However, I also love sharing holiday experiences with people I care about, friends, family, or a partner. Seeing something beautiful is even more meaningful when you can share it with someone. The laughter, the shared meals, the moments of wonder together, these are some of the best parts of life.
That conversation is absolutely perfect and so natural. Now, let me ask you something fun. Mark, if you could go on holiday anywhere in the world right now, money is no problem, time is no problem, where would you go and what would you do? This is a great conversation question for our listeners to practice too. In English, for talking about imaginary situations, we often say, if I could go anywhere, I would go to, or my dream holiday would be, or I have always wanted to visit. These phrases are very useful in conversations about travel and dreams. Mark, what is your ultimate dream holiday destination?
Oh, this is such a wonderful question to think about. My ultimate dream holiday would be Japan in spring, specifically during cherry blossom season, which is called sakura in Japanese. The images of pink cherry blossoms covering the streets and parks look absolutely magical. I would spend 2 weeks exploring, a few days in Tokyo, then take a bullet train to Kyoto to see the temples and traditional neighborhoods, then visit smaller towns in the Japanese countryside. I would eat at tiny local restaurants every single day, visit local markets, take cooking classes, and try to understand Japanese culture as deeply as possible in 2 weeks. Japan feels like a world completely different from anything I know.
Japan in cherry blossom season sounds absolutely magical. I can completely understand why that is your dream. My own dream holiday would be a road trip through New Zealand, driving from one end of the country to the other through incredible landscapes. New Zealand has everything: mountains, volcanoes, fjords, beaches, forests, and sheep everywhere. I would rent a camper van, a van with a bed and small kitchen inside, and just drive slowly, stopping wherever looks beautiful. I have heard that New Zealand feels like driving through a film set because the scenery is so spectacular. The Lord of the Rings films were made there, and the landscapes look unreal.
I have not been to New Zealand yet, but it is very high on my list. You've described it perfectly. It sounds like one of the most naturally beautiful places on Earth. Now let's talk about holiday problems, because unfortunately, things do not always go as planned when we travel. Common holiday problems include a lost or delayed bag at the airport, a canceled or delayed flight, feeling unwell or sick on holiday, getting lost in an unfamiliar city, a hotel room that is not as nice as the photos online, forgetting something important at home, rain every single day when you wanted sunshine. Anna, have you ever had a major holiday problem?
Don't worry, Mark. My biggest holiday problem happened in Italy. I arrived at my hotel late at night, exhausted after a long journey, and discovered they had given my room to someone else. This is called being overbooked. The hotel was full and they did not have another room for me. I had to wait in the lobby for an hour while they called other hotels nearby. Eventually, they found me a room in a lovely boutique hotel around the corner, and it was actually nicer than the original one, so the problem turned into something good. The lesson: stay calm when things go wrong on holiday.
My flight cancellation story was quite dramatic. I was flying home from a holiday in Spain when the airline canceled my flight due to a technical problem. I was stuck at the airport for 12 hours. I had to wait in a long queue, find out what was happening, and eventually accept a replacement flight the next morning. The airline gave me a hotel voucher and a meal voucher, which was helpful. I spent the unexpected extra night in a hotel near the airport, had a good dinner, slept well, and flew home the next day feeling quite refreshed. So in the end, it was not so terrible.
Great story and great vocabulary. Compensation means money or help that a company gives you when something goes wrong. Now let's talk about holiday postcards and sharing holiday experiences. Traditionally, people sent postcards, small cards with a picture on one side and a message on the other, to friends and family while on holiday. Today, most people share their holiday experiences on social media, posting photos and videos online. Common phrases for sharing: having an amazing time in Paris, wish you were here, check out this incredible view, day 3 in Tokyo, and I am completely in love with this city. These are fun and natural English phrases.
I'm a bit old-fashioned. I love sending postcards. There's something special about receiving a real postcard through the post. It shows that someone was thinking of you while they were on holiday and took the time to write your name and address by hand. I always buy a few postcards and send them to close family and friends. I also take lots of photos on holiday, not just for social media, but for my own memories. When I come home, I like to print some of my favorite photos and put them in an album or frame them for my wall.
I love that you send real postcards. I do share photos on social media sometimes, but I try not to spend too much time on my phone when I am on holiday. I want to be present and enjoy the experience, not just document it for other people. One thing I always do is keep a small travel journal. I write a few sentences each evening about what I did, what I ate, how I felt, and what I noticed. When I read it back months or years later, the memories come alive again so vividly. A travel journal is also wonderful for English learners because writing in English about your real experiences is excellent practice.
Budgeting for holidays is really important. Before any trip, I estimate the main costs: flights, accommodation, food, transport within the destination, activities and entrance fees, and shopping. I try to research average prices in advance so I'm not surprised. Some money-saving tips: book flights and hotels early. Prices are usually lower. Travel in the shoulder season, that's spring or autumn when it's not peak tourist season. Shoulder season means fewer tourists, lower prices, and often nicer weather. Cook some of your own meals if you have a kitchen. Use public transport instead of taxis. Look for free attractions. Many museums have free days.
I actually love both for different reasons. I agree that shorter breaks are very exciting and something to look forward to, but there's also something wonderful about settling into a place for longer, feeling less rushed, and really getting to know somewhere properly. When you stay somewhere for 2 or more weeks, you start to feel less like a tourist and more like a temporary local. You find your favorite cafe, your favorite walking route, your favorite market. That is a very special feeling. Now, let's talk about something important: responsible travel and being a respectful tourist. When we visit other countries, it is important to be kind, respectful, and considerate.
Being a responsible traveler means many things. First, respect local customs and traditions. Before you visit a country, learn a few basic things about their culture. For example, dress respectfully when visiting religious sites, temples, churches, mosques. Remove your shoes if asked. Keep your voice down in quiet places. Second, try to learn a few words of the local language. Hello, thank you, please, excuse me. Local people always appreciate this effort, even if your pronunciation is not perfect. Third, do not litter. Leave places as beautiful as you found them. Fourth, be patient and kind, even when things go wrong. Fifth, be open-minded. Different does not mean wrong.
Different does not mean wrong. What a wonderful and important phrase. Respect and open-mindedness are the most important qualities for any traveler. Now, let's talk about some common holiday idioms and expressions in English, because these are very useful in natural conversations. To go on holiday, to travel somewhere for a vacation. A busman's holiday. This is a funny expression that means your holiday involves doing the same thing you do at work. For example, a chef who spends their holiday cooking. To be in holiday mode, to feel relaxed and carefree like you are on holiday even if you are not. All-inclusive, when the hotel price includes everything, food, drinks, and activities.
More holiday expressions. To hit the road, to start a journey. To be away, to be traveling, not at home. Home away from home, a place where you feel very comfortable, like your own home, even though it is not. To travel light, to pack very few things and not take too much luggage. To rough it, to travel without much comfort or luxury, like camping with very basic facilities. Off the beaten track, going to places that are not popular tourist destinations, hidden, quiet, and less well-known places. To catch some rays, to sunbathe in the sun.
I love off the beaten track and recharge your batteries, both so useful and so descriptive. Now, let's do a fun activity for our listeners. Mark and I are going to describe a holiday destination using only simple clues, and you, our listeners, have to guess the country or city. Ready? Here is my first clue. This country is in Europe. It is famous for its tower that lights up at night. People eat bread, cheese, and wine here. The language is French. The capital city is very romantic. What country is it? Listeners, think about it.
That one is very easy. France. And the famous tower that lights up at night is, of course, the Eiffel Tower in Paris. Beautiful. Okay, here's my clue for you and our listeners. This country is in Asia. It has the largest population in the world. It has a very famous long wall that stretches for thousands of kilometers. People eat noodles, dumplings, and rice here. The Great Wall and the Forbidden City are famous attractions. The capital city is called Beijing. What country is it? Listeners, do you know the answer? Remember to say, "I think it is," before giving your answer.
That is China. The Great Wall of China is one of the most amazing structures ever built by humans. I would love to visit it one day. Let me give another clue. This country is in South America. It is famous for a very tall statue of Jesus Christ with his arms open wide, high on a mountain. Carnival, a huge, colorful festival, is very famous there. People speak Portuguese. The beaches are beautiful and the football is amazing. The largest city has Rio in its name. Listeners, do you know this one? It is a very famous and beautiful country.
That is Brazil. And the famous statue is called Christ the Redeemer on Corcovado Mountain above Rio de Janeiro. Stunning. One more clue from me. This one is a city, not a country. This city is in England. It is the capital city of the United Kingdom. It has a famous bridge that opens to let tall ships pass through. It has a very big clock tower, and people call the bell inside it Big Ben. You can see the royal palace where the king lives. Red double-decker buses go through the streets. The underground train system is called the Tube. Listeners, what city is this? I think almost everyone in the world knows this famous city.
That is London, one of the most famous and visited cities in the whole world. The Tower Bridge, Big Ben, Buckingham Palace, and the red double-decker buses, instantly recognizable. This guessing game is such a fun way to practice geography and descriptive vocabulary in English. Now, let's give our listeners some final vocabulary review. Important holiday words and phrases to remember from today's episode. Destination, where you go. Accommodation, where you stay. Book, to reserve in advance. Suitcase or luggage, your bags. Passport, your travel document. Check-in, to register at a hotel or airport. Sightseeing, visiting famous places. Souvenir, a gift from a holiday.
Absolutely. A few more essential holiday words. Itinerary, your detailed plan for a trip, day by day. Jet lag, feeling tired and confused because you crossed many time zones by plane. Currency, the money used in a particular country. Exchange rate, how much one currency is worth in another. Sunscreen, cream to protect your skin from the sun. Lost property, a place at airports or stations where lost items are kept. Travel insurance, a policy that helps if things go wrong on your trip. Return ticket, a ticket to go to a place and come back. Departure, when you leave. arrival, when you get to your destination.
Jet lag and travel insurance are both so important to know. Now, let me ask you one final personal question before we wrap up. Mark, what has been the best holiday of your entire life so far? Not where you want to go in the future, but the best trip you have actually taken. I think this is a beautiful question because our best holiday memories are often connected to the people we were with or unexpected moments, not just the destination itself. Think about this question, listeners. What has been your best holiday so far? In English, you can say, the best holiday I have ever had was, or my most memorable trip was when. These are.
The best holiday of my life was a trip to Japan 3 years ago. I went for 3 weeks. Tokyo, Kyoto, Osaka, and smaller towns in between. Everything was perfect. The weather, the food, the people, the culture, the landscapes. I visited ancient temples in the morning and modern neighborhoods at night. I tried new foods every single day. I made friends with local people and other travelers. I had moments of pure wonder, like standing in a bamboo forest at dawn with no one else around, in complete silence except for the wind and the trees. That moment felt sacred and special. Japan taught me to slow down, pay attention, and appreciate beauty in everyday things.
The bamboo forest at dawn? That image is breathtaking. What a perfect holiday memory. My most memorable holiday was a trip to Greece with my family. We visited Athens and then a small Greek island. White houses, blue doors, clear turquoise water, fresh fish every day, and long, lazy afternoons in the sunshine. The most special part was being there with my whole family, my parents, my brother, and my grandmother. We ate together every evening, talked for hours, laughed a lot, and made memories I will carry forever. I realized then that the people you travel with are just as important as the destination itself. Holidays are about people and moments.
What a beautiful story, Anna. Family holidays really are so special. It is so true. The people you are with often matter more than the destination itself. A good holiday shows you that the world is big, varied, and full of wonder. It reminds you what matters most in life. Whether your holiday is in a distant country or a nearby town, what you take away in your heart is what truly counts. I think every person should try to go on at least one really meaningful holiday in their life. Now, let's wrap up today's episode. Anna, would you like to give our listeners a final summary?
What a beautiful and meaningful episode this has been. I hope all our listeners feel inspired to plan their next holiday, or at least to daydream about one. Let me give a final summary of what we talked about today. We discussed the meaning of the word holiday and different types of holidays: beach, city break, camping, adventure, and more. We talked about planning, booking accommodation and transport. We covered things to do on holiday: sightseeing, eating, shopping, and exploring. We discussed holiday problems, budgeting, responsible travel, and holiday idioms. We played a fun guessing game with destinations, and we shared our personal best holiday memories.
Thank you so much, Anna. This was such a wonderful and warm episode. And a huge thank you to every single listener for spending this time with us. Holidays are one of life's greatest pleasures. They refresh your mind, open your heart, and show you how big and beautiful our world is. Talking about holidays in English is something you will do every day, at work, with friends, and when meeting new people. Use today's vocabulary and phrases in real conversations. Share your own holiday stories and ask others about theirs. Language comes alive when you connect it to real, personal experiences.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, friendly, and very useful. Today, we have a really exciting and practical topic. We are going to talk about how to study smart, not hard. Many people spend hours and hours studying, but do not see good results. The problem is often not how much they study, but how they study. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark. Mark, say hello and tell us, were you a smart studier when you were at school?
Hello, hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our wonderful listeners. Was I a smart studier at school? Honestly, no, not at first. I used to sit at my desk for many hours, rereading the same pages over and over, and wondering why I could not remember anything. It was frustrating and exhausting. But over time, I discovered that there are much smarter and more effective ways to study. Today, Anna and I are going to share the best techniques, strategies, and habits that science has proven actually work. By the end of this episode, you will know exactly how to get better results in less time. Let's get started.
Let's start with some important vocabulary for today's topic. To study smart means to use effective, efficient methods that produce the best results in the least amount of time. To study hard simply means to spend a lot of time and effort studying, often without a clear strategy. These are very different things. Other important words: technique, a specific method or way of doing something; strategy, a plan for achieving a goal; retention, the ability to remember and keep information in your memory; and active learning, engaging deeply with material rather than passively reading it; and to cram, to try to learn a large amount of information very quickly just before an exam.
Studying hard without smart strategies is ineffective for one main reason. The human brain does not store information simply because you look at it for a long time. The brain stores information that is meaningful, repeated in smart ways, connected to what it already knows, and retrieved actively. Simply rereading your notes or textbook is one of the least effective study methods science has identified, but it is what most students naturally do. The phrase, "the illusion of knowing," describes this perfectly. When you reread something, it feels familiar, so you think you know it. But familiarity is not the same as real learning. Real learning means you can recall and use information without looking at it.
The illusion of knowing. What a powerful and important concept. Now, let's talk about the first smart study strategy: active recall. Active recall means testing yourself on material instead of just reading it. Instead of looking at your notes and thinking, "Yes, I know this," you close your notes and try to remember the information from memory. You ask yourself questions. What are the main points of this topic? What did I just read? Can I explain this in my own words without looking? This forces your brain to work hard to retrieve the information, which strengthens the memory much more than passive rereading. A simple tool for active recall is flashcards.
Active recall is one of the most powerful study techniques ever researched. Here's why it works so well. Every time you try to retrieve a piece of information from memory, even if you struggle and cannot remember it perfectly, your brain strengthens the connection to that information. The struggle to remember is not a sign that you are failing. It is actually the learning happening. Psychologists call this the testing effect, or retrieval practice effect. The simple act of testing yourself on material dramatically improves how well you remember it long term, compared to rereading the same material. Practical ways to use active recall: close your book and write everything you remember.
Teaching the material to an imaginary student. I love that idea. Now, let's talk about the second powerful strategy: spaced repetition. Spaced repetition means reviewing information at gradually increasing intervals over time, rather than studying everything on the same day. For example, you learn something new today, you review it tomorrow, then 3 days later, then a week later, then a month later. Each time you review, the memory gets stronger and lasts longer. This matches the natural way human memory works. Our memories fade over time. Scientists call this the forgetting curve. But each time you review information just before you're about to forget it, the forgetting curve resets and becomes flatter.
Spaced repetition is beautifully simple once you understand it. Imagine you're building a wall with bricks. If you lay all the bricks in one day and never come back, the wall might collapse. But if you add bricks regularly over many days, checking that each layer is solid before adding the next, the wall becomes strong and permanent. Memory works the same way. Trying to learn everything about a topic in one long session, called massed practice or cramming, creates weak temporary memories. Reviewing the same material spread over multiple sessions creates strong, lasting memories. The brilliant thing is, spaced repetition actually requires less total study time than cramming to achieve better long-term results.
What a perfect analogy, building a wall of knowledge brick by brick. Now let's talk about the third strategy, the Pomodoro technique, because this one is specifically about how to manage your study time. The Pomodoro technique was created by Francesco Cirillo in the 1980s. It is very simple. You work with complete focus for 25 minutes. This is called one pomodoro, the Italian word for tomato, because Cirillo used a tomato-shaped kitchen timer. After 25 minutes, you take a 5-minute break. After completing 4 pomodoros, you take a longer break of 15 to 30 minutes. This method works because it creates focused work blocks, prevents mental fatigue, and makes large tasks feel manageable.
Yes, the Pomodoro technique has been genuinely transformative for my productivity. Before I discovered it, I would sit at my desk for 2 or 3 hours feeling increasingly tired, distracted, and unproductive. Now I work in focused 25-minute blocks, and the difference is remarkable. The fixed time limit creates a sense of urgency. You know you only have 25 minutes, so you focus immediately without procrastinating. The regular breaks prevent mental fatigue and keep your concentration fresh across a longer period. And seeing a completed list of Pomodoros at the end of a study session gives a satisfying sense of accomplishment.
Even a struggling student can manage 25 minutes, and that is exactly how to start. Now let's talk about the fourth SMART strategy, interleaving. Interleaving means mixing different subjects or types of problems within a single study session, rather than studying one subject completely before moving to the next. For example, instead of spending 1 hour only on mathematics, you might do 20 minutes of mathematics, then 20 minutes of history, then 20 minutes of biology. This feels less comfortable than studying one subject at a time, but research shows it actually produces much better long-term learning. The slight difficulty and confusion you feel when switching between topics forces your brain to work harder and make connections.
Interleaving works better because of something called desirable difficulty. When studying feels slightly hard and uncomfortable, your brain is actually working more deeply with the material. Studying one subject in one big block feels comfortable and efficient, but it creates an illusion of mastery. You were just warming up to the material. When you switch subjects, you have to start fresh, re-engage your brain, and actively recall what you were working on when you return. This active re-engagement is the real learning happening. Research studies comparing blocked practice, one subject at a time, with interleaved practice consistently find that interleaved learners perform significantly better on tests, even though they often feel less confident during studying.
Desirable difficulty. What a wonderful concept. The slight discomfort is actually the learning. Now let's talk about the environment, because where and how you study has a significant impact on the quality and effectiveness of your studying. A good study environment has several key features. It is free from distractions, especially your phone and social media. It is comfortable, but not too comfortable. Studying in bed, for example, makes many people sleepy. It has good lighting. Natural light is best. It is quiet or has only non-distracting background sound, and it is associated in your mind with studying. If you always study at the same desk, your brain begins to automatically shift into.
My ideal study environment has a few non-negotiables. First, my phone is in another room or on airplane mode, completely out of sight. Notifications are the #1 enemy of focused study. Research shows that even having your phone visible on your desk, even face down, reduces your cognitive capacity. Just seeing it makes you think about it. Second, I sit at a proper desk with good lighting, not on a sofa or in bed. Third, I use noise-canceling headphones, either with silence or instrumental music without lyrics. Lyrics are very distracting when reading or thinking. Fourth, I keep my desk clear of unnecessary objects. Clutter creates mental noise.
A prepared environment is a productive environment. I love that. Now let's talk about something many students do wrong: highlighting and underlining. Many students use colored highlighters on their textbooks and feel very productive while doing it. The page looks neat and colorful, and it feels like studying. But research consistently shows that highlighting and underlining are among the least effective study techniques available. Why? Because they are passive. You are just marking text, not deeply engaging with it. And because students tend to highlight too much, which does not help them identify the most important information. Marking your textbook in yellow does not make your brain remember it better.
Instead of highlighting, students should annotate and engage actively. Here is what effective reading looks like. As you read, ask yourself questions. Why is this important? How does this connect to what I already know? Can I think of an example? Write these thoughts in the margins. This is called annotation. Summarize each section in your own words in the margin or in a separate notebook. This forces active processing. Create a simple outline of the main points without looking at the text. And after finishing a section, close the book and try to write everything you remember. Then check what you missed. These active reading strategies produce dramatically better retention than any amount of highlighting.
Annotation and summarizing in your own words, so much more powerful than highlighting. Now let's talk about the importance of sleep for learning, because many students make the serious mistake of staying up very late to study more, but this is counterproductive. During sleep, especially during the deep sleep and REM stages, your brain actively consolidates memories. It sorts, organizes, and strengthens everything you learned during the day, moving information from short-term to long-term memory. If you deprive yourself of sleep to study more, you are actually undermining the very process that makes your studying effective. The phrase "sleep on it" has real scientific meaning. Sleeping after learning significantly improves how well you remember.
Sleep is possibly the single most important study tool that almost no student talks about. Here is what happens neurologically. During deep sleep, your brain replays and strengthens the neural pathways formed during the day's learning. During REM sleep, your brain makes creative connections between new information and things you already know. This is why you sometimes wake up with a new understanding of something you were confused about the day before. Studies show that sleeping between a learning session and a test dramatically improves test performance compared to staying awake from more study time. The practical advice? Do your studying, then sleep. Do not cram at the expense of sleep.
Sleep is studying. Every student needs to hear that. Now let's talk about exercise and its relationship to learning, because this surprises many people. Physical exercise is not just good for your body, it is directly beneficial for your brain and your ability to learn. Exercise increases blood flow to the brain, promotes the growth of new brain cells, and releases chemicals like BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which scientists sometimes call miracle grow for the brain because it helps neurons connect and memories form. Studies consistently show that students who exercise regularly have better memory, better concentration, and better academic performance than those who do not.
The difference in my mental performance after exercise is remarkable. On days when I go for a morning run or do even a short workout before studying, my concentration is sharper, my thinking is clearer, and I learn new information much more quickly. On days when I sit at my desk all day without moving, my mind feels foggy and slow by the afternoon. The research strongly supports this personal experience. A study from Harvard found that aerobic exercise, activities that raise your heart rate, actually causes new brain cells to grow in the hippocampus, the area of the brain most responsible for learning and memory.
Move your body to improve your mind. Such a simple and powerful message. Now let's talk about something very important for all learners: the importance of breaks. Many students feel guilty about taking breaks. They think every minute not studying is a minute wasted. But this is wrong. Regular, planned breaks are essential for effective studying. Your brain cannot maintain deep focus indefinitely. After a period of concentrated work, typically 20 to 45 minutes, the quality of your attention decreases significantly. Working through this fatigue does not produce more learning, it produces less. Planned breaks allow your brain to consolidate recent learning, reset your attention, and approach the next session with fresh focus.
Effective study breaks are those that genuinely rest your brain, not those that simply replace one screen with another. Here is what I recommend. Stand up and move. Even walking to the kitchen and back gets blood flowing. Go outside briefly if possible. Fresh air and natural light are genuinely restorative for mental energy. Do a few minutes of gentle stretching. Your body gets stiff from sitting. Have a healthy snack and drink water. Hydration significantly affects cognitive performance. Or simply sit quietly for a few minutes without any screens. What I do not recommend for breaks: checking social media, watching videos, or playing phone games.
A real break means stepping away from all screens. So important and so often ignored. Now let's talk about goal setting for studying, because studying without a clear goal is like driving without a destination. Effective study goals are specific and measurable. Not, I will study English today, but I will learn and review 20 new English vocabulary words with flashcards for 30 minutes today. Not, I will study for my exam, but I will complete and self-test on chapters 3 and 4 today. When your study goal is specific, you know exactly when you have achieved it. This creates motivation, focus, and a satisfying sense of completion when you finish.
Setting effective study goals has transformed my productivity. Here's my simple system. The night before, I decide specifically what I want to accomplish the next day. Not what I want to go over, but what I want to be able to do by the end of the session. For example, by the end of this session, I will be able to recall all 50 vocabulary words without looking at my notes. Or I will complete 10 practice problems and check my answers. Notice that the goal describes a result, something I can verify, not just an activity. I also estimate how long each task will take and plan my sessions accordingly.
Specific outcomes make studying more effective and more satisfying. Perfectly said. Now, let's talk about the myth of multitasking, because many students believe they can study effectively while also doing other things, watching television, texting friends, or listening to music with lyrics. But research is very clear. Multitasking, truly doing two mentally demanding things simultaneously, is not possible for the human brain. What we call multitasking is actually task switching, rapidly moving attention between tasks. And every time you switch, there is a cost, called switching cost, where your attention takes time to fully engage with the new task. This makes every individual task slower and less accurate.
The impact of distractions during studying is much greater than most people realize. Research by Gloria Mark at the University of California found that after being interrupted, even briefly, it takes an average of 23 minutes to fully return to the original task. So one quick check of your phone does not cost you 30 seconds. It potentially costs you more than 20 minutes of full concentration. This means that students who study for 2 hours with frequent phone checks may achieve far less deep learning than students who study with complete focus for just 45 minutes.
Protect your focus fiercely. It is your most precious resource. I want to write that on every student's desk. Now, let's talk about the importance of understanding rather than memorization. Many students try to memorize information without truly understanding it. This creates fragile knowledge. You might remember facts for an exam, but quickly forget them afterward, and you cannot apply them flexibly in new situations. True learning means understanding the underlying concepts, principles, and connections. When you understand something deeply, you can remember it more easily, apply it in different contexts, and transfer it to new situations. In English, I understand why this works, not just that it works. I can explain this in my own words.
Building understanding rather than memorizing is one of the most important learning principles. A powerful technique for this is called the Feynman technique, named after Nobel Prize-winning physicist Richard Feynman. It works in 4 steps. First, choose a concept you want to understand. Second, explain it as simply and clearly as possible, as if you were teaching a 10-year-old child. Use plain language, no jargon. Third, identify the gaps. Where did your explanation break down? Where did you struggle to explain clearly? Those are the areas you do not truly understand yet. Fourth, go back to your source material and fill those gaps, then repeat.
Simplicity is the sign of true understanding. That is such a powerful principle. Now, let's do a quick quiz for our listeners. I will describe a student's study behavior, and Mark will say whether this student is studying smart and suggest a better approach if needed. Ready? Situation 1. Mia has an exam in 3 days. She opens her textbook and spends 2 hours reading all her notes from the beginning, using a yellow highlighter to mark sentences she thinks are important. She reads everything twice and feels confident she knows it well. Listeners, is Mia studying smart? Think about what we have discussed today. Mark, what is your verdict, and what should Mia do instead?
Mia is unfortunately not studying smart. She is using 2 of the least effective study techniques, passive rereading and highlighting. Rereading creates the illusion of knowing. Because the material looks familiar, she feels confident, but this familiarity is not the same as real memory or understanding. And highlighting is passive. It does not make her brain work hard to remember anything. Here's what Mia should do instead. After one reading, she should close the book and write down everything she can remember. Active recall. She should use flashcards to test herself on key facts. She should spread her review over 3 days, 1 solid session today, a review tomorrow, and a final review.
Perfect advice for Mia. Now let's look at situation 2. Daniel studies for 30 minutes with complete focus, no phone, no music, at his desk. He uses flashcards to test himself on vocabulary. After 30 minutes, he takes a 10-minute walk outside, then he returns and studies a different subject for 25 minutes using the Pomodoro technique. In the evening, he reviews his earlier flashcards briefly and goes to bed at 10:30 to ensure 8 hours of sleep. Listeners, is Daniel studying smart? What is he doing well? I am very curious to hear Mark's analysis of Daniel's study session.
Daniel is studying brilliantly. Let me go through everything he's doing right. First, 30 minutes of complete distraction-free focus. This protects his concentration and ensures deep learning. Second, using flashcards for vocabulary. This is active recall, one of the best study techniques available. Third, a 10-minute walk for a break. This genuinely restores his brain and increases blood flow. Fourth, switching to a different subject. This is interleaving, which again, research produces better long-term retention. Fifth, a brief evening review of earlier flashcards. This is spaced repetition, consolidating his earlier learning. And sixth, getting 8 hours of sleep, allowing his brain to fully consolidate everything he learned during the day.
Daniel is my new study hero. Now let's talk about something that often gets overlooked, the physical act of writing by hand. In our digital world, many students take notes on laptops or tablets, but research suggests that handwriting notes, physically writing by hand, leads to better learning than typing. The reason is fascinating. When you type, you can transcribe information very quickly, which means you often write down words almost verbatim without deeply processing them. When you write by hand, the process is slower, which forces you to listen more carefully, select the most important information, and put it into your own words. This deeper processing during note-taking leads to better understanding and better retention.
I use both, but for different purposes. For learning new material and attending lectures or classes, I always prefer handwriting in a physical notebook. The slower pace forces me to process and summarize rather than transcribe. My handwritten notes are messier and shorter than typed notes, but they represent what I actually understood, not just what I heard. For organizing and reviewing information later, I sometimes transfer key points to a digital format, which is easier to search and reorganize. If you use a laptop for notes, a simple rule helps. Do not write full sentences. Force yourself to summarize in 4 or 5 words per point. This mimics the processing benefit of handwriting.
Engage your brain, not just your fingers. Such a clear and practical principle. Now let's talk about learning in different ways, what is called multimodal learning. Our brains process and remember information much better when we encounter it in multiple different formats. Reading about a topic is one way, watching a video explanation is another, drawing a diagram is another, explaining it aloud to someone is another, creating a mind map is another. Each different format activates different parts of your brain and creates more connections to the new information, making it easier to remember and apply. For language learners especially, combining reading, listening, speaking, and writing creates much stronger learning than any single method alone.
Multimodal learning is something I practice naturally now, though I did not always do it deliberately. When I'm learning something new, I try to encounter it in at least 3 different ways. First, I read about it from a textbook or article. Second, I find a video explanation. Watching and listening adds a visual and auditory dimension. Third, I write a summary in my own words. This activates writing and deepens processing. And sometimes I also draw a simple diagram or mind map connecting the key ideas visually. For language learning specifically, which is what many of our listeners are doing right now, this means reading English, listening to English, speaking English, and
Every episode of this podcast is already multimodal learning. I love that. You are already studying smart by listening to us. Now let's give our listeners a complete summary of all the smart study strategies we have covered today. Strategy 1. Use active recall. Test yourself instead of rereading. Strategy 2. Use spaced repetition. Review at increasing intervals over time. Strategy 3. Use the Pomodoro technique. 25 minutes focused, 5 minutes break. Strategy 4. Try interleaving. Mix different subjects in one session. Strategy 5. Create a distraction-free study environment. Strategy 6. Annotate and summarize instead of highlighting. Strategy 7. Protect your sleep. It is essential for memory consolidation.
Continuing the strategy list, Strategy 9 sets specific, measurable study goals for each session. Strategy 10, eliminate all distractions, protect your focus fiercely. Strategy 11, build understanding, not just memorization. Use the Feynman technique. Strategy 12, use multimodal learning. Read, watch, write, speak. Strategy 13, take handwritten notes to deepen processing. Strategy 14, never cram. Distributed practice always beats massed practice. Strategy 15, do practice tests and questions, the best exam preparation available. And Strategy 16, teach what you have learned to someone else, or to yourself out loud. If you can explain it clearly and simply, you truly know it.
16 smart study strategies. What an incredible toolkit. I feel like going back to school just listening to this episode. Let me give a final summary of today. We talked about the difference between studying smart and studying hard. We covered active recall, spaced repetition, the Pomodoro technique, and interleaving. We discussed creating a good study environment, the failure of highlighting, and the power of annotation. We talked about sleep, exercise, breaks, goal setting, and the dangers of multitasking. We explored understanding over memorization using the Feynman technique, multimodal learning, and handwritten notes. We did a quiz about Mia and Daniel, and we gave 16 complete study strategies.
Thank you so much, Anna. This was one of the most practically useful episodes we have ever made. And a huge thank you to every listener who joined us today. Remember, studying smart means using your time and energy in the most effective way possible so that you learn more, remember more, and enjoy the process more. Every single one of the strategies we shared today is backed by real scientific research. They work. Start with one small change. Maybe try active recall for just 15 minutes today instead of rereading your notes. Notice the difference. Then add another strategy next week. Small, consistent improvements compound into extraordinary results over time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, fun, and useful. Today, we have a really important topic. We are going to talk about health. Health is one of the most important things in our lives, and we talk about it every day in English. How do you feel? What do you eat? Do you exercise? These are all very common questions. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark. Mark, say hello and tell us, how is your health these days?
Hello, hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our fantastic listeners. How is my health? I am happy to say I feel great. I have been making good choices lately, sleeping well, exercising regularly, and eating more vegetables. Today's topic is really important because your health affects every single part of your life. When you feel good, everything is better. Your mood, your work, your relationships. Anna and I are going to talk about different aspects of health: healthy eating, exercise, sleep, mental health, and much more. We will also give you lots of useful English vocabulary and phrases. By the end of this episode, you will be able to talk about health confidently. Let's begin.
Okay, so let's start with a very basic question. What does health mean? Health means the condition of your body and your mind. When we say someone is healthy, we mean their body and mind are working well and they feel good. The World Health Organization defines health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. That means health is not just about your body, it is also about how you feel emotionally and how you connect with other people. In English, we have a common saying, health is wealth. This means good health is the most valuable thing you can have. Mark, can you give our listeners some simple ways to say how you feel in English?
Sure. Here are some common and useful phrases for talking about how you feel. I feel great. You feel very good. I feel fine. You feel okay, not bad. I do not feel well. Something is wrong with you. I feel under the weather. This is a common idiom meaning you feel slightly sick. I have a cold, a common illness with a runny nose and sore throat. I have a headache, pain in your head. My back hurts. You have pain in your back. I feel tired. You lack energy. I feel energetic. You have a lot of energy. I feel stressed. You feel worried and under pressure. These simple phrases are used all the time in everyday English conversations about health.
Those phrases are so useful. I feel under the weather is one I hear all the time. Now, let's talk about healthy eating, because food is one of the most important things for our health. The food you eat gives your body energy and the nutrients it needs to function properly. Nutrients are things like vitamins, minerals, protein, carbohydrates, and fats, all essential for a healthy body. A balanced diet means eating a variety of different foods in the right amounts. Fruits and vegetables are especially important. Health experts recommend eating at least 5 portions of fruit and vegetables every day. Mark, what does a healthy diet look like? Can you describe what you eat in a typical day?
A healthy diet varies from person to person, but the general principles are similar for everyone. In a typical healthy day, I try to eat 3 balanced meals. For breakfast, I usually have oatmeal with fruit and a cup of green tea. For lunch, I often make a salad with protein, like chicken, eggs, or beans, plus plenty of vegetables. For dinner, I try to have a balanced plate: half vegetables, a quarter protein, like fish or lean meat, and a quarter whole grains, like brown rice or quinoa.
I drink lots of water throughout the day, at least 8 glasses. I also try to limit sugary drinks, processed foods, and too much salt. Eating mindfully and not rushing helps too.
That sounds like a really healthy and balanced diet. Now, let's talk about some specific healthy foods and what makes them good for your body. Fruits and vegetables are full of vitamins and minerals that protect against disease. Whole grains like brown rice, oats, and whole wheat bread give you lasting energy. Protein foods like chicken, fish, eggs, beans, and nuts help build and repair your muscles. Healthy fats found in avocado, nuts, and olive oil are good for your heart and brain. And dairy products, or dairy alternatives like plant-based milk, provide calcium for strong bones. Mark, are there any foods you think are especially important for good health? Any superfoods you particularly recommend?
I love the concept of superfoods. Some of my favorites: blueberries, tiny but packed with antioxidants which protect your body from damage. Spinach, a leafy green vegetable rich in iron, vitamins A, C, and K. Salmon, an excellent source of omega-3 fatty acids, which are wonderful for brain and heart health. Garlic has natural antibacterial and immune-boosting properties. Eggs, a complete protein source with many essential vitamins. Walnuts, great for brain health because of their healthy fats. And sweet potatoes, rich in beta-carotene, which your body converts to vitamin A, important for eye health and immunity. The key is not to eat just 1 or 2 superfoods, but to eat a wide variety of colorful, natural whole foods every day.
Blueberries, spinach, salmon, eggs, walnuts, such a wonderful list. Now let's talk about foods and habits that are not so good for our health, because understanding what to avoid is just as important as knowing what to eat. Some things to limit or avoid: sugary drinks like soda and juice. They have a lot of sugar but almost no nutritional value. Ultra-processed foods like chips, packaged cookies, and instant noodles, these often contain unhealthy fats, too much salt, and artificial additives. Too much red and processed meat linked to higher risk of heart disease and certain cancers. And too much alcohol. This damages the liver and many other organs. Mark, what other unhealthy habits affect people's health?
Beyond food, there are many other unhealthy habits to be aware of. Smoking is one of the most harmful things you can do to your health. It causes lung cancer, heart disease, and many other serious conditions. Sitting for too long without moving is also bad, called sitting disease by some experts. It is linked to obesity, diabetes, and heart problems. Getting too little sleep weakens your immune system and affects mental health. Eating too late at night disrupts your digestion and sleep quality. Skipping breakfast is a habit that can lead to overeating later. And high stress levels without proper management can cause serious long-term health problems. Being aware of these habits is the first step towards changing them for better health outcomes.
Smoking and sitting too much, both such important points. Now let's talk about exercise, because physical activity is one of the most powerful things you can do for your health. Regular exercise helps control your weight, strengthens your heart, builds muscles and bones, improves your mood, and reduces the risk of many diseases. The World Health Organization recommends that adults do at least 150 minutes of moderate exercise per week. That is about 30 minutes 5 days a week. Moderate exercise means things like walking briskly, cycling, swimming, or dancing. Activities that raise your heart rate but still allow you to hold a conversation. Mark, do you exercise regularly? What kind of exercise do you do?
Yes, I exercise regularly and I really enjoy it. My main activities are running and cycling. I run 3 times a week, usually 30 to 40 minutes per session. I find running incredibly good for both my body and my mind. After a good run, I always feel clear-headed and positive. On weekends, I like to go for longer cycle rides in the countryside. I also do some strength training twice a week, exercises using weights or my own body weight to build muscle strength. And I try to walk as much as possible in daily life, taking the stairs instead of the lift, walking to the shops, and taking short walks during lunch breaks. Even small amounts of movement throughout the day add up.
Running, cycling, strength training, and walking more in daily life, what a great combination! Now let's talk about some simple types of exercise for our listeners who are just starting out. You do not need a gym or special equipment to be more active. Walking is the simplest and most accessible form of exercise. It's free, you can do it anywhere, and it's gentle on your joints. Swimming is another excellent whole-body exercise that is kind to your joints. Yoga improves flexibility, strength, and mental calmness. Dancing is fun and a great workout. And home exercises like squats, push-ups, and planks require no equipment at all. Mark, what advice would you give to someone who wants to start exercising but doesn't know where to begin?
Great question. My top advice for beginners, start very small and be consistent. Do not try to do too much on the first day. You'll feel exhausted and discouraged. Start with just 10 or 15 minutes of walking every day. Then gradually increase the time and intensity. Find an activity you genuinely enjoy. If you love dancing, dance. If you love being in nature, hike or walk in the park. Enjoyment is the key to consistency. Set small, achievable goals, like walking for 20 minutes every day this week. Get a partner. Exercising with a friend makes it much more fun and helps you stay motivated. And remember, any movement is better than no movement. Even small daily habits transform your health over time.
Any movement is better than no movement. I love that. Now let's talk about sleep, because sleep is one of the most underrated aspects of health. Most adults need between 7 and 9 hours of sleep per night. During sleep, your body repairs itself, muscles heal, the brain processes information and forms memories, and the immune system strengthens. Poor sleep has serious effects. It weakens your immune system, increases stress hormones, impairs concentration and memory, and is linked to obesity, diabetes, and heart disease. Yet many people treat sleep as a luxury rather than a necessity. Mark, do you get enough sleep? And do you have any good habits for improving sleep quality?
Sleep is something I take very seriously now. I aim for about 8 hours every night. Some habits that have really improved my sleep quality: I go to bed and wake up at the same time every day, including weekends. This trains your body clock. I avoid screens, phone, computer, television for at least an hour before bed. The blue light from screens disrupts the production of melatonin, the hormone that helps you feel sleepy. I keep my bedroom cool, dark, and quiet. I avoid caffeine after 3 in the afternoon. Coffee and tea can stay in your system for many hours. And I have a relaxing bedtime routine. I read a book, have herbal tea, and do some gentle stretching. Good sleep really changes everything.
Avoiding screens before bed is such important advice. Now let's talk about mental health, because it is just as important as physical health. Mental health includes our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It affects how we think, feel, and behave. Common mental health challenges include anxiety, feeling very worried and nervous, and depression, which involves persistent feelings of sadness and loss of interest. Stress is also a very common mental health issue in modern life. In English, there are some important phrases for talking about mental health. I am feeling anxious. I have been feeling down lately. I need to talk to someone. Mark, why do you think mental health is so important to discuss openly?
Mental health is incredibly important, and I'm glad we are talking about it. For a long time, mental health was a taboo subject. People did not talk about it because they felt ashamed or weak. But the truth is that mental health problems are very common. 1 in 4 people will experience a mental health issue at some point in their life. Talking openly about mental health reduces stigma. That is the negative judgment that stops people from seeking help. When we normalize these conversations, more people feel comfortable asking for support. Mental health affects everything: your relationships, your work, your physical health, and your quality of life. Taking care of your mind is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of wisdom and self-awareness.
Taking care of your mind is a sign of wisdom. Beautifully said. Now let's talk about some practical ways to take care of your mental health. First, connect with people you care about. Strong social relationships are one of the most powerful protectors of mental health. Talk to friends and family regularly. Second, get regular physical exercise. It is proven to reduce anxiety and depression. Third, spend time in nature whenever possible. Even a short walk in a park can improve your mood significantly. Fourth, practice gratitude. Write down 3 things you are thankful for every day. Fifth, get enough sleep. And sixth, if you are struggling, seek professional help. Talking to a therapist or counselor is a sign of strength. Mark, what do you do for your mental health?
For my mental health, I have several practices that really help. First, I exercise regularly, as we discussed. It is fantastic for mood. Second, I meditate for 10 to 15 minutes every morning. Meditation simply means sitting quietly and focusing on your breathing. It sounds simple, but the effect on stress and anxiety is significant. Third, I spend time in nature whenever possible. I find it genuinely calming and restorative. Fourth, I maintain strong friendships and make time for the people I care about. Fifth, I journal. Writing down my thoughts and feelings helps me process them clearly. And sixth, I try to limit news and social media consumption, especially in the evening. A positive digital environment supports mental health enormously.
Meditation and journaling, 2 wonderful practices. Now let's talk about something very practical, how to talk to a doctor in English. Many of our listeners may need to visit a doctor in an English-speaking country, so knowing the right phrases is very important. When you describe your symptoms, the signs that you are sick, you might say, I have had a fever for 2 days. I have a sore throat and a cough. My stomach hurts. I have been feeling dizzy. I cannot sleep. I feel very tired all the time. The doctor will ask questions like, how long have you had this? On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is the pain? Mark, what other doctor vocabulary should our listeners know?
Very important vocabulary for the doctor. A symptom is a sign of illness, like a headache or a rash. A diagnosis is when the doctor tells you what is wrong. A prescription is a written order for medicine from the doctor. Medication or medicine is what you take to treat an illness. A dosage is how much medicine you take and how often. Side effects are unwanted effects of a medicine. An appointment is a scheduled time to see the doctor. Emergency room, or A&E, is where you go for serious, sudden illness or injury. And health insurance is a policy that helps pay for medical costs. Useful phrases. I need to make an appointment. Can you recommend a specialist? What is the dosage for this medication? These are all very important to know.
Those medical phrases and vocabulary words are so helpful. Now let's talk about some very common illnesses and health problems in English. A cold is a very common illness. You get a runny nose, sore throat, and mild fever. It usually gets better on its own in about a week. The flu, or influenza, is more serious than a cold. You feel very unwell, have a high fever, body aches, and extreme tiredness. Allergies happen when your immune system overreacts to something harmless, like pollen, pet hair, or certain foods. High blood pressure is very common and can lead to heart disease if untreated. And diabetes is a condition where the body cannot manage blood sugar properly. Mark, what are some important ways to prevent these common illnesses?
Prevention is always better than cure. Here are some key prevention strategies. Washing your hands regularly is one of the simplest and most effective ways to prevent spread of illness. Wash with soap for at least 20 seconds. Getting vaccinated, flu vaccines, COVID vaccines, and other immunizations protect you and the people around you. Eating well and exercising strengthens your immune system so your body can fight off illness more effectively. Getting enough sleep is also crucial for immunity. Avoiding smoking completely, limiting alcohol, managing stress, and having regular health checkups. Visiting your doctor for routine tests even when you feel well can catch problems early before they become serious. Early detection saves lives and makes treatment much more effective.
Prevention is always better than cure, one of the most important sayings in health. Now, let's talk about hydration, because drinking enough water is something many people underestimate. Your body is about 60% water, and every system in your body needs water to function properly. Water helps regulate body temperature, transport nutrients, flush out waste products, and keep your joints lubricated. When you do not drink enough water, you become dehydrated. Signs of dehydration include dark yellow urine, dry mouth, feeling tired, headache, and difficulty concentrating. Most adults should drink about 2 liters or about 8 glasses of water per day. Mark, how do you make sure you drink enough water every day?
Staying hydrated is something I am very intentional about. I keep a large water bottle on my desk at all times. If it is visible, I am much more likely to drink from it. I start every morning by drinking a large glass of water before my coffee. This rehydrates my body after sleep. I also try to eat water-rich foods. Cucumbers, watermelon, tomatoes, and oranges all have high water content. A helpful tip: if you are not used to drinking much water, try adding a slice of lemon, cucumber, or mint to make it more appealing. And pay attention to your body's signals. By the time you feel thirsty, you are already slightly dehydrated. Drink water regularly throughout the day, not just when thirsty.
Drink before you feel thirsty. Such useful advice. Now, let's do a short quiz for our listeners. I will describe a health situation, and Mark will tell us what we should do. Situation 1. You have a mild cold, a runny nose, slight sore throat, and you feel a little tired. You do not have a high fever. What should you do? Think about it, listeners. Should you go to the emergency room, stay home and rest, or take strong medicine immediately? Mark, what do you think is the right answer and why?
For a mild cold, the best thing to do is stay home and rest. A mild cold is caused by a virus, and antibiotics, medicine for bacterial infections, do not work against viruses. The best treatment is rest, plenty of fluids, and some simple relief like honey and lemon tea or paracetamol for discomfort. You should also avoid going to work or school if possible, not just for your own recovery, but also to avoid spreading the cold to others. Drink lots of water and warm liquids. Eat nutritious food to support your immune system. Most mild colds resolve on their own within 7 to 10 days. You only need to see a doctor if symptoms are very severe, last more than 10 days, or you develop a high fever.
Perfect answer. Rest, fluids, and time, the best treatment for a mild cold. Now let's move to situation 2. You've had a very high fever, above 39 degrees Celsius, for 3 days, along with severe body aches and extreme tiredness. This sounds like it could be the flu. What should you do in this situation? Listeners, think about whether you should stay home, call your doctor, or go to an emergency room. The high fever and how long it has lasted are important details here. Mark, what is the right advice for someone experiencing these more serious symptoms?
With a high fever above 39 degrees Celsius for 3 days, you should definitely contact your doctor. This is more serious than a common cold. Your doctor may recommend antiviral medication for flu if you are in a high-risk group. For example, elderly people, young children, pregnant women, or people with chronic health conditions. You should still rest, drink plenty of fluids, and take appropriate fever-reducing medicine. Watch for warning signs that mean you need emergency help: difficulty breathing, chest pain, confusion, or very severe headache. If you have these symptoms, go to the emergency room immediately. And remember, next year, get your flu vaccine. Vaccination is the best protection against serious influenza and its complications. Stay safe and know when to seek help.
Knowing when to see a doctor versus when to rest at home is such a valuable skill. Now let's talk about the importance of regular health checkups or preventative care. Many serious diseases can be caught early through regular tests and screenings when they're much easier to treat. For example, a blood pressure check can detect high blood pressure early before it causes a heart attack or stroke. A blood sugar test can detect pre-diabetes when you can still reverse the condition through diet and lifestyle changes. Cancer screenings like mammograms, cervical smear tests, and colonoscopies can detect cancer at an early and treatable stage. Mark, how often do you think people should have health checkups?
Regular health checkups are really important. How often you need them depends on your age, health history, and risk factors. Generally, adults should have a basic health check, including blood pressure, blood sugar, cholesterol, and weight, at least once a year. Dental checkups are recommended every 6 months. Eye tests are recommended every 1 to 2 years. For specific cancer screenings, doctors usually recommend them from a certain age. For example, regular mammograms for women from around 50 years old, and colonoscopies from around 50 as well. The most important thing is to know your family health history. If your parents or grandparents had certain conditions, you may be at risk higher. Regular checkups and open communication with your doctor are your best tools for long-term health.
Family health history is such an important point. Now let's talk about some healthy habits that are easy to start and make a big difference over time. Habit 1, drink a glass of water first thing every morning. Habit 2, take a short walk every day, even 15 minutes helps. Habit 3, eat at least one piece of fruit or one serving of vegetables with every meal. Habit 4, go to bed at the same time every night to regulate your sleep. Habit 5, wash your hands before eating and after using the bathroom. And habit 6, take the stairs instead of the lift or elevator whenever possible. These are all small, simple habits, but together they make a significant difference. Mark, what healthy habits do you practice daily?
I practice most of the habits you mentioned. A few more I would add for my personal routine. Every morning, I do 5 minutes of light stretching. It wakes up my body and reduces muscle stiffness. I take a few deep breaths whenever I feel stressed during the day. Just 3 slow, deep breaths can significantly reduce tension. I try to eat lunch away from my computer. Stepping away from screens for meals is good for both digestion and mental rest. I limit my coffee to 1 or 2 cups per day and switch to herbal tea in the afternoon. And every evening, I write down 3 good things that happened that day. This simple gratitude practice has genuinely improved my overall mood and sense of well-being over time.
Deep breathing and gratitude, such simple but powerful practices. Now let's talk about something many people wonder about, vitamins and supplements. A supplement is a product, usually a tablet, capsule, or powder, that you take to add nutrients to your diet. Common supplements include vitamin D, especially important in countries with little sunshine, vitamin C, popular for supporting the immune system, omega-3 fish oil, good for heart and brain health, probiotics, these are beneficial bacteria that support gut health, iron, important for people who are anemic or do not eat much red meat. Mark, do you take any supplements, and what do you think about the role of supplements in a healthy lifestyle?
I do take a few supplements, but I want to be clear, supplements should not replace a healthy diet. They should supplement or add to an otherwise balanced diet. I take vitamin D every day because I live in a country that does not get a lot of sunshine, especially in winter. Low vitamin D is extremely common in northern countries and can affect mood, bone health, and immunity. I also take a high-quality omega-3 supplement on days when I do not eat fish. My advice, before taking any supplement, speak to a doctor or pharmacist. Some supplements interact with medications or are not appropriate for everyone. Food is always the best source of nutrition, but targeted supplements can fill real gaps in many people's diets.
Supplements should not replace a healthy diet. Such important advice. Now let's talk about the connection between food and mood, because what you eat affects how you feel emotionally and mentally. This field is called nutritional psychiatry. Research shows that people who eat a diet rich in fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and lean proteins are less likely to experience depression and anxiety compared to people who eat mostly processed and sugary foods. Your gut, your digestive system, contains millions of bacteria that communicate directly with your brain. This is sometimes called the gut-brain connection. A healthy gut supports a healthy mind. Mark, have you ever noticed a connection between what you eat and how you feel emotionally?
Absolutely. The connection between food and mood is something I have noticed very clearly in my own life. When I eat well, plenty of vegetables, whole grains, good protein, and lots of water, I feel focused, energetic, and positive. When I eat poorly, too much sugar, processed food, or skip meals, I notice a clear difference within just a day or two. I feel more irritable, foggy in my thinking, and generally less happy. The biggest change I noticed was when I reduced sugar in my diet. Initially, I craved it a lot, but after a couple of weeks without much sugar, my energy became much more stable throughout the day, no more sudden crashes in the afternoon. Food really is medicine for the body and the mind.
Food is medicine. What a powerful way to think about eating. Now let's do one more quiz. I will describe a person's typical daily habits, and Mark will tell us what is good and what could be improved. Here's the description. Sarah is 30 years old. She wakes up at 7 and immediately checks her phone for 1 hour. She skips breakfast and has a large coffee. She sits at her desk all day without breaks. She eats a sandwich for lunch while working. After work, she goes home and has a ready meal for dinner. She watches television until midnight and sleeps for 6 hours. She does not exercise. She feels tired and stressed most of the time. Mark, what health advice would you give Sarah?
Sarah has several habits that are affecting her health significantly. Let me go through them. Checking her phone immediately on waking increases stress before the day even starts. A better start is light stretching and a glass of water. Skipping breakfast leads to low energy and overeating later. Having a proper breakfast would help. Sitting all day is dangerous. She should set a reminder to stand up and move for 5 minutes every hour. Eating while working prevents mindful eating and increases stress. She should take a real lunch break. Ready meals for dinner are often high in salt and low in nutrients. Simple home cooking would be much better. Watching television until midnight is disrupting her sleep. 6 hours of sleep is not enough for most adults. And daily movement, even a short walk, would transform her energy and mood.
Wow, every single one of Sarah's habits needs improvement. But the encouraging thing is that she does not need to change everything at once. Even changing 1 or 2 habits can make a noticeable difference. Now I want to share some very useful vocabulary for talking about health and fitness in English. Here are some important words. Cardiovascular, relating to the heart and blood vessels. For example, running is great for cardiovascular health. Immunity, your body's ability to fight disease. Flexibility, how far your body can bend and stretch. Stamina, the ability to exercise for a long time without tiring. BMI, body mass index, a measure of body weight relative to height. And wellness, a general state of good health and positive lifestyle. Mark, can you add a few more health vocabulary words?
More useful health vocabulary. Metabolism, the process by which your body converts food into energy. A fast metabolism means your body burns energy quickly. Chronic, lasting a long time. A chronic condition is one that continues for months or years, like diabetes or asthma. Acute, sudden and severe, but not usually lasting long, like an acute infection. Inflammation, the body's natural response to injury or infection, redness, swelling, and heat. Antioxidants, substances found in fruits and vegetables that protect cells from damage. Hydration, the process of maintaining the right amount of water in your body. Sedentary, describing a lifestyle with very little physical activity. And longevity, living a long, healthy life. These words will help you read and understand health articles in English with much more confidence.
Those vocabulary words are excellent. Now let's talk about something very current and important, the difference between reliable health information and misinformation. Today, the internet is full of health advice, but not all of it is accurate or trustworthy. Some websites and social media posts spread false health information, sometimes called fake news in the health context. For example, claims that certain foods cure serious diseases, or that vaccines cause harm, or that miracle supplements can make you lose weight without effort. These claims are not supported by science. Mark, how can people identify reliable health information? How do you know if something you read about health is true?
Identifying reliable health information is a really important skill. Here are some guidelines. First, check the source. Reliable health information comes from established medical organizations like the World Health Organization, government health departments, or university research institutions. Second, look for evidence. Good health advice is based on multiple scientific studies, not just one person's experience. Third, be skeptical of extreme claims. If something promises miraculous results with no effort, it is probably not true. Fourth, check the date. Health research evolves, so look for recent information. Fifth, consult a real doctor or pharmacist for personal health questions rather than relying on internet searches alone. And sixth, be especially careful about health advice on social media. Always verify before you believe or share it.
Verify before you believe or share it. Such important advice for the digital age. Now let's talk about something positive, the role of happiness and positive emotions in physical health. Research shows that positive emotions like joy, gratitude, and love actually have measurable benefits for physical health. People who report higher levels of happiness tend to have stronger immune systems, lower blood pressure, and live longer than people who experience chronic stress and negative emotions. Laughter has genuine health benefits. It reduces stress hormones, relaxes muscles, and boosts the immune system. This is sometimes called the mind-body connection. Mark, do you believe that being happy makes you physically healthier?
I absolutely believe in the mind-body connection. The research on this is really compelling. Studies show that optimistic people, those who generally expect positive outcomes, have better cardiovascular health and recover from illness more quickly than pessimistic people. Chronic stress and negative emotions increase cortisol and other stress hormones, which damage the immune system and contribute to inflammation in the body. On the other hand, laughter, strong social connections, and feelings of purpose and meaning in life have measurable protective effects on physical health. I think this means that investing in your happiness, nurturing your relationships, finding purpose, practicing gratitude, and having fun is genuinely a form of healthcare. Health truly is holistic, body and mind together.
Health is holistic, body and mind together. What a perfect summary. Now, let's give our listeners some final health tips before we wrap up. Tip 1. Eat more fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and lean protein. Limit processed food, sugar, and alcohol. Tip 2. Move your body every day. Aim for 30 minutes of moderate exercise 5 days a week. Tip 3. Sleep 7 to 9 hours per night. Create a good sleep routine. Tip 4. Drink enough water, at least 8 glasses a day. Tip 5. Take care of your mental health. Connect with people, manage stress, and seek help if you need it. Tip 6. Have regular health checkups. Mark, can you add the final tips?
Continuing the tips. Tip 7. Do not smoke. If you currently smoke, seek help to stop. It is one of the best health decisions you will ever make. Tip 8. Limit alcohol. The safest amount is as little as possible. Tip 9. Wash your hands regularly to prevent illness. Tip 10. Know your body. Pay attention to changes and see a doctor if something doesn't feel right. Tip 11. Get vaccinated. Vaccines protect you and the people around you. And tip 12, be patient with yourself. Good health is built through consistent daily habits over time. Small improvements made consistently lead to remarkable results. You don't need to be perfect, you just need to keep making small positive choices every day. Your health is worth it.
What a wonderful and comprehensive episode. I hope every listener feels inspired to make at least one positive change for their health after today. Let me give a final summary. We talked about what health means: physical, mental, and social well-being. We discussed healthy eating and hydration. We covered exercise, sleep, and mental health. We learned useful phrases for talking to a doctor and describing symptoms. We talked about common illnesses, prevention, and regular checkups. We discussed supplements, the food-mood connection, and how to identify reliable health information. We did some fun quizzes and built lots of useful vocabulary. Health is your greatest asset. Take care of it every single day. Thank you so much for listening. See you next time.
Thank you so much, Anna. This was one of our best and most important episodes. And a huge thank you to every wonderful listener who spent this time with us. Remember, your health is the foundation of everything you do. When you are healthy, you have energy, clarity, and the ability to enjoy life fully. The good news is that small, consistent, healthy habits, drinking more water, sleeping better, moving a little more, and eating more vegetables add up to a big positive difference over time. Do not try to change everything at once. Start with one small thing today.
and use the English vocabulary and phrases from today's episode to talk about health with confidence. Take great care of yourselves. Be kind to your body and mind, and goodbye, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna. Today, I am here with my friend Mark. We talk about easy topics in English. This podcast is for people who are learning English. We speak slowly and use simple words. Today's topic is very interesting. We talk about wasting time. What does that mean? When you do something but it is not useful or important, you are wasting time. I think everyone does this sometimes. I do it too. So Mark, are you ready to start?
Hi, Anna. Hi, everyone. Yes, I am very ready. Thank you for the nice introduction. I am Mark. I am happy to be here today. This topic is fun because everyone can understand it. We all waste time sometimes. It is a normal part of life. Some people waste a lot of time, some people waste a little time, but nobody is perfect. I think we can learn a lot from talking about this. So, Anna, let's begin. This will be a great conversation. I'm excited.
So Mark, what does wasting time mean to you? Can you explain it in simple words? For me, wasting time means doing something that has no result. For example, I sit and look at my phone for 1 hour. After that, I do not feel good. I did not learn anything. I did not do any work. I just looked at videos and pictures. That is wasting time for me. Sometimes I feel a little sad after doing that, but I still do it. I think it is very easy to waste time. What do you think?
That is a great example, Anna. I agree with you. For me, wasting time means spending time on things that are not important right now. For example, I sometimes watch TV for 3 or 4 hours. I am not tired. I do not need rest. I just sit and watch. After that, I remember my homework or my work, and I feel worried. I think, oh no, I need to do that. It's a bad feeling. But in the moment, watching TV feels easy and nice, so it is hard to stop. I think that is why people waste time.
Mark, do you think wasting time is always bad? I sometimes think a little rest is not bad. For example, when I am very tired, I sit and do nothing for 30 minutes. Is that wasting time? I'm not sure. Maybe sometimes we need to rest. We need to stop doing work. Our brain needs a break. So maybe sometimes doing nothing is okay. But if I rest for 4 hours and I am not tired, that is different. That is a problem. What do you think? Is all wasting time bad?
That is a really good question, Anna. I think it depends. If you are tired and you rest, that is not wasting time. That is important for your body and your mind. But if you are not tired and you still do nothing, that is different. You feel bored. You feel empty. That is wasting time. I also think it depends on the person. Some people need more rest. Some people need less. So I don't think all wasting time is bad, but too much is a problem. We need a balance.
What are the most common ways people waste time? I have a few ideas. First, social media. I spend so much time on social media every day. I look at pictures, I read short messages, I watch short videos. Hours can pass very fast. Second, I sometimes talk too much with friends about nothing important. We talk and nothing happens. Third, I sometimes change my plans many times. I think, I will do this later, and later never comes. Do you have more examples?
Yes, I have more examples. First, I sometimes spend a lot of time looking for something. I look for my keys, my phone, my book. I waste 20 minutes every day just looking for things. That is very frustrating. Second, I sometimes start a task but stop many times. I go to the kitchen, I check my phone, I look outside. This is called procrastination. It means you delay doing something. Third, I watch videos online. I want to watch one video, but then another video starts, and another. Suddenly, 2 hours are gone. It's a big problem.
I think social media is a very big reason why people waste time. Do you use social media a lot? I use it every day. In the morning, I check my phone before I get up. I look at messages, I look at pictures. Sometimes 30 minutes pass before I even stand up from my bed. That is not good. I start my day already behind. I think this is very common now. Many people do this. Phones are everywhere. It is very easy to pick up your phone and start scrolling. Scrolling means looking through many things quickly.
Yes, Anna, I do the same thing. In the morning, my phone is next to my bed. I hear a sound and I immediately pick it up. I check messages, news, and social media. Before I know it, it is late. I did not eat breakfast. I did not exercise. I did not prepare for work. The phone took all my morning time. I think phones are wonderful things. They help us with many things, but they can also steal our time. I use the word steal because we do not notice it happening. The time disappears quietly.
Let's talk about procrastination. That word is a little difficult, but the meaning is simple. Procrastination means you delay doing something. You need to do a task, but you say, I will do it later. And later becomes tomorrow, and tomorrow becomes next week. Do you procrastinate, Mark? I procrastinate a lot. I have a list of things to do, but I look at my list and I feel tired just reading it. So I close it and do something easy instead. I think many people know this feeling.
Yes, I know that feeling very well, Anna. I procrastinate most with difficult tasks. If something is easy, I do it fast. But if something is hard, I delay it. I think I need to prepare first, but preparing takes forever. I clean my desk, I make coffee, I organize my papers. After all that, I am tired and it is time to sleep. The hard task is still not done. Procrastination is tricky because you feel busy. You do small things, but the important thing never gets done.
Why do people procrastinate? I think one reason is fear. We are afraid to start something because it might be hard, or we are afraid to fail. If I do not start, I cannot fail. That sounds silly, but I think it is true. Another reason is we do not know where to begin. A big task is scary. We look at it and it feels impossible, so we do nothing. Also, some people do not have energy. They are tired and cannot think clearly, so they delay things until they feel better. But that feeling does not always come.
I agree. Fear is a big reason. Another reason is that our brains like easy things. Doing a difficult task requires a lot of thinking. Watching a video is easy. Our brain says, choose the easy thing, and we do. Also, I think some people do not see the result of their work right away. If you work hard today, you might see the result next week or next month. That feels far away, but a fun video gives you a good feeling right now, so we choose the video. It's about immediate and delayed satisfaction.
Let's talk about a funny kind of wasting time. It is called busy but not productive. This means you look very busy. You move fast, you write things, you make calls, but at the end of the day, nothing important is done. I do this sometimes too. I am busy all day, but then I ask myself, what did I do today? And the answer is not clear. I did many small things. I answered emails, I organized files, but the big important task? I did not touch it. Does this happen to you?
Oh yes, this happens to me often. I call it feeling busy. I have a full day, I am always doing something, but in the evening I look at my important tasks. They are all still there, waiting. I spent all my time on small things. Like, I spent 30 minutes choosing what music to listen to while working. I never even started working. Or I spent 1 hour organizing my email folders, but I did not reply to the important emails. It's a trap. You feel productive, but you are actually avoiding real work.
I want to talk about watching TV and movies. This is another big way people waste time. I love movies. I really do.
Sometimes I watch one movie and then another movie starts and I think, just a few more minutes. But a few minutes becomes 2 more hours. Suddenly it is midnight, I have work tomorrow, I feel tired, but I watched so much. I think this is a very common experience. Streaming apps are very good at keeping us watching. They always show us the next episode automatically. It is very clever, but also dangerous for our time.
Yes, streaming is a big problem for my free time too. I sit down on a Sunday afternoon to watch one episode of a show. The episode is 50 minutes. Then the next one starts automatically, and I do not press stop. 3 episodes later, it is evening. I had plans. I wanted to cook, clean, and call my friend. I did none of those things. The TV took my whole afternoon. And the funny thing is, I don't even remember the first episode clearly. I was half watching, half thinking about other things, so I did not even enjoy it fully.
What about sleeping too much? Is that wasting time? I think sometimes people sleep too much when they feel bored or sad. Sleeping is healthy and important. Adults need around 7 or 8 hours of sleep, but if you sleep 10 or 12 hours because you do not want to do anything, that might be wasting time. I sometimes sleep too much on weekends. I wake up at noon, half the day is gone. I feel heavy and slow, but then I feel bad because the day is short now. Have you experienced sleeping too much?
Yes, I sleep too much sometimes. Usually on weekends or holidays, I go to bed late, then I sleep until very late in the morning. I wake up and it is already afternoon. I feel confused. My body feels strange. This is sometimes called oversleeping. It does not feel good. I am slower for the rest of the day. Also, I think I sleep too much when I do not have a plan. If I know what I will do in the morning, I wake up more easily. But with no plan, I just stay in bed. A plan helps.
Let's talk about shopping, especially online shopping. Do you waste time shopping? I do. I open a shopping website, I want to buy one thing, but I look at so many other things. I add things to my cart, I look at prices, I read reviews. 2 hours later, I bought nothing, or I bought something I do not need. Online shopping is very easy and very distracting. I sometimes go to buy shoes, and then I look at bags, clothes, and kitchen tools. None of these things were on my list. Have you done this?
Yes, online shopping is a big time trap. I open a website to buy a book, I look at the book, then I see other people also bought this. I look at those things, then I see a sale, I check the sale items, then I get distracted by a different category. Before I know it, I spent 2 hours browsing and bought nothing. Sometimes I add many things to my cart and then delete everything because I feel guilty. All that time was wasted. I think online stores are designed to keep us there as long as possible.
I think one reason we waste time is that we do not have a clear plan for our day. When I have a plan, I do more things. I know what to do first, second, third. But when I have no plan, I feel lost. I go from one thing to another. I start something, start something else. At the end of the day, nothing is finished. A plan does not need to be perfect or complicated. Even a simple list of 3 or 4 tasks is helpful. Do you make plans for your day?
I try to make plans. Sometimes I am good at this. I write my tasks the night before. In the morning, I look at my list and I start. On those days, I feel very good. I finish my work and I have free time in the evening. But sometimes I do not make a plan. Those days are usually messy. I wake up and I do not know what to do first. I check my phone. I make coffee slowly. I think about what to do. Time passes. I get stressed. Planning is simple, but it makes a big difference.
Let's talk about meetings. Do you think meetings waste time? I think some meetings are very important, but some meetings are long and unnecessary. I have been in meetings where we talk for 1 hour, but nothing is decided. We discuss the same point again and again. People repeat what others already said. At the end, we agree to have another meeting. I think this is a big problem in many offices and schools. A good meeting is short and has a clear goal. A bad meeting has no direction. What is your experience with meetings?
I agree completely. I think many meetings are too long. Sometimes a simple email can replace a 1-hour meeting, but people prefer to meet and talk. I understand that face-to-face communication is important, but not every problem needs a meeting.
I've attended meetings where I did not need to be there. My part was 5 minutes, but I stayed for the whole hour. That is 60 minutes of my life that I did not use well. The best meetings are short, clear, and end with a decision or action. I think everyone should learn how to have shorter meetings.
Now let's talk about something positive. How can we stop wasting time? One thing I try to do is put my phone in another room when I am working. If my phone is next to me, I always want to check it. But if it is in the bedroom and I am in the kitchen working, I do not go to get it every 5 minutes. Out of sight, out of mind. This phrase means if you cannot see something, you think about it less. It really helps me focus. Another thing I do is set a timer. I work for 25 minutes without stopping. Then I rest for 5 minutes.
Those are great tips, Anna. I do some of these too. Another thing that helps me is starting with the most difficult task first. In the morning, my energy is high. My brain works well, so I do the hard thing first. After that, everything else feels easy. If I do easy things first, I get tired. Then the hard task feels even harder. I also try to keep my workspace clean. A messy desk distracts me. I see things and I start thinking about them instead of working, so I clean my desk before I start. Small habits can help a lot.
I want to talk about the concept of time blindness. This means some people do not feel time passing. They do not notice that an hour has passed. It feels like 10 minutes. I think I have this sometimes. I start reading and suddenly 2 hours are gone. I did not notice. I think people who have ADHD often experience this. ADHD is when it is hard to focus and control attention. But even without ADHD, many people do not notice time passing. This is why timers and alarms are very helpful. They tell you when time is up.
That is very interesting, Anna. I think I have time blindness too sometimes, especially when I'm doing something I enjoy. Time flies. But when I do something boring, every minute feels long. This is normal. Our brain experiences time differently based on what we're doing. I think the problem comes when we are doing something fun but unproductive, like playing games or watching videos. Time flies and we do not notice. Then we feel shocked. It is already evening, but I just sat down. Having alarms or timers is a simple and helpful solution.
Let me talk about something called decision fatigue. Every day, we make many, many decisions. What to eat, what to wear, what to do first. All these decisions take mental energy. After many decisions, our brain gets tired. Then we make bad decisions, or we make no decision and we just do nothing. I think this is one reason why people waste time in the afternoon or evening. They used all their energy on decisions during the day, so later they cannot think well. To fix this, some people make small decisions automatic, like eating the same breakfast every day.
That is a really interesting idea, Anna. I think decision fatigue is real. I notice it on busy days. In the morning, I'm sharp and focused, but after lunch, I feel slow. Small things feel hard. I cannot decide what to do next, so I just sit and look at my phone. I think making some decisions in advance is smart, like planning meals for the week or choosing clothes the night before. These small actions save mental energy. Then you can use that energy for important things later. Our brain has a limit, and we should use it wisely.
Do you think boredom causes people to waste time? I think yes. When I am bored, I pick up my phone immediately. I scroll through social media without a real reason. I am not looking for anything specific. I just feel empty, and I want something to fill that feeling. Boredom is very uncomfortable. People do not like to feel bored, so they reach for easy entertainment. But I also read that boredom can be good sometimes. When we are bored, we can be creative. Our brain looks for something interesting. This can lead to new ideas.
I agree. Boredom and wasting time are connected. When I am bored, I often do unproductive things. I eat snacks I do not need. I watch videos I do not really want to watch. I just want to feel something. But I have also experienced what you described.
Sometimes when I am bored and I do not pick up my phone, I start thinking creatively. I get ideas. I remember things I want to do. I make plans. So boredom is not always bad, but most people do not let themselves feel bored. They immediately fill the silence with phones and screens.
Let's talk about the difference between rest and wasting time. I think this is important. Rest is necessary. Rest is when you stop working and let your body and mind recover. Examples of rest: sleeping, taking a walk, talking with a friend, listening to music. Wasting time is different. Wasting time gives you no energy. After wasting time, you still feel tired, or you feel guilty. After real rest, you feel better. You have more energy. You are ready to work again. So the question to ask yourself is, do I feel better after this? If yes, it was rest. If no, it was wasting time.
That is a very clear explanation, Anna. I like that test. Do I feel better after this? I will use that. I think for me, a walk outside is always real rest. I come back with more energy and a clearer head, but watching videos for 2 hours, I feel worse. My eyes are tired, I feel slow and a little sad, and I have less time for things I care about. So the videos were wasting time. I also think the intention matters. If I decide to rest and I watch one movie, that is planned rest. But if I watch 4 movies and miss my plans, that is wasting time.
What do you think about video games? Are they wasting time? I know many people love video games. Some people play for fun and relaxation. That is fine, I think. But some people play for 6, 8, 10 hours a day. They skip meals, they do not sleep enough, they ignore their friends and family. That seems like a problem, but I don't want to judge. I think the question is balance. Can you play games and still do your important tasks? If yes, great. If games are taking over your life, that is a problem. What do you think, Mark?
I think video games are like any other activity. The amount of time is the key. I play games sometimes. I enjoy them. Games can be creative and fun. Some games teach problem solving and strategy. But like you said, when gaming takes too much time, it becomes a problem. I have friends who play until 3 or 4 in the morning. They are tired the next day. They miss work or school. They argue with family about this. That is not healthy. I think 2 hours of gaming is fine for most people. More than that can become too much depending on the person.
I want to talk about something that I think is important: comparison and social media. When I scroll through social media, I see people's perfect lives, beautiful photos, nice holidays, success stories. I start comparing myself to them. Why am I not doing that? Why do I not have that? And I feel bad about my own life. This makes me want to scroll more, looking for something to feel better. But the feeling doesn't get better. It gets worse. So I am wasting time and feeling bad. It's a double problem. Do you compare yourself to others online?
Yes, I do sometimes. It's very natural. We see what other people share, and we forget that people only share the best moments. Nobody posts a picture when they feel sad or lazy. Nobody shows their failures online. So social media gives us a false picture of life. Everyone looks successful and happy, and we compare our real life to their highlights. That's not fair to ourselves. I think it is good to take breaks from social media. Sometimes I delete the apps for 1 week. I feel much better. I have more time, and I stop comparing myself to others.
Let's talk about the morning. How you start your day can decide how you use your time. Some people wake up and immediately look at their phone. This can cause stress right away. You read bad news, you see emails, you start worrying before you even get up. This is not a good way to start the day. Other people wake up and do something calm first. Drink water, stretch, walk outside, eat breakfast slowly. This helps the brain start well. I am trying to not look at my phone for the first 30 minutes after waking up. It is difficult, but helpful.
I think the morning is very important.
I used to check my phone immediately. My first thought of the day was someone else's message or some news story. It put me in a reactive mood. I was responding to others before I even thought about my own day. Now I try to have a morning routine without my phone. I drink water, I do some light exercise, I eat breakfast. I look at my plan for the day. After that, I check my phone. This small change helped me a lot. I feel more in control of my day. I waste less time because I start with intention.
What do successful people say about time? I have read some things about this. Many successful people protect their time very carefully. They say no to things that are not important. They do not go to every meeting. They do not answer every email immediately. They choose what to spend time on. I think saying no is a very important skill. Many people feel bad saying no. They say yes to everything, and then they have no time for their own goals. Learning to say no politely is a big part of managing your time well. I am still learning this.
Yes, saying no is very hard. I find it difficult too. I want to be helpful to everyone, so when someone asks me for something, I usually say yes. But then I have too many things to do, and I do not do any of them well. I rush, I make mistakes, I feel stressed. I have heard that saying no is a form of respect for yourself and for the other person. If you say yes but cannot do it well, that is also bad. It is better to say no clearly than to say yes and disappoint someone. I am practicing this.
Let's talk about clutter. Physical clutter, like a messy room or desk. Does a messy environment make you waste time? I think yes. When my room is messy, I cannot focus. I look at the mess and I feel overwhelmed. I cannot start working. I think I should clean first. But then cleaning takes 1 hour, and after cleaning, I am tired, and my work is still not done. Also, I waste time looking for things in a messy space. Where is my charger? Where is my notebook? These small searches add up. A clean space helps me work faster and better.
I completely agree. A clean space is very important for me too. When my desk is clean, I feel clear. My brain is calm. I can focus. But when there are papers and cups and other things everywhere, my brain feels the same way, messy. I read that our environment affects our mood and concentration. This makes sense to me. I now spend 10 minutes every evening cleaning my desk. It takes very little time, but the next morning I start in a good place. This small habit saves me time and energy every day. The environment around us matters.
Let's talk about how smartphones changed our relationship with time. Before smartphones, people had to wait in lines or on trains with nothing to do. They looked out the window, they thought, they talked to strangers, they were bored. Now, everyone has a phone. The moment there's a free second, we look at our phones. We never need to be bored or empty. But I wonder if we are missing something. Time to think, time to be creative, time to notice the world around us. Our phones filled all our empty time. Maybe some empty time was good for us.
That is a beautiful and interesting thought, Anna. I agree. We are never truly bored now. And I think this is actually a problem. Ideas often come when we are resting or doing nothing. Scientists, writers, and artists often talk about this. Their best ideas came in the shower, on a walk, or before sleeping. These moments of doing nothing are actually important for the brain. But now we fill every quiet moment with a phone, so we have fewer moments of real thinking. I think we should protect some empty time every day. Just sit and think. Do nothing digital.
I want to share a concept called time affluence. This means feeling like you have enough time. People who feel rich in time are happier. They are less stressed. They enjoy their activities more. But many people feel time poor. They always feel busy and rushed. Interesting research shows that helping other people can make you feel like you have more time. It sounds strange, but when you give your time to others, you feel more in control of your time. I think this is because helping others makes us feel effective, and effectiveness makes us feel less rushed.
That is fascinating. I have not heard that before. I usually think helping others takes time away from me, but you say it actually makes us feel richer in time? I want to try that. Maybe volunteering or helping a friend with a problem. I think it also connects to purpose. When we feel our time has meaning, it feels well spent. If I help someone and it makes a difference, I do not feel like I wasted those hours. Compare that to watching videos for hours. I have nothing to show for that time. Purpose and meaning make time feel valuable.
Let me talk about a practical technique. It is called the 2-minute rule. The idea is simple. If a task takes less than 2 minutes, do it immediately. Do not put it on your to-do list, just do it now. For example, reply to a short message. Put a cup in the dishwasher. Write one sentence in your notebook. These tiny tasks seem small, but if you delay them, they pile up. Then your to-do list is full of tiny tasks and it feels heavy. The 2-minute rule keeps small things from becoming big problems. I use this and it really helps.
I love this rule. It is so simple but effective. I have started doing this too. If I see something that needs a quick action, I do it right away. Before, I used to think, I will do that later. But later never came. The small tasks grew into a big pile. Then I felt overwhelmed. Now, if I can do something in 2 minutes, I just do it. My life is neater, my to-do list has fewer things, and I feel more in control. I think simple strategies like this are the best. They don't require big changes, just small adjustments every day.
Let's talk about what we truly value. I think we waste time on things we don't really care about, but we say we are too busy for things we love. This is a contradiction. I say I have no time to read, but I spend 2 hours on social media. That's not about time, that's about priorities. If I really want to read, I can replace 30 minutes of social media with reading. The time is there, I just choose to use it differently. So maybe the question isn't not, do I have time, but what do I choose to spend my time on?
That is a very important point, Anna. I think this is the heart of the topic. We all have the same 24 hours, but we choose how to use them. When I say I don't have time, I'm really saying that's not my priority. That's honest, but maybe a little uncomfortable, because it makes me responsible. I can't blame my schedule. I make the choices. So if I want to exercise, I need to choose exercise over something else. This thinking is empowering, but also challenging. It puts control back in our hands, and that's a good thing.
Let's talk about the weekend. For many people, the weekend is for rest, but sometimes the weekend passes and we feel like we did nothing. Sunday evening comes and we think, what happened to Saturday and Sunday? We slept late, we watched TV, we ate slowly, we talked a little, but we didn't do the things we planned. We wanted to clean the house, call a friend, go outside, or start a hobby. And then Monday is here again. This disappeared weekend feeling is very common. Do you know this feeling?
Yes, I know this feeling very well. I call it Sunday sadness. You feel that the weekend ended before it really began. I think the problem is we have no plan. We think, I will rest and then do things. But rest is comfortable and the things never happen. I now try to plan 1 or 2 small goals for the weekend. Not too many, just 1 or 2. Maybe cook a new recipe or go for a long walk. Having one goal makes the weekend feel meaningful. And I still rest, but the weekend doesn't disappear completely. It has some shape and purpose.
I want to talk about guilt. When we waste time, we often feel guilty. We know we should be doing something else. And that guilty feeling is not nice. But here is something interesting. Feeling guilty does not help us stop wasting time. It actually makes things worse sometimes. When I feel guilty, I feel bad. And when I feel bad, I want to feel better. So I watch more videos or scroll more. The guilt creates more wasting. I think a better approach is to notice what happened without judgment. Okay, I wasted 2 hours. That is okay. What can I do now?
That is very wise, Anna. I think self-compassion is important here. If you are always angry at yourself for wasting time, you create stress. Stress makes focus harder, and then you waste more time. It's a cycle. I try to be kind to myself when I waste time. I say, everyone does this, I can start fresh. This is much more helpful than I'm so lazy, I wasted the whole day. Negative self-talk does not motivate us. It just makes us feel bad. Kindness to yourself is not weakness. It is a strategy for doing better next time.
Let's talk about the role of sleep in wasting time. When I do not sleep enough, I waste a lot of time the next day. I cannot focus, I move slowly, I make mistakes, I need to read things 3 times to understand. A task that takes 30 minutes when I'm rested takes 1 hour when I'm tired. So poor sleep actually creates wasted time. And then I feel bad in the evening and I stay up late, and then I am tired again the next day. It's a bad cycle. Good sleep is one of the best ways to protect your time. It sounds simple, but it is true.
That is so true. Sleep is foundational. Everything depends on it. When I sleep well, I am fast, clear, and energetic. I finish things quickly. I have time left over. But after a bad night, I am slow and distracted. I drink too much coffee. I sit at my desk, but nothing gets done. I look at my phone more. I eat more sugar to feel energy. All of this is wasting time and also hurting my health. I now try to go to sleep at the same time every night. This consistency helps my body know when to rest. A good sleep schedule is a real time saver.
Let me share a reflection. We talked about many ways people waste time: social media, procrastination, screens, no plans, messy spaces, bad sleep, meetings. But I think the biggest reason is disconnection from our own values. When we know what we truly want in life, it is easier to say no to distractions. When I feel lost or empty, I waste more time. When I have a goal I care about, I waste less time. So maybe the deepest solution is not a time management trick. It's asking yourself, what do I really want? What matters to me? And then living in that direction.
That is beautifully said, Anna. I agree deeply. Time management systems and apps can help. Timers and to-do lists can help. But without knowing your why, you will still get lost. You will still scroll and procrastinate. But if you have a clear reason to use your time well, everything changes. You wake up with intention. You make choices on purpose. You protect your time like something precious, because it is. Time is the one thing we cannot get back. Every minute spent is gone forever. So we should use it in ways that reflect what we truly love and value.
We are getting close to the end of our podcast today. I want to say thank you to everyone who listened. I hope this conversation was helpful and easy to understand. We talked in simple English, I hope. We covered many topics about wasting time, from social media to procrastination, from sleep to values. I learned things from this conversation too. Talking with Mark always helps me think better. I hope you feel the same. Remember, you do not need to be perfect with your time. Small improvements are good enough. Even using your time a little better each day makes a big difference.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you to all our listeners. I really enjoyed today's conversation. It made me think about my own habits. I know I waste time too, but I also know I can do better. And hearing Anna's thoughts helped me understand new ideas. I hope you, our listeners, also found something useful. Maybe one tip that you can use starting today. Remember, time is precious. It's the same for everyone. Rich or poor, young or old, we all have 24 hours. How we use them is up to us. Thank you for spending some of your time with us today. See you next time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am very happy you are here today. This podcast is for people who are learning English. We talk about simple and important topics. Today, our topic is scamming. Maybe you heard this word before. Maybe you did not. Do not worry. We will explain everything step by step. My friend Mark is here with me today. He knows a lot about this topic. We will talk together and make it easy to understand. So please relax, listen carefully, and enjoy our conversation. Let us begin.
Hi, everybody. I am Mark, and I'm so glad to be here with Anna today. Scamming is a very important topic. It happens every day, all around the world. Many people lose money because of scams. Many people feel sad and embarrassed after a scam. But if you know about scams, you can protect yourself. You can protect your family, too. Anna and I will use simple words today. We want everyone to understand. If you hear a word you do not know, do not stop listening. We will explain it. Okay, let us start our conversation.
So, Mark, let us start with the basics. What is a scam? Can you explain it in simple words? I think some of our listeners do not know this word yet. A scam is something bad, right? It's when someone tries to take something from you, like money or personal information. Is that correct? I want to make sure our listeners understand from the very beginning. Scams can be very confusing. Sometimes people do not even know they are in a scam. That is why it is so important to talk about this. Please explain it for us, Mark.
Yes, Anna, you are right. A scam is when a person or a group of people tries to trick you. They want to take your money or your personal information. They do this by lying. They pretend to be someone they are not. For example, they might say, "I'm from the bank," but they are not from the bank. They are lying. The goal of a scammer is to get something from you without you knowing. Scams can happen on the phone, on the internet, or even in person. They happen everywhere. That is why we need to learn about them. Knowledge is the best protection.
That is a great explanation. So, scammers are people who lie to get money or information. Mark, I have a question. Are scams new? Did scams happen a long time ago too? Or is this something that started because of the internet? I am curious because today we hear about scams on our phones and computers, but maybe scams are not a new thing. Maybe people were scamming even hundreds of years ago. I think it is interesting to know the history a little. Can you tell us something about that? Even a simple explanation is fine.
Great question, Anna. Scams are not new at all. People have been scamming others for hundreds and hundreds of years. A very old scam is the shell game. In this trick, a person hides a ball under 3 cups. They move the cups very fast. You try to guess where the ball is, but the scammer cheats. You almost always lose money. Another old scam is selling fake medicines. People sold water and said it could cure any sickness. Of course, it did not work. So yes, scams are very old. Today, scammers just use new tools like phones and the internet, but the idea is the same. They lie to get your money.
Wow, that is very interesting. So scams have been around for a very long time. Okay, Mark, let us talk about today's scams. What are the most common scams right now? I think many of our listeners have seen or heard about some of them. Maybe they received a strange phone call, or maybe they got a weird email. I personally get strange messages sometimes on my phone. It is a little scary. I do not always know if something is real or fake. So what are the most common types of scams that people see today? Please share some examples.
Sure, Anna. There are many common scams today. The first one is the phishing scam. In this scam, someone sends you a fake email or message. It looks like it is from a real company, like a bank or a store. The message says, "Click this link and enter your password." But if you click it, they steal your information. Another common scam is the lottery scam. You get a message that says you want a prize, but to get the prize, you must pay a fee first. Of course, there is no prize. Another one is the tech support scam. Someone calls and says your computer has a problem. They ask to access your computer. Then they steal your information. These are very common today.
Oh, I have heard of phishing before. That word always sounds funny to me. phishing. It sounds like fishing, right? Like fishing in the water. But instead of catching fish, scammers are trying to catch people. Mark, do you think this is where the word comes from? Also, I want to ask, why do so many people fall for these scams? Sometimes I see a scam message and I think, that is so obviously fake. But I know that many people believe these messages. Why is it so easy to trick people? Can you explain?
Yes, Anna, you are right. Phishing does come from the word fishing. Scammers are fishing for victims, just like catching fish. It is a clever word. Now, why do people fall for scams? There are a few reasons. First, scammers are very good at lying. They practice a lot. They know what words to use. Second, they often create fear or excitement. For example, your account is in danger. Act now. When people feel scared, they do not think carefully. They just react. Third, some people are lonely or sad, and scammers pretend to be their friend. This makes it easy to trick them. Scammers understand human feelings very well. That is why it works.
That makes a lot of sense. Scammers use fear and emotion to trick people. That is very clever, but in a bad way. Mark, let us talk about a specific type of scam. I want to ask about romance scams. I have heard this term before. I think it is when someone pretends to love you online, but it is all fake. Is that right? I feel very sad when I hear about romance scams. People are looking for love and friendship, and then someone uses that against them. Can you explain how romance scams work? I think this is important for our listeners to know.
Yes, Anna. Romance scams are very sad and very common. Here's how they work. A person creates a fake profile on a dating app or social media. They use a beautiful photo, usually not their real photo. They start talking to you. They're very kind and sweet. They say they love you very quickly. Then, after some time, they ask for money. Maybe they say they are sick and need help. Or they say they are stuck in another country and need a ticket home. But none of it is true. Everything is a lie. They never had real feelings for you. When you send money, they disappear. Romance scams break people's hearts and take their money. It is very cruel.
That is so heartbreaking. People really think they found love, and then it's all fake. I feel sorry for anyone who experienced this. Mark, let us talk about something a little different now. What about scams that happen over the phone? I know many elderly people, like grandparents, get phone calls from scammers. My grandmother told me once that she got a strange call from someone who said he was from the government. She did not know what to do. What are common phone scams, and why do they target older people especially?
Phone scams are very common, Anna. One of the most famous is the grandparent scam. A scammer calls an elderly person and says, "Grandma, it's me. I'm in trouble. I need money right now. Please do not tell mom or dad." The grandparent thinks it's their grandchild and sends money immediately. Another phone scam is the IRS scam. Someone calls and says, "You owe money to the government. Pay now or the police will come." Of course, this is a lie. The government does not call you like this. Older people are often targeted because they are more trusting and sometimes less familiar with these tricks. That is why we must teach everyone about scams.
Oh, the grandparent scam is terrible. Imagine getting that call and thinking your grandchild is in danger. Of course you want to help. Scammers are really cruel. Mark, I want to ask, what about online shopping scams? I love shopping online, and I know many people do too. But I have heard that some online stores are fake. You pay money and the product never arrives. Or you receive something completely different from what you ordered. Has this happened to you? And what should people know about shopping safely online? This is very useful for everyday life.
Oh yes, online shopping scams are very real. Fake online stores are everywhere. They look just like real stores. They have nice photos and low prices. That's the trick. The prices are too low. You think you're getting a great deal. You pay and then nothing arrives. Or you get a very cheap, broken product. I have a friend who bought expensive shoes online for a very low price. He waited 2 months and then he received tiny plastic shoes like toys. He was very angry. So the rule is, if the price looks too good to be true, it probably is a scam. Always buy from stores you know and trust.
Ha, tiny plastic shoes. That is funny, but also very frustrating for your friend. Okay, so we need to be careful about prices that are too low. Mark, let us talk about email scams now. I get so many strange emails. Sometimes they say I won something. Sometimes they say my account is locked. Sometimes they say a prince from another country wants to send me money. That last one always makes me laugh. Have you heard of the Nigerian prince scam? It is very old, but people still fall for it. Can you explain how it works and why people still believe it?
Yes, the Nigerian prince scam is one of the most famous scams in the world. Here's how it works. You get an email from someone who says they are a rich prince or a businessman in another country. They say they have millions of dollars, but they need your help to move the money. If you help them, they will give you a big reward, maybe 10 or 20% of the money. But first, you need to pay a small fee to start the process. Of course, there is no prince and no money. Once you pay, they ask for more money, then more. They keep asking until you stop. It sounds silly, but millions of people have lost money to this scam. It is a very powerful trick.
Wow, millions of people. That is shocking. And it sounds so unbelievable. A prince sending emails asking for help. But I understand now. When people see a huge amount of money, they stop thinking clearly. Greed can be dangerous. Mark, let us talk about social media scams now. I use social media every day. I see advertisements all the time. Sometimes I wonder if they are real. What are common scams on social media? I think young people especially need to know about this because young people spend so much time on platforms like Instagram, Facebook, or TikTok. What should they watch out for?
Great point, Anna. Social media scams are everywhere. One common scam is the fake giveaway. A fake account pretends to be a famous person or a big company. They say, "We are giving away $1,000. Follow us and share this post to win." But it's all fake. They just want more followers. Another scam is fake influencer products. An account promotes a product with amazing results, like a cream that makes you look 10 years younger in one day. You buy it, and it does nothing. A third scam is investment scams. Someone says, "Give me $100 and I will make it 1,000 in 1 week." Of course, that money disappears. Always be careful with things that sound too good.
Those fake giveaways are everywhere. I see them all the time. And I admit, sometimes they look very real. Mark, I want to ask about something called identity theft. I hear this phrase a lot, but I'm not 100% sure what it means. Does it mean someone steals your personal information and pretends to be you? That sounds very scary. Can you explain what identity theft is, how scammers do it, and what can happen if someone steals your identity? I think this is a very important topic, and our listeners need to know about it.
Yes, Anna, identity theft is very serious. It means someone takes your personal information like your name, your address, your date of birth, or your bank details, and uses it to pretend to be you. For example, they might open a bank account in your name or buy things with your credit card. How do they get your information? Sometimes through phishing emails, sometimes through fake websites. Sometimes they even go through your trash to find old documents with your information. The effects can be very bad. You might lose money. Your credit score might go down. It can take months or years to fix the problem. That is why protecting your personal information is so important.
Going through your trash. I never thought about that. That means we even need to be careful with old papers and documents. Mark, let us talk about something positive now. How can people protect themselves from scams? I think our listeners want to know what they can do. It is good to know about the dangers, but it's also important to know the solutions. What are the most important rules for staying safe? If you had to give just 3 or 4 simple tips, what would they be? Please keep it simple so everyone can remember.
Great idea, Anna. Here are my top tips. Number 1, never give your personal information to someone you do not know. This includes your passwords, bank details, or ID numbers. Number 2, if something sounds too good to be true, like a big prize or a huge investment, it's probably a scam. Number 3, don't click on links in emails or messages from people you don't know. Go directly to the official website instead. And number 4, take your time. Scammers always try to create urgency. They say act now or only today. A real company will give you time to think. If you feel pressured, that's a warning sign. Stop and think before you do anything.
Those are wonderful tips, simple and easy to remember. I especially like the last one. Take your time. Scammers want you to act fast so you do not think, so slowing down is a great defense. Mark, I want to talk about what to do if you think you are being scammed right now, in the middle of it. What if someone is on the phone with a scammer and they suddenly realize something is wrong? What should they do? Should they say something? Should they just hang up? I think many people do not know how to react in that moment. It can be scary and confusing.
That is a very important question. If you think you are talking to a scammer, the best thing to do is stop the conversation immediately. Just hang up the phone. You do not need to explain or say goodbye. If it's an email or message, do not reply. Do not click any links. Do not give any information. If you already gave some information, like your phone number or email, change your passwords right away. If you gave financial information, like a credit card number, call your bank immediately and tell them what happened. Also, report the scam to the police or a consumer protection agency in your country. Reporting helps protect other people too. Remember, you do not need to feel embarrassed. Scammers are professionals. It can happen to anyone.
That is very reassuring. It can happen to anyone. And you are right, people should not feel embarrassed. Scammers are very clever. Mark, let us talk about what happens after a scam. If someone has already been scammed, they already lost money, what can they do? Can they get their money back? I know some people feel hopeless after a scam. They feel ashamed and do not tell anyone. But I think it's important to speak up. What advice do you have for someone who is already a victim of a scam?
This is so important, Anna. First, I want to say if you were scammed, it is not your fault. Scammers are very good at what they do. They trick smart people every day, so please do not feel ashamed. Now, what can you do? First, report it. Tell the police, tell your bank, tell a consumer protection organization. Some countries have special departments for cybercrime. Second, if you paid by credit card, contact your bank quickly. Sometimes they can stop the payment or return the money. If you paid by wire transfer or gift card, unfortunately, it is very hard to get the money back. Third, warn others. Tell your friends and family so they don't fall into the same trap. Your experience can help others.
That is such good advice. Reporting is so important, not just to help yourself, but to help others too. Mark, I want to ask about gift cards. I heard that scammers love gift cards. Why do scammers ask for gift cards instead of bank transfers? I found this very strange when I first heard about it. A gift card is just for buying things in a store, right? Like an iTunes card or a Google Play card. Why would a scammer want that? And what should people do if someone asks them to pay with a gift card? Is this always a scam?
Excellent question, Anna. Scammers love gift cards for one big reason. They are almost impossible to trace. When you send money by bank transfer, the bank can sometimes find it or stop it. But with a gift card, you just give the numbers on the back of the card. The scammer uses those numbers immediately to get money. It's very fast and very anonymous. That is why scammers say, go to the store, buy a $200 Google Play card, and give me the numbers. Here's the most important rule. No legitimate company, government office, bank, or real person will ever ask you to pay with a gift card. Ever. If someone asks you to pay with a gift card, that is 100% a scam. Always.
100% a scam. I love that. That is a rule that is very easy to remember. Mark, let us talk about children and young people now. Are young people at risk from scams? I sometimes think that young people are safer because they grew up with technology, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe young people are also tricked by scammers. What kinds of scams target young people specifically? Are there scams in online games, for example? I know many young people play video games online. Are there scammers in gaming, too?
You are right to ask, Anna. Young people are not always safe. In fact, scammers target young people a lot. In online games, scammers might say, give me your account password and I will give you free coins or weapons. Then they take your account and never give it back. Another scam for young people is fake job offers. They send a message on social media saying, work from home and earn $500 a week easily. The young person is excited, but then they ask for money first to buy training materials or supplies. Of course, there is no job. Scammers also use social media to create fake profiles and ask young people for personal photos or information. Young people must be careful too.
That is so important to know. Even young people who are very comfortable with technology can be tricked. Mark, I also want to ask about investment scams in more detail.
I hear a lot about cryptocurrency scams these days. Many people are interested in Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, and scammers use this interest to steal money. How does a cryptocurrency scam work? Is it hard to recognize? I know this might be a little more complicated, but please explain it simply so our A1 and A2 listeners can understand the basic idea.
Sure, Anna. Cryptocurrency scams are very common right now. Here's a simple example. Someone contacts you, maybe on social media, and says, I know a secret way to make a lot of money with Bitcoin. I already made $10,000. Let me show you how. They seem very friendly. They show you fake screenshots of their profits. They ask you to invest a small amount first, maybe $100. You see your account growing, you invest more, then one day the website disappears, the person disappears, your money is gone. This is called a pig butchering scam. They slowly fatten you up by making you trust them more and more, then they take everything. Always be very careful with investment advice from strangers.
Pig butchering, what a strange and scary name. But it makes sense. They make you feel safe and then take everything. Mark, let us change the topic a little. I want to talk about scams that happen in real life, not just online or on the phone. Are there scams that happen in person, face-to-face, like on the street, for example? I know some cities have people who try to trick tourists. What kinds of in-person scams should people watch out for, especially if they are traveling to a new city or a new country?
Yes. In-person scams are very real, especially in tourist areas. One classic scam is the gold ring scam. Someone walks up to you on the street and says, "Excuse me, I found this gold ring. I don't need it. You can have it." Then they ask for a small amount of money for a good luck fee. The ring, of course, is not gold. Another scam is the friendship bracelet scam. Someone puts a bracelet on your wrist and then demands money for it. Another common one is fake monks. People dressed like Buddhist monks give you a small gift and then ask for a donation. They are not real monks. In markets, some sellers use tricks with scales to make you think you are getting more than you are. Always be aware of your surroundings.
Oh, I actually saw the friendship bracelet scam when I was traveling in Europe. Someone tried to put a bracelet on my wrist, and I quickly said no and walked away. Now I understand exactly what was happening. Mark, let us change the topic a little. I want to talk about one more type of scam, job scams. I know many people are looking for jobs, especially young people, and scammers know this. They create fake job advertisements. What does a fake job advertisement look like, and how can someone tell if a job offer is real or fake? This is very practical information that can really help people.
Job scams are a huge problem, Anna. A fake job advertisement usually has these signs. First, the salary is unrealistically high, like earn $2,000 a week working only 2 hours a day from home. Second, they don't require any experience or skills. Real good jobs almost always need some qualifications. Third, they ask you to pay money before you start for training, uniforms, or background checks. Legitimate employers never ask workers to pay before starting. Fourth, the communication is strange, bad grammar in the emails, or they only communicate by WhatsApp or Telegram, not by official company email. Fifth, you can't find information about the company online. If you see these signs, be very careful. Research the company before you apply.
Those are such helpful signs to watch out for. I love how you gave us a clear list. Mark, I think it is also important to talk about how to report a scam. We mentioned this briefly before, but let's go a little deeper. If someone in another country is trying to scam people in your country, who do you even call? Is there a special number? And does reporting actually make a difference? Sometimes people feel like reporting is useless, like nothing will happen. What do you think? Does reporting scams actually help?
Reporting absolutely helps, Anna. Maybe your report alone won't stop a scammer immediately, but when many people report the same scammer, the police and agencies can take action. In most countries, you can report scams to the National Police, the Consumer Protection Agency, or a special cybercrime department. In the United States, for example, you can report to the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission. In the UK, there's Action Fraud. In many countries, you can also report scam phone numbers directly to your phone company. Your report adds important data. It helps investigators find patterns and stop criminals. So yes, please report every scam. Even if you didn't lose any money, your information matters.
That is great motivation to report. Every report matters. Mark, before we start wrapping up, I want to ask one more important question. What about people who feel too embarrassed to tell anyone they were scammed? I know this is a real problem. Victims often feel ashamed or stupid. They do not want to tell their family or friends. They keep it secret. But keeping it secret can be dangerous, right? How can we help people feel comfortable talking about scams? And how should friends and family react when someone tells them they were scammed? What is the right way to support them?
This is so important, Anna. Shame is one of the biggest problems after a scam. People feel stupid and do not ask for help. But the truth is, if you were scammed, you are not stupid. Scammers spend years learning how to trick people. It is their full-time job. They are professionals. If a family member or friend tells you they were scammed, please do not laugh or say, "How could you believe that?" That is the worst thing you can do. Instead, listen to them. Tell them it is not their fault. Help them take the next steps, like calling the bank or reporting to the police. Be patient and kind. The emotional pain after a scam can be very real. Support and understanding can make a huge difference.
Beautifully said, Mark. Kindness and support are so important. I think we covered so many great topics today. We talked about what scams are, the history of scams, different types of scams, phone scams, email scams, romance scams, job scams, crypto scams, in-person scams, and more. We talked about how to protect ourselves and what to do if we are scammed. I feel like our listeners have learned so much today. Mark, is there anything else you want to add before we close? Any final thoughts or one last important message for our listeners?
Yes, Anna. My final message is this. Stay curious, stay skeptical, and stay safe. If something feels wrong, trust your feeling. If you're not sure, ask someone you trust before you do anything. Talk to your friends and family about scams. Share the information you learned today. The more people know, the harder it is for scammers to succeed. And remember, scammers want you to feel alone and scared, but you are not alone. There are people who can help you. There are laws to protect you. You have the power to protect yourself and others. Knowledge is your best weapon against scams.
And that brings us to the end of today's episode. Thank you so much for listening to our podcast. I hope you learned something useful and important today. Please share this episode with your friends and family, especially with people who are not so familiar with technology or online scams. They might really need this information. Remember the key lessons. Do not give your personal information to strangers. Think before you click. Take your time and do not let anyone rush you. And if something feels wrong, it probably is. If you have questions or comments, we would love to hear from you. See you next time. Stay safe, everyone.
Thank you so much, Anna, and thank you to all our wonderful listeners. It was a great conversation today. I learned something too, just from talking about all these scam types together. Every day, scammers get smarter, but every day, we can get smarter too. Keep learning, keep sharing, and keep protecting each other. If you enjoyed this episode, please tell a friend about our podcast. That is the best way to help us grow. And as always, if you ever think someone is trying to scam you, stop, breathe, and think. You have the power to say no. Thank you, goodbye, and take good care of yourselves and the people around you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our podcast. I'm really happy to be here with you today, and I hope you are feeling good. Today, we are going to talk about something very simple but very important, daily tasks. These are the things we do every day, like waking up, eating, working, and resting. Even small daily tasks are part of our lives and shape our days. I think talking about daily tasks helps us understand life better.
Hi everyone, it's great to be here again. I really like today's topic because daily tasks connect us all. No matter where we live or who we are, we all have daily routines. Sometimes daily tasks feel boring, but sometimes they make us feel organized and calm. I think daily tasks show how we take care of ourselves and our time. I'm excited to talk about this simple but meaningful topic with you.
Daily tasks may sound ordinary, but they are full of emotions. Some mornings feel fresh and full of energy, while others feel slow and tiring. When I wake up and start my day, my mood often depends on how my daily tasks begin. Even making my bed or brushing my teeth can change how I feel. That is why I think daily tasks are more important than we think.
I agree with you, Anna. Daily tasks create rhythm in our lives, like a soft schedule that guides us through the day. When I follow my routine, I feel more balanced and less stressed. But when my routine breaks, I feel confused or rushed. Daily tasks help me stay focused and calm. They give structure to my day.
I also think daily tasks help us learn responsibility. When we do small things every day, we slowly build good habits. For example, cooking meals, cleaning the house, or planning the day teaches us discipline. These tasks may not be exciting, but they help our lives run smoothly. I believe daily tasks show how we care for ourselves and others. They are like small acts of love.
That's a beautiful way to say it. Daily tasks are not just work, they are part of living well. When we complete our tasks, we feel a small sense of achievement. Even finishing simple things can make us feel proud. I think daily tasks give us confidence step by step. They remind us that progress comes from small actions.
Today, we will talk about different kinds of daily tasks. We will talk about morning routines, work and study tasks, home duties, and evening habits. We will also share how daily tasks make us feel happy, tired, calm, or stressed. I hope our listeners can listen, relax, and learn new English words. This episode is for you and your everyday life.
Yes, this podcast is for beginners who want to learn English naturally. We will speak slowly, clearly, and with real feelings. You can listen while doing your own daily tasks, like walking, cleaning, or resting. We hope this episode feels like a friendly conversation. Let's start our journey through daily life together.
Every day for me starts in the morning, and mornings are very important. When I wake up, the first thing I do is open my eyes slowly and take a deep breath. Some mornings I feel happy and full of energy, but other mornings I feel sleepy and quiet. I like to stretch my body in bed because it helps me wake up gently. Starting the morning calmly makes my whole day feel better.
My mornings are a little different, but they are also important to me. When I wake up, I usually look at the clock and think about my plans for the day. Sometimes I feel motivated, and sometimes I feel tired and want to sleep more. After getting out of bed, I wash my face and brush my teeth to feel fresh. These simple morning tasks help me feel ready to start the day.
After waking up, I usually make my bed. It is a small task, but it makes my room look clean and organized. When I see a tidy bed, I feel calm and positive. Then I go to the bathroom and brush my teeth and wash my face. These daily tasks may be simple, but they make me feel clean and confident. They help me feel like my day has really begun.
I agree. Making the bed is a good habit. When my bed is messy, my mind also feels messy. After cleaning myself, I like to take a shower, especially in the morning. The warm water helps me wake up and relax at the same time. It gives me energy and makes me feel ready for work or study. A morning shower is one of my favorite daily tasks.
Breakfast is another important morning task for me. I try not to skip it because it gives me energy for the day. Sometimes I eat something simple like bread and fruit, and sometimes I cook eggs or oatmeal. While eating breakfast, I like to drink tea or coffee and think about my plans. This quiet breakfast time makes me feel peaceful and focused.
I also enjoy breakfast, but sometimes I am in a hurry. On busy days, I eat quickly or take my food with me. Still, I try to eat something healthy to start the day well. Breakfast helps me feel strong and active. Even a small meal can make a big difference in how I feel later.
After breakfast, I usually check my phone or write a short to-do list. I like planning my daily tasks so I don't feel lost during the day. When I see my tasks written down, my mind feels clear. Planning helps me manage my time better and feel less stressed. It is a small habit, but it helps me a lot.
That's a great habit, Anna. I also like to plan my day in the morning. I think about work, study, and personal tasks I need to do. Sometimes I feel stressed when I see many tasks, but planning helps me stay calm. It reminds me that I can do one task at a time. Morning planning makes my day more organized.
Before leaving home, I choose my clothes carefully. I think about the weather and what I will do during the day. Wearing comfortable clothes makes me feel confident and relaxed. This daily task also helps me express my mood and personality. Getting dressed is more than just clothes. It's part of starting the day.
I feel the same way. Choosing clothes in the morning is simple, but it affects my mood. When I wear clean and comfortable clothes, I feel more confident outside. After that, I check my bag and make sure I have everything I need. When I leave home prepared, I feel ready to face the day. Morning daily tasks really shape how the rest of the day goes.
After finishing my morning tasks, I usually start my work or study time. During the day, I focus on tasks like reading, writing, and learning new things. Sometimes I feel motivated and productive, and sometimes I feel tired or distracted. When that happens, I take short breaks to relax my mind. Daytime tasks teach me patience and concentration.
My daytime tasks are similar, but they depend on the day. When I work, I spend time on my computer, answer emails, and attend meetings. These tasks can feel stressful, especially when there's a lot to do. But when I finish an important task, I feel proud and relieved. Work tasks help me grow and learn responsibility.
I try to organize my daytime tasks so I don't feel overwhelmed. I like to finish difficult tasks first, then do easier ones later. When I complete a task, I feel happy and confident. Sometimes I reward myself with a short walk or a cup of coffee. These small breaks help me stay positive during the day.
That is a good idea. I also try to manage my time carefully. Sometimes I make mistakes and spend too much time on one task. When that happens, I feel stressed and rushed. But I'm learning to be flexible and kind to myself. Daily tasks are not always perfect, and that is okay.
During the day, I also have small daily tasks like answering messages or organizing my desk. A clean desk helps me think clearly and work better. When my space is messy, my mind feels messy too, so I try to clean a little every day. This habit makes my work time more comfortable.
I completely understand that. I also feel better when my workspace is clean. Organizing files, papers, and tools is part of my daily routine. These tasks may seem boring, but they save time and reduce stress. When everything is in order, I can focus better. Organization is a quiet but powerful daily task.
Lunchtime is another important daytime task for me. I try to eat slowly and enjoy my food. Eating well gives me energy for the rest of the day. Sometimes I eat with friends, and we talk and laugh together. Lunch helps me recharge both my body and my emotions.
Lunch is very important to me too. It gives me a break from work and helps me relax. I like to eat something warm and healthy if I can. During lunch, I try not to think about tasks or problems. That short rest helps me work better in the afternoon.
In the afternoon, my energy sometimes goes down. When that happens, I feel sleepy or unfocused. I try to stand up, stretch, or drink water. These small actions help me feel better. Afternoon tasks can be challenging, but I try to stay positive.
Afternoons are difficult for me too sometimes. I feel tired, especially after a long morning, but I remind myself that every task I finish brings me closer to the end of the day. I try to stay patient and keep going. Daily tasks teach us discipline and strength.
Another important daytime task for me is communication. I send emails, answer messages, and talk to people during the day. Sometimes this makes me feel connected and happy, but sometimes it feels tiring. When there are many messages, I feel a little stressed. Still, I know communication is part of daily life and work. I try to stay polite and calm in every conversation.
I feel the same way about communication tasks. Talking to coworkers or classmates is necessary, but it can take a lot of energy. Some days I enjoy conversations, and other days I feel quiet and tired. I try to listen carefully and speak clearly. Good communication makes daily tasks easier. It helps avoid problems and confusion.
During the day, I also try to drink water regularly. This is a small daily task, but it is very important for my health. When I forget to drink water, I feel tired and unfocused. I keep a bottle near me to remind myself. Taking care of my body helps me do my tasks better. Daily tasks are not only about work, but also about health.
That is a great point. I also try to take care of my body during the day. Sometimes I stretch my arms and legs, especially if I sit for a long time. These small movements help me feel relaxed. They prevent pain and tiredness. Taking care of the body is an important daily task.
Sometimes unexpected tasks appear during the day. A new problem comes up, or someone asks for help. At first, I may feel surprised or stressed, but I try to stay calm and deal with one task at a time. These moments teach me flexibility. Daily tasks are not always planned, and that is part of life.
Yes, unexpected tasks happen to me too. They can change my schedule and my mood. At first, I feel frustrated, but then I remind myself to stay patient. Solving problems is also a daily task. It helps us grow and learn new skills. These challenges make us stronger.
When I finish an important task, I feel a sense of relief. I sometimes smile to myself and feel proud. Even small success gives me confidence. I tell myself, "Good job," and move on to the next task. This positive feeling helps me stay motivated. Daily tasks are easier when we appreciate our effort.
I really like that idea. I also feel happy when I finish something important. It makes the hard work feel worth it. I think celebrating small wins is important. Daily tasks can feel heavy, but small rewards make them lighter. This helps me stay positive during long days.
As the day continues, I try to finish my main tasks before evening. I check my to-do list and see what I have completed. Seeing finished tasks makes me feel satisfied. Even if everything is not done, I remind myself that I tried my best. Daily tasks do not need to be perfect. Doing our best is enough.
I agree completely. At the end of the workday, I look back at what I did. Some days are productive, and some days are slow. Both are okay. Daily tasks teach us balance and understanding. Every day is a learning experience.
After finishing my daytime tasks, I usually return home and start my evening routine. The evening feels different from the morning because my body and mind are tired. One of my first tasks at home is changing into comfortable clothes. This small action helps me relax and feel safe. Evening time is when I slow down and breathe deeply. It feels like a soft ending to a busy day.
I feel the same way about evenings. When I come home, I like to leave work behind and focus on rest. Changing clothes and washing my hands helps me feel fresh again. I also take a few minutes to sit quietly and relax. Evening daily tasks help me separate work time from personal time. This balance is very important to me.
Cooking dinner is another daily task I do in the evening. Sometimes I enjoy cooking, and sometimes I feel tired and want something simple. I try to prepare healthy meals because food affects my mood and energy. When I cook slowly, it feels calming and creative. Dinner time is also a moment to enjoy the day quietly.
Dinner is important for me too. I like eating warm food after a long day. Sometimes I cook and sometimes I order food if I'm very tired. Eating helps me relax and feel comfortable. I try to eat without rushing. Evening meals help my body rest and recover.
After dinner, I usually clean the kitchen. Washing dishes is not my favorite task, but I know it needs to be done. When the kitchen is clean, I feel calm and organized. It helps me start the next day with a fresh space. Small cleaning tasks give me peace of mind. They make my home feel comfortable.
I understand that feeling very well. Cleaning after dinner helps me relax too. When my home is clean, my thoughts feel lighter. I like putting things back in their place. These simple daily tasks make my home feel warm and welcoming. Order at home helps me feel calm inside.
In the evening, I also like to do something relaxing. I might read a book, listen to music, or watch a TV show. These tasks help me forget stress from the day. I enjoy quiet moments when I don't need to rush. Evening relaxation is an important daily task for my mental health. It helps me feel balanced.
Evening relaxation is important for me as well. I often listen to soft music or talk with family or friends. These moments help me feel connected and supported. I try not to check work messages too much at night. Protecting personal time is a daily task too. It helps me feel happier.
Before going to bed, I usually prepare things for the next day. I choose clothes, check my bag, and think about tomorrow's plans. This task helps me feel less stressed in the morning. When everything is ready, I can sleep more peacefully. Evening preparation gives me a sense of control. It makes mornings easier.
I do the same thing before bed. Preparing for the next day makes me feel calm and organized. I don't like rushing in the morning, so this habit helps me a lot. It also helps me sleep better. Evening tasks prepare both the body and the mind for rest.
Another evening task I value is taking care of my emotions. After a long day, I like to think about how I feel. Sometimes I feel happy, sometimes tired, and sometimes a little stressed. I take a few minutes to breathe slowly and relax my mind. This helps me understand myself better. Emotional care is also an important daily task.
That is very important, Anna. I also take time in the evening to reflect on my day. I think about what went well and what was difficult. This helps me learn and grow. When I understand my feelings, I sleep better. Reflection is a quiet but powerful daily task.
In the evening, I try to limit my phone use. I notice that too much screen time makes me feel restless, so I put my phone away and enjoy quiet activities. This habit helps my mind slow down before sleep. It is not always easy, but it is helpful. Creating calm is part of my evening routine.
I have the same experience with screens. When I use my phone too much at night, my sleep is worse. So I try to read or listen to music instead. These tasks help my body relax naturally. Evening habits affect how well we rest. Good rest makes daily tasks easier the next day.
Sometimes I also write a few lines in a notebook. I write about my day, my feelings, or something I am thankful for. Writing helps me release stress and feel lighter. It's like talking to myself in a kind way. This small daily task brings peace to my heart. It makes the end of the day feel complete.
That sounds very calming. I don't write every day, but sometimes I do when my thoughts are busy. Putting thoughts on paper helps me clear my mind. It makes problems feel smaller. Writing is a healthy daily task for mental balance. It helps me rest emotionally.
Before going to bed, I wash my face and brush my teeth. These are simple tasks, but they signal the end of the day. My body understands that it is time to sleep. I like this quiet moment in the bathroom. It feels peaceful and familiar. Night routines give comfort and safety.
I feel the same about night routines. They help me relax and prepare for sleep. I try to turn off the lights slowly and get into bed. I try to let go of worries from the day. These small tasks create a feeling of closure. They help me rest deeply.
When I finally lie in bed, I think about the day with kindness. I remind myself that I did my best. Even if some tasks were not finished, I accept it. This gentle thinking helps me fall asleep calmly. Self-kindness is also a daily task. It is very important.
That is a beautiful way to end the day. I also try to be kind to myself before sleeping. Daily tasks can be tiring, but we don't need to be perfect. Every day is a new chance. Ending the day with peace helps us start the next day stronger. That is the power of daily routines.
In the evening, I usually prepare my clothes for the next day. This small task saves time in the morning. I feel calm when things are ready. I also check my bag and make sure I have everything. It helps me feel organized. This habit makes the next day easier.
That is a smart daily task, Anna. I also prepare my things at night. When I don't do it, my morning feels rushed. Simple planning helps reduce stress. It gives me peace of mind. Preparation is a form of self-care.
After dinner, I like to help clean the table. I wash dishes or put them in the dishwasher. Cleaning after eating makes the kitchen feel fresh. It also helps me relax. I feel proud when the space is clean. Small cleaning tasks give big satisfaction.
I agree with you. A clean space makes me feel comfortable. I usually clean a little every evening. When I clean daily, I don't feel overwhelmed. It becomes an easy habit. Cleaning is a helpful daily task.
Sometimes in the evening, I talk with my family or friends. We share stories about our day. Talking helps me release stress. I feel connected and supported. Communication is an important daily task. It keeps relationships strong.
That is very true. I also enjoy talking with people I care about. Even a short conversation can change my mood. It makes me feel less alone. Sharing daily life is meaningful. Emotional connection is part of daily life.
Before sleeping, I like to stretch my body gently. It helps my muscles relax after a long day. I feel my body slow down. Stretching is simple but very helpful. It prepares me for rest. This task makes sleep easier.
I do light stretching too. It helps me release tension. My body feels lighter after stretching. This habit improves my sleep quality. Physical care is part of daily tasks. Our bodies need attention every day.
At night, I turn off the lights and enjoy silence. I take a deep breath and feel thankful for the day. Even if the day was hard, I find one good thing. Gratitude helps me feel peaceful. This small task ends my day with kindness.
That is a beautiful way to finish the day. I also try to be thankful before sleeping. It helps my mind rest. Daily tasks are not only physical, but emotional too. Gratitude changes how we feel. It makes life softer and warmer.
Mark, talking about daily tasks today made me realize how meaningful simple things are. We wake up, work, eat, clean, and rest, and these small actions shape our lives. I feel grateful when I think about my daily routine because it helps me stay balanced. Even when tasks feel boring or tiring, they still support us. I hope our listeners feel encouraged to see value in their own daily tasks. Life is built from these simple moments.
I feel the same way, Anna. Daily tasks may look ordinary, but they teach us discipline, care, and patience. They help us take responsibility for our lives and our well-being. When we respect our routines, we also respect ourselves. I hope listeners understand that it is okay to move slowly sometimes. Progress happens one small task at a time.
To everyone listening, thank you for spending your time with us today. We hope this conversation helped you learn new English words and also feel more connected to everyday life. You don't need to do everything perfectly. Just doing your best is enough. Be kind to yourself while doing your daily tasks.
Yes, thank you so much for being with us. Whether you were listening while walking, cleaning, or resting, we're happy you're here. Keep practicing English in small, easy steps. Learning a language is also a daily task, and you are doing great. We are proud of you.
Before we say goodbye, remember to take care of your body and your mind. Drink water, rest when you need to, and enjoy small breaks. Daily tasks are easier when we treat ourselves gently. Every day is a fresh start. You always have another chance tomorrow.
That's right. Life is not about being perfect, but about showing up every day. Keep moving forward, one task at a time. We believe in you.
Thank you for listening, and thank you for learning with us.
This brings us to the end of today's episode. We are happy you joined us for this friendly conversation. Take a deep breath, smile, and enjoy the rest of your day. We'll talk to you again very soon.
Goodbye for now. Stay calm, stay kind, and keep learning. See you in the next episode.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, fun, and useful. Today, we have a really exciting topic. We are going to talk about travel. Almost everyone loves travel, and talking about it is something you will do all the time in English. Whether you are planning a trip, talking to someone at a hotel, or just sharing your holiday stories, you need travel vocabulary and phrases. By the end of this episode, you will feel much more confident talking about travel in English. Let me introduce my wonderful co-host, Mark. Hi, Mark.
Hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our fantastic listeners. Yes, today we are talking about travel, and I am genuinely excited about this topic. Travel is one of my favorite things to talk about because it connects so naturally to real life. You can use Travel English right away when you book a flight, check into a hotel, ask for directions, or order food in a restaurant in another country. For beginners, travel is also a great topic to practice because the vocabulary is very practical. Today, Anna and I will cover lots of useful words, phrases, and example conversations. So get comfortable, relax, and let's explore the world of travel English together. Let's start.
Okay, so let's begin with the very basics. When we talk about travel, the first question is usually, where do you want to go? In English, we can ask this in simple ways. Where do you want to travel? Or where are you going on holiday? Or what is your dream destination? A destination is the place where you want to go. For example, my destination is Paris, or I want to travel to Japan. Other important basic words are a trip, a journey you make to another place, a holiday, time off when you travel or rest, a suitcase, the bag you pack your clothes in. Mark, can you give some more basic travel vocabulary?
Sure. Here are more important basic travel words. A passport, the official document you need to travel to another country. A visa, permission from a country to enter and stay there. A ticket, the document that lets you travel by plane, train, or bus. A flight, a journey by plane. A hotel, a building where you pay to sleep and stay. A map, a drawing that shows streets and places to help you find your way. A tourist, a person who visits a place on holiday. A souvenir, a small gift you buy to remember a place. These are all very common words you will hear when you travel. Learn them.
Those are great words. Passport, visa, ticket, flight, hotel, map, tourist, souvenir. All so useful. Now let's talk about how to plan a trip. When you plan a travel, the first step is usually to choose your destination. Then you need to book your transport. This means you buy your tickets in advance. I want to book a flight to Rome. Next, you book your accommodation, a place to stay. I need to book a hotel room for 3 nights. Then you pack your suitcase. You put your things inside. Finally, you go to the airport or train station. Mark, can you give some useful phrases for booking a trip?
Of course. Here are some very useful phrases for planning a trip. I want to book a flight to London for next Friday. Can I get a return ticket, please? A return ticket means you go and come back. I need a single ticket to Madrid. A single ticket is one way only. I would like to book a hotel room for 2 nights. Do you have any rooms available? What time does the flight depart? Depart means leave. What time does the flight arrive? Is breakfast included in the price? Is breakfast part of the hotel cost? These are all phrases you can use when you plan a real trip. Practice them at home.
Is breakfast included? I love that phrase. It is so useful when you stay in a hotel. Now let's talk about the airport, because for many travelers, the airport is the first big experience. At the airport, there are many important areas and words.
Check-in. This is where you show your ticket and passport and give your big suitcase to the airline. Security. This is where they check your bags for safety. Gate. This is the door where you board, get onto, the plane. Boarding. When passengers get on the plane. Arrivals. Where passengers come in from flights. Departures. Where passengers leave for flights. Mark, give us some airport example sentences.
Great airport vocabulary, Anna. Here are some useful airport sentences. Where is the check-in desk for flight BA204? Please put your bags on the belt at security. Your gate is number 14. Boarding starts at 2:30. Please have your boarding pass ready. A boarding pass is the document that lets you get on the plane. Is this the gate for the flight to Tokyo? The flight has been delayed by 1 hour. Delayed means it starts later than planned. The flight has been canceled, means it doesn't happen at all. My bag is lost. Can you help me? Said when your suitcase doesn't arrive. Very important to know.
My bag is lost. I hope nobody needs to say that, but it is very important to know. Now, let's talk about hotels, because after the airport, the hotel is usually the next big place you visit when you travel. At a hotel, you check in when you arrive and check out when you leave. The reception or front desk is where you go to get your room key and ask questions. The room can be single for one person or double for two. Other useful words: room service, food delivered to your room. A lift takes you between floors. Mark, what phrases can you give for talking to hotel staff?
Sure. Here are very useful hotel phrases. I have a reservation under the name Anna Smith. A reservation is a booking you made before. Can I check in, please? My name is Mark. What time is checkout? Checkout is when you must leave the room. Can I have a wake-up call at 7 o'clock, please? Is there free Wi-Fi in the hotel? My room is too cold. Can you help? The shower is not working. Can I have an extra pillow, please? I would like a room with a sea view. Can you recommend a good restaurant nearby? Nearby means close to here. These are all real phrases hotel guests use every day. Practice them.
I would like a room with a sea view. That sounds like a wonderful dream. Now, let's talk about different types of transport. There is the plane, the fastest way to travel far. A train, great for traveling between cities, comfortable and fast. A bus, cheaper than a train and good for shorter distances. A ferry, a boat that carries passengers across water between islands or countries. A taxi, a car with a driver that you pay. A car rental, you rent a car and drive yourself. Mark, what type of transport do you prefer when you travel?
Great question. Personally, I love traveling by train because I can relax, look out of the window, and enjoy the scenery. Scenery means the view of nature and landscapes around you. But I also love road trips, traveling by car to different places, making stops along the way. Here are some useful transport phrases. Can I buy a train ticket to Barcelona, please? Which platform does the train leave from? A platform is the area beside the train track where you wait. How long is the journey? Does this bus go to the city center? I would like to rent a car for 3 days. Can you take me to the main station, please? All very practical phrases.
I love train travel too. The scenery is so beautiful. Now, let's talk about asking for directions, because when you travel, you often get lost or do not know where things are. It is very important to know how to ask for help. Some simple ways to ask for directions. Excuse me, where is the nearest metro station? Can you tell me how to get to the museum? How far is it from here? Is it within walking distance? This means, can I walk there, or is it too far? When someone gives you directions, you will hear, turn left, turn right, go straight. Keep walking the same way. Mark, can you give more direction phrases?
Direction words are so important for travelers. Here are more useful phrases. Go straight ahead for 2 blocks, then turn left. The hotel is on your right. Turn right at the traffic lights. Go past the supermarket and turn left. It is just around the corner. This means it is very close. Take the second street on the left. The museum is opposite the park. Opposite means directly across from something. You can walk there in about 10 minutes. Take the underground or subway to the next station. I'm sorry, I'm not from here. I do not know. A polite way to say you cannot help. Very useful.
It is just around the corner. It means something is very close. Now, let's talk about food and restaurants when traveling, because eating is one of the best parts of any trip. When you're in a new country, try the local food, the traditional dishes from that place. In a restaurant, you'll need key phrases. A table for 2, please. Can I see the menu? What do you recommend? I'm vegetarian. Do you have vegetarian options? Can I have the bill, please? The bill shows how much you must pay. Mark, any more restaurant phrases?
Yes, here are more useful restaurant phrases for travelers. I would like to order the pasta, please. What is today's special? The daily special is a dish the chef makes fresh that day. Is this dish spicy? Can I have some water, please? This is delicious, a great compliment for the chef or waiter. Could I have this without onions, please? Useful if you don't like something. Can I pay by card? Do you have a children's menu? We would like separate bills, please. Each person pays for their own food. A very important phrase. What is this dish made of? To find out the ingredients. Always ask if you have food allergies.
What is this dish made of? A smart question if you have food allergies. Now let's talk about sightseeing, one of the most fun parts of travel. Sightseeing means visiting famous and interesting places. A sightseeing spot is called an attraction or a landmark. Famous landmarks include the Eiffel Tower in Paris, Big Ben in London, and the Colosseum in Rome. When you visit, you need phrases like, how much does it cost to enter? What time does it open? Is there a guided tour? A guide walks you around and explains everything. Mark, what are your favorite sightseeing activities?
I love exploring local markets and walking around old city centers. They always feel so alive and interesting. When sightseeing, here are some very useful phrases. 2 tickets to the museum, please. Is photography allowed inside? Some museums do not allow photos. Where is the entrance? How long does the tour take? Do you have an audio guide? An audio guide is a device or phone app that tells you about the place as you walk. Is there a discount for students? Can I buy tickets online? What is the most popular attraction in this city? I would like to visit the Old Town, the historic, original part of a city. Very useful for any sightseeing trip.
Is photography allowed? So important to ask before taking pictures. Now let's talk about shopping when traveling, because buying things is a fun part of many trips. You might visit local markets, shopping streets, or souvenir shops. Useful shopping phrases. How much does this cost? Can I try this on to see if clothing fits? Do you have this in a larger size? This is too expensive. Do you have anything cheaper? I will take it when you decide to buy something. Can I pay in cash? Where can I find a pharmacy? Mark, more shopping phrases?
More shopping phrases for travelers. Do you accept credit cards? Can I get a receipt, please? A receipt is a piece of paper that proves you paid. Is there a tax refund for tourists? Some countries give tourists money back on shopping tax. Do you have this in a different color? Can you gift wrap this? Is this a local product? Good when buying souvenirs. Where's the nearest shopping center? Do you have a sale on? A sale means lower prices. I'm just looking, thank you. A polite way to say you are not ready to buy. These phrases make shopping abroad very easy.
I'm just looking, thank you. I use that phrase all the time. Now let's talk about money and payments when traveling, because when you travel, the money is often different. In Europe, many countries use the euro. In the United Kingdom, they use the pound. In Japan, the yen. You need to exchange money. Change your home currency for the local one. A currency exchange is the place to do this. Useful money phrases. What is the exchange rate today? Can I exchange euros for dollars? Is there an ATM nearby? An ATM gives you cash. Mark, more money phrases?
Yes, money and banking are really important for travelers. Here are more useful phrases. I would like to withdraw some cash. To withdraw means to take money out. Can I use my debit card here? Is there a fee for using this ATM? My card is not working. Can you help? How much does this cost in euros? Do you take foreign currency? Some shops accept the money of other countries. I have traveler's checks. Traveler's checks are a safe way to carry money abroad. Can I get change for this note? A note is paper money. A very practical tip, always tell your bank before you travel so they do not block your card.
Tell your bank before you travel. Such very practical advice. I forgot once and my card was blocked on the first day. Very stressful. Now let's talk about making conversation with local people, one of the best parts of travel. Simple conversation starters. Excuse me, do you speak English? I'm a tourist. Can you help me? I'm visiting from South Korea. This is my first time here. I love your city. What do you recommend? What is the best time of year to visit? Mark, can you give more phrases for friendly conversations with local people?
Meeting local people is the best part of travel. Here are more friendly phrases. How long have you lived here? What is your favorite thing about this place? Are there any hidden gems nearby? A hidden gem is a wonderful place few tourists know about. What local dish must I try? Is this area safe for tourists? I'm staying here for 1 week. I'm traveling alone. I'm traveling with my family. Is there a local market to visit? Thank you so much for your help. And when someone is extra helpful, you made my day. They made you feel very happy.
You made my day is such a warm and friendly expression to know. Now let's talk about common travel problems, because not every trip goes perfectly. Sometimes things go wrong and you need to ask for help. Common problems include a delayed or canceled flight, a lost bag, feeling sick, or losing your passport. Useful phrases for problems: I need help, please. I have lost my passport. I feel sick. Is there a doctor nearby? My bag did not arrive. I missed my train. What can I do? Where is the nearest hospital? I need to contact my embassy. Mark, can you give more problem-solving phrases?
Problem phrases are so important. Here are more useful ones. I do not understand. Can you say that again more slowly? Can you write it down for me, please? Can you call a taxi for me? I am allergic to this medicine. Do you have something else? My phone battery is dead. Can I use your charger? I have lost my wallet. I need to make an emergency call. Is there a police station nearby? Can you help me find my hotel? Here is the address. I do not have travel insurance. Travel insurance helps you pay for problems on your trip. Can I use the phone? These phrases could help in a real emergency. Very important to know.
Travel insurance and emergency phrases, so important. Now let's talk about accommodation, because there are so many different types of places you can stay when you travel. We already mentioned hotels, but there are other options too. A hostel, a cheaper place to stay, often with shared rooms. It is very popular with young travelers and backpackers. A backpacker travels with just a backpack and a small budget. A guest house, a small family-run place, often cheaper and more personal than a big hotel. An Airbnb, renting someone's home for your stay. A resort, a large hotel, often by the beach with activities included. Mark, what type of accommodation do you prefer?
I love different types depending on the trip. For a relaxing holiday, I enjoy a resort by the sea. For a budget city trip, a guest house or Airbnb is perfect. You experience the local area more closely. Here are useful accommodation phrases. I would like to check in, please. Can I have a quiet room? Does the room have air conditioning? Is there a safe in the room? A safe is a locked box for your valuables. Can I leave my luggage here after checkout? Is parking available? Is the hotel near public transport? All very practical questions.
Can I leave my luggage after checkout? So useful when your flight is late in the evening and checkout is in the morning. Now let's talk about weather, because it can completely change all your travel plans. Always check the weather forecast before you travel. Useful weather words: sunny, the sun is shining. Rainy, lots of rain. Cloudy, covered with clouds. Windy, strong wind. Hot, very warm. Cold, low temperature. Snowy, snow is falling. Humid, warm and wet air, common in tropical countries. Mark, how does weather affect your travel plans?
Weather really does change everything when you travel. I always check the forecast carefully before packing my suitcase. For hot and sunny weather, I bring light clothes, sunscreen, and a hat. For cold or rainy weather, I pack a jacket and umbrella. Here are useful weather phrases for travel. What is the weather like in Bangkok in July? Is it the rainy season now? Should I bring an umbrella? The weather is perfect for sightseeing. I was not expecting it to be so cold. There's a storm coming. Should I change my plans? What is the best season to visit? Very natural.
What is the best season to visit? Such a useful question. Different places are beautiful at different times of year. Now let's do a fun activity. Let's imagine we are planning a trip together. Mark, let's pretend we are two friends planning a holiday. I will start. So, Mark, where should we go for our next holiday? I really want somewhere sunny and warm. Maybe the beach? This kind of role-play conversation is great practice for our listeners. Try to do this with a friend at home. Think of a destination, talk about transport, accommodation, food, and activities. Real conversations like this will help you remember vocabulary much better than just reading from a list. Ready, Mark?
I love this idea. Let me play along. Great idea, Anna. How about Thailand? It's sunny, warm, and the beaches are beautiful. We can fly there directly from our city. The flights are usually about 11 hours. Let's book a small hotel near the beach. I prefer somewhere quiet and not too expensive. What activities do you want to do there? We can snorkel, swim underwater with a mask, visit temples, try Thai food, and explore local markets. That sounds amazing. I will check the visa requirements. Do we need a visa to go there? This kind of conversation is perfect practice. Listeners, try making your own travel planning conversation with a friend.
That Thailand conversation was so much fun. I really want to go now. Now, let's talk about describing a place when you come back from a trip. People always ask, how was your holiday? Or what was it like? You need to describe places in English. Useful adjectives. Beautiful, very nice to look at. Crowded, full of many people. Peaceful, quiet and calm. Exciting, full of interesting things to do. Expensive, costs a lot. Affordable, good value. Amazing, incredible, wonderful. Disappointing, not as good as you expected. Mark, can you give some example sentences?
Describing places is so much fun. Here's some natural example sentences. The old town was absolutely beautiful. The streets were narrow and full of history. The beach was very crowded in summer, but still lovely. The mountains were peaceful and perfect for walking. The mood market was exciting. There were so many different smells and colors. The hotel was clean, comfortable, and very affordable. Unfortunately, the weather was disappointing. It rained every day. The city was amazing. I want to go back. The local people were incredibly friendly and welcoming. Notice the adjectives. They paint a picture for the listener. Describing places with feeling and detail makes your stories much more interesting to listen to.
Those descriptions are absolutely wonderful. The streets were narrow and full of history. I can picture it perfectly. Now, let's learn some very useful travel expressions that English speakers use all the time. Hit the road. This means to start a journey. Live out of a suitcase. To travel so much you never stay in one place long. Off the beaten track. Going to places not popular with most tourists. Explore the world. To travel and discover new places. Jet lag. Feeling very tired after changing time zones. Mark, can you give examples using these travel expressions?
I love those travel expressions. Here's some natural example sentences using them. We hit the road early in the morning to beat the traffic. She basically lives out of a suitcase because she travels so much. I prefer off-the-beaten-track destinations away from big crowds.
My dream is to explore the world and visit every continent. I had terrible jet lag after flying from New York to Seoul. More great travel expressions. Go sightseeing, to visit tourist attractions. Pack light, bring very few things in your bag. All-inclusive, your holiday price includes food, drinks, and activities. These are all very natural phrases.
Pack light. That is great advice for any traveler. I always bring too many things. Now, let's talk about traveling for different reasons. People travel for many different purposes, not just for holidays. Business travel is when you travel for work, for meetings, conferences, or visiting clients. A conference is a large meeting where many professionals come together. Study abroad means going to another country to study at a school or university. This is very popular with students. Adventure travel is when you travel to do exciting physical activities like hiking, climbing, or whitewater rafting. Cultural travel is when you travel to learn about history, art, and traditions. Mark, have you done any of these?
Yes, I have. I've done business travel, and I absolutely love it when I can combine it with exploring the city, too. I also went hiking in Nepal once. It was one of the most incredible experiences of my life. The mountains were breathtaking, so beautiful. Here are useful phrases for different types of travel. I am here on a business trip. I'm attending a conference. I'm studying here for 1 semester. I'm backpacking through Southeast Asia. I went on a hiking trip in the Alps. I'm on a cultural tour of Italy. All natural phrases for explaining why you are traveling.
Breathtaking. What a great word. It means so beautiful it takes your breath away. Now, I want to talk about a very modern topic, traveling with technology. Today, technology makes travel so much easier. You can use apps and websites to book flights, find hotels, get directions, and even translate languages. Some very useful travel apps include Google Maps for directions and finding places, Google Translate to translate words and signs in other languages, Booking.com or Airbnb for finding accommodation, TripAdvisor to read reviews of hotels and restaurants, a weather app to check the forecast, and your bank's app to check your balance. Mark, how do you use technology when you travel?
Technology has completely changed how I travel. I use Google Maps constantly. I almost never get lost anymore. I also use translation apps a lot, especially in countries where I do not speak the language. They are amazing for reading menus, signs, and asking for help. Here are some useful technology phrases for travelers. Can you recommend a good travel app? What is the Wi-Fi password? Is there free Wi-Fi in the lobby? My phone has died. Where can I charge it? I need to buy a local SIM card. A SIM card gives local phone service. Does the hotel have a charging station? Can I connect to the Wi-Fi here? Technology really makes every trip smoother and safer.
What is the Wi-Fi password? Honestly, one of the most important modern travel phrases. Now, let's do a short practice quiz for our listeners. I will ask a question, and Mark will answer using today's travel vocabulary. Listeners, please try to think of your own answer before Mark speaks. First question. You arrive at a hotel. What do you say to the receptionist? Think about the phrases we learned. I have a reservation, I would like to check in, and your name. Then ask about Wi-Fi and checkout time. Imagining real situations is one of the very best ways to improve your English.
Great quiz, Anna. Okay, here's my answer. At the hotel reception, I would say, "Hello, I have a reservation under the name Mark Johnson." Then the receptionist asks for my passport and gives me my key. I then ask, "What time is checkout? Is breakfast included in the price? Is there free Wi-Fi in the room? Can you recommend a good restaurant for dinner nearby?" And when I go to my room, if there is a problem, I would say, "Excuse me, the air conditioning is not working." Or, "Can I have an extra towel, please?" These are all completely natural hotel conversations. Try saying these phrases out loud at home. Speaking practice builds confidence.
Excellent hotel conversation, Mark. Now, let's do one more practice scenario. You are at a restaurant in Italy. You do not speak Italian. What do you say? Think about the phrases, do you speak English? Can I see the menu? What do you recommend? I am allergic to.
This is a very real situation that many travelers face every day. English is the common language of international travel, not just the language of England or America, but the whole world. When people from different countries meet, they communicate in English. This is one of the most important reasons to learn English.
Such a great point. English really is the international language of travel. Here's my restaurant answer. I walk in and say, "Hello, do you have a table for two?" The waiter shows us a table. "Thank you. Can we see the menu?" Then, "What do you recommend? What is the specialty here, the best dish?" If I do not know a word, "What is bruschetta? What is it made of?" When we are ready, "I will have the pasta, please." At the end, "Can we have the bill? Can I pay by card?" These phrases work in any restaurant anywhere in the world.
Those phrases work anywhere. So true. Now, I want to give our listeners some final tips for traveling and using English when abroad. Tip 1. Do not be afraid to speak English even if you make mistakes. People appreciate when you try, and most people are kind and helpful. Tip 2. Learn a few words of the local language. Hello, thank you, and please go a very long way. People love it. Tip 3. Carry a notebook and write down useful phrases. Tip 4. Use apps like Google Translate when you are stuck. Tip 5. Smile. A smile is understood everywhere. Mark, do you have any final travel tips?
Great tips, Anna. Here are a few more from me. Tip 6. Always make a copy of your passport and keep it separate from the original, just in case. Tip 7. Buy travel insurance before every trip. It can save a lot of money if things go wrong. Tip 8. Tell someone at home your travel plans, your hotel name, and return date. Tip 9. Be respectful of local customs and cultures. Always be curious and open-minded. Tip 10. Enjoy every single moment. Travel is one of life's greatest gifts. Every trip teaches you something new. Happy travels to everyone.
What a wonderful and rich episode this has been. I am genuinely so happy we covered so many travel topics today. Let me give a final summary of what we talked about. We covered basic travel vocabulary, passport, ticket, hotel, destination. We talked about the airport, different types of transport, hotels, asking for directions, food and restaurants, sightseeing, shopping, money, weather, accommodation, travel problems, technology, and describing places. We also practiced real travel conversations and learned some great travel expressions. There is so much travel English to explore, but today you have a really strong and practical foundation. Remember, the best way to practice is to use the language in real situations. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Anna, and a very big thank you to every listener today. I hope this episode made you feel excited about traveling and using English when you travel. Remember, English is your travel superpower. With English, you can go anywhere and communicate with anyone. Do not wait until your English is perfect. Travel and learn at the same time. Every trip is a language lesson. Review today's vocabulary, practice the phrases with a friend, and you will feel ready for any travel situation. Take great care, and we'll see you in the next episode. Goodbye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. Today's topic is very important and very personal. We are going to talk about self-respect. Maybe you know this word, or maybe it is new to you. Self-respect means that you value yourself. It means you treat yourself well, and you believe you are important. This is a big topic, but we will use simple English today, so don't worry. I am here with my wonderful co-host, Mark. We will share ideas, stories, and tips together. I hope this podcast helps you feel good about yourself. Hi, Mark. How are you today? Are you ready to talk about self-respect?
Hi, Anna. I'm doing great, thank you. Hello to all our wonderful listeners. Yes, I am very ready. Self-respect is one of my favorite topics. I think it is something every person needs to understand, young or old. When I was younger, I did not always respect myself. I let people treat me badly sometimes. I said yes when I wanted to say no. It took time to learn that I have value. Now I feel much stronger. I hope today's conversation will help our listeners feel stronger too. This podcast is in simple English, so it is great for beginners. Don't be afraid to listen many times and learn new words. Let's start, Anna. What does self-respect mean to you personally?
Great question, Mark. To me, self-respect means that I know I have value. I am not perfect, nobody is, but I am still important. I think self-respect is like a foundation. If you have a strong foundation, you can build a good life on top of it. If the foundation is weak, everything else falls down. When I respect myself, I make better choices. I choose good friends, I eat well, I sleep enough, I say no when something feels wrong. I also don't let people speak badly to me. I believe every person deserves kindness and respect, including from themselves. What do you think is the difference between self-respect and being proud or arrogant, Mark?
That is a very good question. I think self-respect and arrogance are very different things. Self-respect means you know your value, but you also respect others. Arrogance means you think you are better than other people. An arrogant person says, I am the best. A person with self-respect says, I am good enough, and so are you. Self-respect is quiet and calm. Arrogance is loud and unkind. I think many people confuse these two things. They are afraid to respect themselves because they don't want to seem arrogant. But that is not right. You can be humble and still have strong self-respect. In fact, I think truly humble people have the strongest self-respect. Do you agree, Anna?
Yes, I completely agree. Humble people know their value, but they don't need to show it loudly. They don't need other people to say, you are great, because they already believe it inside. I think self-respect starts from inside you, not from other people. This is a very important idea. Many people wait for others to tell them they are good. They need compliments every day to feel okay. But if your self-respect comes from outside, it is not stable. Today, someone says something nice, and you feel good. Tomorrow, no one says anything, and you feel bad. Real self-respect does not change like the weather. It is steady. It comes from knowing yourself and accepting yourself. Mark, how do you build self-respect? Where does it come from?
I think self-respect is built through actions and habits. When I do what I say I will do, I respect myself more. For example, if I say, I will exercise tomorrow, and then I actually do it, I feel proud of myself. That small action builds self-respect. But if I say it and don't do it, I feel disappointed in myself. Over time, that disappointment grows. So one big way to build self-respect is to keep your promises, especially the promises you make to yourself. I also think that knowing your values helps. What is important to you? What do you believe is right or wrong? When you live according to your values, you feel strong inside. Do you have a daily habit that helps your self-respect, Anna?
Yes, I have a few habits that really help me. Every morning, I spend 5 minutes just sitting quietly. I don't look at my phone right away. I take a breath and think about one thing I am grateful for and one thing I like about myself. It sounds simple, but it really helps me start the day feeling positive. Another habit is writing in a journal. I write about my feelings, my thoughts, and my small successes. When I look back at my journal, I see how much I have grown. It reminds me that I am trying, and trying is enough. I think many people forget their own progress. They only see what they haven't done, not what they have done. That's hard on self-respect. What do you think hurts self-respect the most, Mark?
I think the thing that hurts self-respect the most is negative self-talk. That means the bad things we say to ourselves in our own head. For example, I am stupid, I am ugly, nobody likes me, or I can never do anything right. These thoughts are like little voices, and if we listen to them too much, we start to believe them. The sad thing is, we would never say these things to a friend. If a friend made a mistake, we would say, it's okay, try again. But we say very cruel things to ourselves. I think we must practice being kind to ourselves the same way we are kind to others. If you catch yourself saying something mean to yourself, stop. Change it to something kinder. Have you experienced negative self-talk, Anna?
Oh, absolutely. I think everyone has. When I was in school, I was very hard on myself. If I got a bad grade, I would say, "You are so stupid, Anna." I would not eat well, I would not sleep, I would just feel terrible for days. Looking back, I was very unkind to myself. One thing that helped me was a teacher who told me, "Anna, you are not your grades. You are so much more than that." Those words stayed with me for a long time. I think we all need someone like that in our lives, someone who reminds us of our worth. But we also need to be that person for ourselves. We cannot always wait for someone else to be kind to us. We must be kind to ourselves first. Mark, did anyone ever help you see your own value?
Yes, my older brother helped me a lot. When I was about 16, I had a group of friends who were not very nice. They made fun of me sometimes. They called me names. I thought that was just normal because they were my friends. My brother saw what was happening and he said, "Mark, friends do not treat each other this way. You deserve better." At first, I didn't believe him. I thought maybe I was the problem, but slowly I understood that I was allowing people to disrespect me because I didn't respect myself. That was a turning point for me. I slowly changed my friends. I started to choose people who treated me well. And when I was around kinder people, I started to feel better about myself too. Do the people around us really affect our self-respect, Anna?
Absolutely, they do. The people around us have a huge effect on how we feel about ourselves. If you spend time with people who criticize you, put you down, or make you feel small, your self-respect will slowly get weaker. But if you are around people who support you, encourage you, and treat you with kindness, your self-respect grows. I think of it like a plant. If you put a plant in dark, cold conditions, it will die. But if you give it sunlight and water, it will grow beautifully. We are the same. Our environment matters. This is why choosing your friends carefully is so important. It is not about being selfish. It is about protecting your inner world. Have you ever had to end a friendship because it was hurting your self-respect?
Yes, and it was one of the hardest things I ever did. I had a friend, let's call him Dan, for almost 6 years. At first, our friendship was fun, but slowly he became more and more negative. He always criticized my ideas. He said things like, "That will never work," or "You always make mistakes." After spending time with him, I always felt tired and sad. I tried to talk to him about it, but nothing changed. Finally, I decided to slowly step away from the friendship. I felt guilty at first. I thought, is it wrong to leave? But then I realized protecting your peace is not selfish. It is necessary. After I stopped seeing Dan, I felt lighter and more confident. My self-respect got stronger. Have you ever set a boundary with someone, Anna?
Yes, and let's talk about boundaries because I think they are very connected to self-respect. A boundary is a limit you set. It is a way of saying, this is okay with me, and this is not okay with me. For example, please don't speak to me that way, or I need time alone on weekends. Boundaries are not walls. They are healthy limits that protect you. I used to have trouble setting boundaries because I was afraid people would not like me. I wanted everyone to be happy with me. But trying to make everyone happy made me very unhappy. When I started setting small boundaries, people around me actually respected me more, not less. It's like when you respect yourself, others learn to respect you too. Does setting boundaries feel difficult to you, Mark?
It used to be very difficult for me. I'm a person who likes to help others, so saying no felt very bad. I thought saying no meant I was a bad person or a bad friend. But I learned that saying no is actually a form of honesty. If I say yes when I mean no, I'm being dishonest with myself and with the other person. And over time, that builds frustration and even anger inside. Boundaries also help the other person. When you're clear about what you need, the relationship is more honest. there are fewer misunderstandings. I now practice saying no calmly and without too many explanations. Just, no, I can't do that right now, is enough. You don't have to apologize for having limits. What is one boundary that changed your life, Anna?
One boundary that really changed my life was about my phone and social media at night. I used to check my phone right before sleeping. I would see photos of other people's lives, read negative comments, compare myself to others. I would go to sleep feeling bad about myself. One day, I decided no phone after 9 o'clock at night. It was hard at first. I felt anxious, like I was missing something. But after 1 week, I was sleeping better, feeling calmer, and thinking more positive thoughts about my own life. That one boundary made a huge difference to my self-respect and my happiness. Sometimes the smallest changes have the biggest results. I think social media can be very dangerous for self-respect if we are not careful. Do you think social media hurts self-respect, Mark?
Yes, I do. Social media can be very damaging for self-respect, especially for young people. On social media, everyone shows their best moments, the nice holidays, the perfect food, the beautiful photos, but nobody shows their hard days, their bad mornings, or their problems. So when you look at social media, you're comparing your real, normal life to other people's highlight reel, the best parts only. That comparison is never fair, and it always makes you feel worse. I think the key is to use social media intentionally. Follow accounts that inspire you or teach you something. Unfollow accounts that make you feel bad. And remember that a photo is never the whole truth. Have you ever compared yourself to someone online and felt bad, Anna?
Many times. I remember seeing photos of a girl I went to school with. She always had beautiful clothes, nice holidays, a perfect smile. I started to feel like my life was boring or not good enough. I spent a lot of time wishing I had her life. Then one day I met her in real life and we had a long conversation. She told me she was very lonely, she was going through a hard time at work, and she felt a lot of pressure to look perfect online. I was so surprised. Her online life was completely different from her real feelings inside. That was a very big lesson for me. I stopped comparing myself to the online world after that. Comparison is one of the biggest enemies of self-respect. Mark, is there anything else you think is an enemy of self-respect?
Yes, I think perfectionism is a big enemy of self-respect. Perfectionism means you think everything you do must be perfect. If it is not perfect, you feel like a failure. The problem is, nothing in life is perfect. We all make mistakes, we all have bad days. If your self-respect depends on being perfect, you will always be disappointed. I used to be very perfectionist. I worked very long hours and still felt like I had not done enough. I was never satisfied. My therapist helped me understand that done is better than perfect. Trying is more important than succeeding every time. When I accepted that I am a work in progress, not a finished product, I started to feel much better about myself. Do you think it's possible to love yourself and still want to improve?
Yes, absolutely. And I think this is a very important point. Self-respect does not mean you think you are perfect or that you have nothing to learn. It means you accept yourself as you are right now, while also believing you can grow. Think of a child learning to walk. The child falls down many times, but we don't say, "This child is a failure." We say, "Keep trying, you are doing so well." We need to be that encouraging voice for ourselves, too. You can look in the mirror and say, "I have things to work on, and I am still worthy of love and respect." Both things are true at the same time. Self-improvement and self-respect are not opposites. In fact, when you respect yourself, you want to improve because you care about your own future. Mark, let's talk about self-respect at work. Is it different there?
Great topic. Self-respect at work is very important and can be challenging. At work, there's often pressure to agree with your boss, to work extra hours, or to be quiet about problems. I had a job a few years ago where my manager spoke to me in a disrespectful way in front of other people. I felt embarrassed and small. At first, I said nothing. I thought it was normal. But after some weeks, I decided to speak to him privately. I said calmly, I would prefer if we discuss problems in private, not in front of the team. He was surprised, but he changed his behavior. That moment was very important for my self-respect. I showed myself that I could stand up for myself calmly and professionally. Have you ever dealt with a difficult situation at work that tested your self-respect, Anna?
Yes. Once I worked very hard on a project for weeks. When we presented it to the team, a colleague took a lot of credit for my work. She spoke about her ideas, but they were my ideas. I felt angry and hurt, but I did not say anything in the meeting because I was nervous. Afterward, I went to my manager and explained the situation calmly. I said, "I want you to know that several of those ideas were mine." My manager listened and acknowledged my contribution. I learned two things from that experience. First, speak up for yourself, calmly but clearly. Second, document your work. Keep records of your ideas and progress. Self-respect at work sometimes means being your own best advocate. Nobody will promote your value if you don't do it first. What advice would you give about self-respect in relationships, Mark?
Self-respect in relationships is so important. I think the most important advice is never lose yourself for another person. In relationships, romantic ones or friendships, sometimes we change too much to make the other person happy. We give up our hobbies, our friends, our opinions. We agree with everything they say. We become a mirror of them, not ourselves. That is very dangerous. If you lose yourself, you also lose your self-respect. A healthy relationship has two whole people, not one whole person and one person who has disappeared. You must keep your identity, keep your hobbies, keep your friendships, keep your opinions, even if they're different. Of course, compromise is part of every relationship, but there is a big difference between healthy compromise and losing who you are. Have you ever lost yourself in a relationship, Anna?
Honestly, yes. When I was younger, I had a relationship where I slowly stopped doing the things I loved. I stopped painting because he said it was a waste of time. I stopped seeing certain friends because he didn't like them. I stopped sharing my real opinions because I wanted to avoid arguments. After that relationship ended, I felt like I didn't know who I was anymore. It took me a long time to find myself again. I went back to painting, I reconnected with old friends, I started to discover my own opinions again. And through that process, my self-respect grew stronger than ever before. Sometimes a difficult experience teaches us the most. Losing yourself teaches you how important it is to keep yourself. What is the connection between self-respect and forgiveness, Mark?
Oh, this is such a deep and important connection. I think forgiveness is a gift you give yourself, not the other person. When someone hurts us and we hold on to the anger and pain for a long time, it's like carrying a heavy bag everywhere. The other person is moved on, but we are still carrying that heavy weight. Forgiving does not mean saying what you did was okay. It means saying, I'm no longer going to let this hurt control my life. That is a form of self-respect. You are saying, I deserve peace. I deserve to move forward. I also think we need to forgive ourselves. We all make mistakes. We all do things we regret. Holding on to that guilt forever is also unkind to yourself. Do you find it easy to forgive yourself, Anna?
No, honestly, it is one of the hardest things for me. I can forgive other people much easier than I forgive myself. When I make a mistake, I replay it in my mind again and again. I think, why did I say that? Or I should have done it differently. It can go on for days. I am trying to practice self-compassion. Self-compassion means treating yourself with the same understanding and kindness that you would give to a good friend. I try to ask myself, if my friend made this same mistake, what would I say to them? And the answer is always much kinder than what I say to myself. That small mental exercise helps me a lot. I think self-compassion and self-respect are like two best friends. They work together. Mark, how do you practice self-compassion?
I practice self-compassion by recognizing that I am human. I say to myself out loud sometimes, I am a human being. Humans make mistakes. This is normal. It sounds simple, but saying it out loud makes it feel more real. I also remind myself that I always did the best I could with what I knew at the time. If I knew better then, I would have done better. But I didn't, so I made the choice I made, and now I can learn and move forward. Another thing that helps me is reading stories of other people who made big mistakes and recovered. It reminds me that nobody is perfect, not even very successful people. Everyone struggles, everyone fails sometimes, and everyone can start again. Anna, let's talk about body image. Do you think how we feel about our body affects self-respect?
Yes, it definitely does. And this is a topic I feel strongly about. Many people, especially women, have a complicated relationship with their bodies. From a very young age, we see images of perfect bodies in magazines, movies, and social media. We are taught that we need to be thinner or have perfect skin or look a certain way. This pressure is very damaging to self-respect. I spent years not liking my body. I thought I would be happier when I lost weight or changed something about myself. But happiness never came from changing my body. Happiness came when I decided to respect my body as it is. My body does so much for me every day. It breathes, it moves, it thinks. I am grateful for it. Treating your body with care is an act of self-respect. How do you think men experience body image, Mark?
Men experience body image issues too, but we often don't talk about it. There's a pressure on men to be strong, muscular, tall. If a man doesn't look like those images, he might feel embarrassed or not good enough. I was quite thin when I was young, and some people made jokes about it. I hated taking off my shirt at the pool. I felt ashamed of my body. Over time, I started exercising, not to look a certain way, but because it made me feel strong and healthy. That shift in motivation was very important. When you exercise to punish your body or to look like someone else, it is not self-respect. When you exercise because you love and value your body, that is self-respect. The goal changes everything. Do you think self-respect is connected to mental health, Anna?
Absolutely. They are deeply connected. When we have low self-respect, we often feel anxious, sad, or empty. We feel like we don't matter. Those feelings can grow into bigger problems like depression or anxiety over time. On the other hand, when we have healthy self-respect, we handle stress better. We bounce back more quickly from difficult situations. We feel more stable and calm inside. I think self-respect is like a mental immune system. When it is strong, you can handle life's challenges without breaking. When it is weak, even small problems feel enormous. This is why working on self-respect is not selfish. It's actually taking care of your mental health. Have you ever struggled with your mental health, Mark? And how did self-respect play a role?
Yes, I went through a period of depression about 5 years ago. I was working too much, sleeping too little, and ignoring my own needs completely. I thought, I must be productive. I must achieve more. I had no time for rest, for friends, for fun. My self-respect was actually quite low at that time, even though from the outside I looked busy and successful. I finally asked for help and started seeing a therapist. One of the first things she helped me understand was that I was treating myself like a machine, not a person. Machines don't need rest or love. People do. Learning to put my own needs on the list, not at the bottom, but somewhere in the middle, was a huge step. Do you think asking for help is a sign of self-respect, Anna?
Yes, I strongly believe asking for help is a sign of self-respect, not weakness. It takes courage to say, I'm struggling and I need support. It shows that you value yourself enough to get the help you need. In many cultures, asking for help is seen as something to be ashamed of. Especially for men, there's a message that says, be strong, handle it yourself, don't show your feelings. But that message is very harmful. Everyone needs help at some point. A person who asks for help is saying, I deserve to feel better. I am worth the effort. That is beautiful self-respect. I also think that being around people who ask for help normalizes it. When my friend told me she was seeing a therapist, I felt brave enough to try it too.
Have you told others about your experience with therapy, Mark?
Yes, I have, and I'm glad I did. At first, I felt nervous to tell people. I thought they would think I was weak or strange, but the reactions were almost always positive. Many people said, "Me too," or "I'm thinking about doing that as well." Opening up made real connections. It also helped me feel less alone. I think one of the most powerful things you can do for yourself and others is to be honest about your struggles. It helps both you and the people around you. Self-respect also means being honest, especially with yourself, not pretending everything is fine when it is not hiding your needs to look perfect. True self-respect includes accepting your vulnerabilities. Anna, let's move towards some practical tips. What are your top everyday actions for building self-respect?
Great idea. Here are my favorite everyday actions. First, speak kindly to yourself. Pay attention to the words you use in your head. Replace "I am so stupid" with "I made a mistake and I can learn from it." Second, keep small promises to yourself. If you say you will take a walk, take the walk. These small acts tell your brain, "I matter." Third, do one thing every day that you enjoy, just for you. Not for work, not for others, just something that makes you feel alive and happy. Fourth, spend time with people who make you feel good about yourself. Fifth, rest without guilt. Rest is not laziness. Rest is part of being a healthy, whole human being. These 5 things can truly change how you feel about yourself over time. What are your top tips, Mark?
My top tips are these. 1. Practice saying no once a week to something small. Build the muscle slowly. 2. Stop apologizing for things that don't need an apology. Many people say sorry too often for having a different opinion, for asking a question, for existing in a space. You don't need to apologize for those things. 3. Celebrate your small wins. Did you finish a hard task? Did you have a difficult conversation? That deserves a small celebration. 4. Learn something new regularly. When you grow, you feel capable, and that builds self-respect. 5. Take care of your body. Sleep, eat well, move. How you treat your body sends a message to your mind. Treat it with care, and your mind will believe you are worth caring for. Which of these do you think is the hardest for most people, Anna?
I think the hardest one for most people is stopping over-apologizing. It is such a deep habit, especially for women. We apologize for everything. Sorry, can I ask a question? Sorry, I have a different opinion. Sorry for taking up space. I used to do this all the time. I thought being apologetic made me polite, but actually, over-apologizing sends a message that says, "I don't think I have the right to be here." It is the opposite of self-respect. Now, I try to replace unnecessary sorry with thank you. Instead of "sorry I'm late," I say "thank you for waiting." It changes the energy completely. It is still polite, but it does not put yourself down. Small language changes can really shift your mindset over time. Mark, what do you think is the connection between self-respect and success?
I think self-respect is the foundation of success, whatever success means to you. When you respect yourself, you believe you deserve good things. You believe your goals are worth pursuing. You are willing to work for them because you think you are worth the effort. Without self-respect, even if you achieve something big, you might not feel happy or satisfied. You might think, "I got lucky," or "I don't really deserve this." That's called imposter syndrome, the feeling that you are not good enough even when you are doing well. I've experienced that myself. On the other hand, with strong self-respect, even failure does not destroy you. You say, "This did not work. What can I learn? How can I try again?" Self-respect gives you resilience. Anna, do you think self-respect can be learned at any age?
Yes, 100%. Self-respect can be learned and grown at any age. I have met people in their 50s and 60s who said they finally found their self-respect after a long life. It is never too late. In fact, some of the most self-assured people I know are older people who have lived through many experiences, learned from them, and accepted themselves fully. The brain can change and grow at any age. Science has proven this. Habits can be changed at any age. Old beliefs can be questioned and replaced at any age.
Of course, it is wonderful if children learn self-respect early. That is why it is so important to teach children to know their value from a young age. But if you didn't learn it as a child, you can absolutely build it now.
Before we say goodbye, I want to say a big thank you to Anna for this wonderful conversation. Talking about self-respect is not always easy, but it is so necessary. I hope that everyone listening today takes away at least one small idea that helps them feel more valued and more confident. Remember, self-respect is not arrogance. It is not selfishness. It is the quiet, strong belief that you matter. And that belief is available to every single person, including you. If you are struggling with self-respect right now, please be patient with yourself. It's a journey, not a destination. Every small step counts. Start with one kind thought about yourself today, and come back to listen to this podcast again. Repetition is great for learning. Thank you so much for being with us today, everyone.
Thank you, Mark. What a truly beautiful conversation this has been. And a huge thank you to all of you who listened today. I hope this podcast gave you something to think about and something to feel. Self-respect is a lifelong practice. Some days are easier than others, but every time you choose yourself, every time you say no to something that hurts you, every time you speak kindly to yourself, every time you set a small boundary, you are building something beautiful inside you. You are building your self-respect. If today's episode helped you, please share it with someone who might need it too. And remember our key message: you are worthy, you are enough, and you deserve to be treated with kindness, starting by yourself. Until next time, take care of yourselves. Goodbye from me, Anna.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, fun, and really useful. Today, we have a very special and romantic topic. We are going to talk about getting married. Marriage is something that almost everyone thinks about at some point in life. Whether you are planning your own wedding, attending one as a guest, or just curious, there is so much to talk about and so much useful English vocabulary to learn. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark.
Hello, hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our fantastic listeners. I feel very happy about today's topic. Marriage and weddings are wonderful subjects because they're full of joy, tradition, and really interesting vocabulary. Today, Anna and I are going to talk about proposals, engagement, planning a wedding, the wedding ceremony itself, honeymoons, and married life. We will also share lots of useful English words and phrases so you can talk about marriage and weddings with confidence. Whether you are married, single, or somewhere in between, I think you will enjoy this episode and learn a lot of practical English along the way. So let's start this beautiful journey together. Let's go!
Let's start from the very beginning. What does getting married mean? When two people decide to spend their lives together officially and legally, they get married. In English, we use different phrases for this: to get married, to marry someone, or to tie the knot, a popular informal expression meaning to get married. The person you marry is your husband if they are a man, or your wife if they are a woman. Together, you are a married couple, and you call each other spouses or partners. A marriage is the relationship itself, and a wedding is the ceremony and celebration. Mark, what other important basic words do beginners need to know about the topic of marriage?
Great starting point. Here are more important basic words for this topic. Single, not in a romantic relationship or not married. Dating, spending time with someone you are romantically interested in. Boyfriend or girlfriend, a romantic partner before marriage. Engaged, when two people have decided to get married but have not had the wedding yet. Fiancé, a man who is engaged. Fiancée, a woman who is engaged. Divorced, when a married couple legally ends their marriage. Remarried, getting married again after a previous marriage ended.
Those words are so useful. Now let's talk about the first step toward marriage, the proposal. A proposal is when one person asks the other person to marry them. The classic question is, "Will you marry me?" This is one of the most romantic and important sentences in English.
Traditionally, the person proposing gets down on one knee. This means kneeling on one knee on the ground. They often hold up an engagement ring, a special ring given as a symbol of the promise to get married. Proposals can be very private and intimate, or very public and dramatic. Some people propose at a restaurant, on a beach, or even at a sports stadium.
I think the perfect proposal depends completely on the couple. For some people, a very private, intimate moment, just the two of them in a beautiful location, is perfect. For others, a grand public gesture with friends and family present is more meaningful. What I think matters most is that the proposal feels genuine and personal. It should reflect the couple's relationship and what is special to them. If they love the outdoors, a mountain proposal could be magical. If they love art, a museum could be perfect. The words matter too, not just, will you marry me, but sharing why you love that person and why you want to spend your life with them.
I completely agree that a heartfelt, personal message is so important. Now let's talk about the engagement period, the time between the proposal and the wedding. When someone says yes to a proposal, the couple becomes engaged. The man traditionally gives the woman an engagement ring to wear on her ring finger, usually the fourth finger of the left hand. The engagement period can last a few months or several years. There is no fixed time. During this time, the couple usually announces their engagement to family and friends, and they start planning the wedding. In English, you can say, "We got engaged last month," or "They are engaged and planning a spring wedding." Mark, what?
During the engagement, couples are usually very busy and very excited. First, they announce the news, often by calling close family members personally, then sharing the news on social media. Second, they choose a wedding date. This is one of the first and most important decisions. Third, they start planning the wedding, which involves many details we will discuss. Couples also often attend an engagement party, a celebration organized by family or friends to congratulate the couple. Some couples choose to do pre-marriage counseling or premarital classes, meeting with a counselor or religious leader to talk about important topics like finances, communication, and family goals before marriage.
Pre-marriage counseling sounds like a very wise idea. Now, let's talk about wedding planning, because planning a wedding involves many important decisions and a lot of work. The first major decision is the type of wedding you want. A traditional church wedding, a religious ceremony in a church, a civil ceremony, a non-religious legal ceremony at a registry office or courthouse, a beach wedding outside near the water, a destination wedding held in another city or country where the couple and guests travel to, a small, intimate wedding with just close family and friends, or a large wedding with hundreds of guests.
There are so many decisions to make when planning a wedding. I think the most important ones are, first, the guest list. Who will you invite? A small, intimate wedding or a large celebration? This decision affects the venue, the budget, and many other choices. Second, the budget. How much money can you realistically spend? Weddings can range from very affordable to extremely expensive, and setting a clear budget early helps avoid financial stress later. Third, the venue, the place where the wedding will happen. Fourth, the date, season, day of the week, and availability of the venue. And fifth, the overall style or theme, elegant and formal, relaxed and casual, traditional or modern.
A clear budget is so important. Weddings can become very expensive very quickly. Now let's talk about the people who play special roles in a wedding. The bride is the woman getting married. The groom is the man getting married. The best man is the groom's closest friend or brother who helps organize and supports the groom on the wedding day. The maid of honor, or chief bridesmaid, is the bride's closest friend or sister. She helps the bride prepare and organize. Bridesmaids are female friends or family members who help and support the bride. Groomsmen, or ushers, help organize guests and support the groom.
Sure. The best man has a very important job. He organizes the bachelor party, also called a stag party in British English, a celebration for the groom and his male friends before the wedding. On the wedding day, the best man holds the wedding rings until the right moment in the ceremony, gives a speech at the reception, the wedding party after the ceremony, and helps the groom stay calm and prepared. The maid of honor organizes the bachelorette party, called a hen party in British English, for the bride and her female friends.
Bachelor party and bachelorette party, stag party and hen party in British English. Those are such useful vocabulary differences to know. Now let's talk about the wedding ceremony itself. A typical wedding ceremony has several important moments. First, the procession. The bride walks down the aisle, usually on the arm of her father or another loved one, to meet the groom at the front. The aisle is the central path between the rows of seats. Then come the vows, the promises that the bride and groom make to each other. Mark, what are wedding vows exactly, and can you give examples of what couples might say during this very special and emotional moment?
Wedding vows are the promises, the most important part of the whole ceremony. Traditional vows in English include famous words like, "I take you to be my lawfully wedded husband/wife, to have and to hold from this day forward for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, until death do us part." These traditional words are very old and very beautiful. Many modern couples also write their own personal vows, their own words expressing what they promise their partner. Personal vows can be funny, emotional, poetic, or simple, whatever feels true to the couple's relationship.
You may now kiss the bride, one of the most famous sentences in English. After the kiss, the couple is officially married. Now let's talk about the wedding rings, because rings are such an important symbol in marriage. The engagement ring is given at the proposal, usually a more decorative ring, often with a diamond or other gemstone. The wedding band or wedding ring is given during the ceremony. It is usually a simple, plain metal band in gold, silver, or platinum. Both rings are worn on the ring finger of the left hand in most Western countries. In some cultures, the rings are worn on the right hand. Mark, what do wedding rings symbolize?
Wedding rings are one of the most universal symbols of marriage. A ring is a circle. It has no beginning and no end. This symbolizes eternal love, love that never ends. The ancient Egyptians first used rings to symbolize eternity and everlasting love. The tradition spread through history and is now practiced in cultures all around the world. The material matters too. Gold is associated with purity and value. The act of giving and receiving a ring is a public declaration. I choose this person and I want everyone to know it. Wearing a ring every day after the wedding is a constant reminder of the promises made on that special day.
A circle with no beginning and no end, eternal love. What a beautiful explanation. Now let's talk about the wedding reception, because after the ceremony comes the celebration. The reception is the party that follows the wedding ceremony. It can be held in a grand hotel ballroom, a beautiful garden, a barn, a restaurant, or any special venue. The reception usually includes a meal called a wedding breakfast in British English, even if it is served in the evening. There is also wedding cake, a decorated cake that the couple cuts together as one of their first acts as a married couple. Mark, what other things typically happen at a wedding reception?
Wedding receptions are so joyful and full of wonderful traditions. After the meal, there are usually speeches. The father of the bride speaks first, expressing love and wishes for his daughter and son-in-law. Then the groom speaks, thanking everyone for coming and expressing love for his new wife. The best man speaks last and usually tells funny stories about the groom. Then comes the first dance, the couple's first dance together as husband and wife, usually to a song with special meaning to them. After that, the whole dance floor opens and everyone celebrates. There's also bouquet throwing, where the bride throws her bouquet over her shoulder and the single women try to.
The bouquet throw is such a fun tradition. Now let's talk about different wedding traditions from around the world, because weddings are celebrated very differently in different cultures, and this is really fascinating. In the United Kingdom, something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue is a traditional saying. Brides try to incorporate all four things into their outfit for good luck. In India, weddings often last several days and include many elaborate rituals and celebrations. In Japan, the traditional Shinto wedding involves the couple sharing cups of sake, rice wine, to symbolize unity. Mark, do you know any other interesting wedding traditions from around the world?
Wedding traditions around the world are so wonderfully diverse. In Nigeria, weddings often include a traditional ceremony where the bride serves palm wine to guests. She walks among them and gives her cup to the man she wants to marry, signaling her choice. In China, red is the traditional wedding color, symbolizing luck and happiness. The bride often wears a beautiful red dress, called a qipao. In Mexico, couples are bound together with a decorative rope or floral garland called a lazo during the ceremony, symbolizing their eternal bond. In Germany, the couple traditionally saws a log in half together as their first task as husband and wife, symbolizing teamwork.
Sawing a log together in Germany, what a wonderful symbol of teamwork. Now let's talk about the honeymoon. The honeymoon is a holiday or trip that newlyweds, a newly married couple, take together after the wedding. It is a time to relax, celebrate, and begin life as a married couple. The word honeymoon comes from Old English and Scandinavian traditions, and it refers to the first sweet month of marriage. Popular honeymoon destinations include tropical beaches like the Maldives or Bali, romantic cities like Paris or Venice, safari adventures in Africa, or mountain retreats. Mark, where would your dream honeymoon destination be, and what makes a great honeymoon?
What a wonderful question. My dream honeymoon destination would be Japan, spending 2 weeks exploring beautiful temples, stunning landscapes, amazing food, and unique culture. I think what makes a great honeymoon is completely personal to the couple. Some couples love adventure, hiking, exploring, and discovering new places. Others prefer pure relaxation, beach, sunshine, and no plans at all. Some couples love culture and history. Others prefer romance and luxury. The most important thing is that it suits both people's personalities and interests. It does not need to be expensive or exotic. Even a short road trip or a cozy cottage holiday can be a perfect honeymoon if you are with the right person.
Being together is the most important element. So beautifully said. Now let's talk about some very useful English phrases for talking about weddings and marriage. If you want to congratulate a couple on their engagement, you can say, "Congratulations on your engagement," or "I am so happy for you both." When a couple gets married, common phrases include "Congratulations," "Wishing you a lifetime of happiness," "Best wishes to you and your new husband or wife." If you are invited to a wedding, you might say, "I am so honored to be invited. Your wedding was absolutely beautiful. The ceremony was so moving." Mark, what other useful wedding-related phrases should our listeners know?
More useful wedding phrases. When talking about plans, we are planning a spring wedding. The big day is next June. We are still deciding on the venue. We have booked the church. For describing the event, it was the most beautiful wedding I have ever attended. The bride looked absolutely stunning. The ceremony made everyone cry, happy tears. The reception was so much fun. For RSVP, responding to a wedding invitation, you might write, "I am delighted to accept your kind invitation," or "I am unfortunately unable to attend but wish you all the best." And a very common informal phrase, "When is the big day?" asking when the wedding will be.
When is the big day? Such a natural and common phrase. Now let's talk about wedding clothes and appearance, because how people dress for a wedding is very important in most cultures. The bride traditionally wears a white or ivory wedding dress, a long, formal gown. White has symbolized purity and celebration in Western weddings since the 19th century. The groom usually wears a formal suit, a morning suit, or sometimes a kilt in Scottish tradition. Guests also dress formally for weddings, usually smart casual or formal dress codes. Women often wear elegant dresses or suits in bright colors.
Wedding fashion is so interesting. Accessories matter a lot at weddings. The bride often wears a veil, a thin piece of fabric over her face or hair. She carries a bouquet, a bunch of flowers chosen to match the wedding colors and theme. She might also wear a tiara or hair accessories. Flowers play a huge role in weddings. The venue is usually decorated with flowers, the bridesmaids carry smaller bouquets, and there are flowers on the wedding cake and the tables. The buttonhole or boutonniere is a single flower worn on the groom's jacket lapel, matching the bride's bouquet.
Buttonhole flowers for the groom, such a lovely detail. Now I want to talk about wedding photography and videography, because capturing memories is such an important part of any wedding. A wedding photographer is hired to take professional photos throughout the day, from preparation in the morning to the final dance at the reception. A wedding videographer films the day so the couple can relive every moment. The wedding album, a collection of the best photos printed and beautifully bound, is treasured by couples for the rest of their lives. With modern technology, many couples also create wedding websites and share photos on social media.
Wedding photography is incredibly important. Your wedding photos and videos are the only way you can truly revisit those moments forever. The day passes so quickly, it is often over in a blink, and photos capture every emotion, every smile, every tear of joy. Choosing a great photographer whose style you love is one of the most important wedding decisions. I think the best wedding photos feel natural and candid, capturing real moments rather than stiff, posed photos. Many couples do what is called a first look, a private moment where the groom sees the bride in her dress before the ceremony. The photos from these moments are always breathtakingly emotional.
A photographer tells the story of the day. What a lovely way to think about it. Now let's talk about something practical: wedding guests. If you are invited to a wedding as a guest, there are some important things to know and do. First, RSVP promptly. Reply to the invitation quickly so the couple can plan numbers. Second, buy a wedding gift. In English, we often say, "What did you get them as a wedding gift?" Common gifts include money, items from the couple's gift list or registry, a list of items the couple has chosen that they would like, or a personal, sentimental gift. Third, arrive on time to the ceremony. Fourth, dress appropriately.
Being a good wedding guest is very important. Here are more guest guidelines. Follow the dress code on the invitation. If it says formal, dress formally. Do not wear white as a guest. That is reserved for the bride. Turn your phone to silent during the ceremony. Do not take photos during the ceremony unless the couple specifically invites guests to do so. Many couples prefer an unplugged wedding, where guests put their phones away. Be present and engaged rather than on your device. If there's a seating plan, sit in your assigned seat. Eat and drink responsibly. Write a heartfelt message in the wedding card.
Unplugged wedding. What a modern and lovely idea. Now let's talk about the language of marriage itself. In English, there are many idioms and expressions related to marriage and love. To pop the question, to propose marriage, to walk down the aisle, to get married, to tie the knot, to get married, the big day, the wedding day, Mr. and Mrs., the traditional title for a married couple, happily ever after, used to describe a happy marriage from fairy tales, made for each other, a couple who are perfectly matched, match made in heaven, a perfect couple. Mark, can you share more love and marriage idioms with our listeners?
More love and marriage idioms. Head over heels, completely and deeply in love. To fall head over heels for someone means you fell deeply in love very quickly. The one, the perfect person for you, your ideal partner. Love at first sight, falling in love immediately when you first see someone. Soulmate, the person who is perfectly suited to you emotionally and spiritually. A match made in heaven, two people who are perfect for each other. To be on cloud nine, to be extremely happy, often used for newly engaged or married couples. To settle down, to start a stable family life after getting married.
Head over heels and the one, such beautiful and common expressions. Now, let's talk about something that many couples discuss before marriage, what married life actually looks like day to day. Marriage is not just about the wedding day. It is a lifelong commitment and partnership. In a happy marriage, couples communicate openly and honestly, support each other through difficult times, share responsibilities at home, make important decisions together, and continue to show love and appreciation for each other every day. Marriage requires work, patience, and understanding from both people. Mark, what do you think are the most important ingredients for a happy and lasting marriage?
I think communication is absolutely the most important ingredient in a happy marriage. Being able to talk honestly and listen patiently to your partner, especially during disagreements, is essential. Respect is also fundamental. Respecting your partner's opinions, needs, and individuality even when you see things differently. Shared values and goals, like having similar ideas about family, finances, and the future, create a strong foundation. Trust is essential too, knowing your partner is honest and reliable. Spending quality time together, not just living in the same house. Showing appreciation for small things every day. A thank you, a kind word, a thoughtful gesture, and laughter.
Laughter is such a great thing. I love that saying. Now, let me ask you a fun question, Mark. If you could describe your ideal wedding in simple English, what would it look like? How many guests? Where would it be? What kind of ceremony? This is also a great practice exercise for our listeners. Try to describe your dream wedding in simple English. Use phrases like, I would like a small wedding with close family. My dream wedding would be outside in a garden. I imagine a ceremony by the sea. I would want beautiful music and simple flowers. These are all very natural sentences for imagining your perfect day.
What a wonderful question. My ideal wedding would be a small, intimate celebration. Maybe 30 to 40 guests, only close family and very dear friends. I would love an outdoor ceremony in a beautiful garden or vineyard in the countryside. Natural, green, and peaceful. The ceremony itself would be simple but deeply personal, with meaningful vows we wrote ourselves. For music, I would choose live acoustic guitar, something warm and beautiful, not too formal. After the ceremony, a relaxed outdoor meal with lots of delicious food and great conversation. No complicated formalities, just people who love each other gathered to celebrate love. Simple, genuine, and full of warmth.
A small garden wedding with live acoustic guitar and homemade vows. That sounds absolutely perfect. Now, let me share mine. My ideal wedding would be small and intimate, maybe 50 guests. I dream of a ceremony by the sea with an ocean view. The dress would be simple and elegant. Lots of wildflowers, natural and beautiful. The reception would be a leisurely outdoor dinner as the sun sets, with wonderful food, heartfelt speeches, and dancing as the stars come out. No strict schedule, just pure joy. The most important thing is sharing the day with people who truly matter, in a way that reflects who you really are as a couple.
What a beautiful dream wedding, Anna. Now let's talk about marriage in different cultural contexts, because marriage is understood and celebrated differently around the world. In some cultures, arranged marriages are traditional, where families help choose a suitable partner for their child. This does not mean the couple has no say. In modern arranged marriages, both people must agree and consent. In Western cultures, love marriages, where two people choose each other independently, are most common. Same-sex marriage, marriage between two people of the same gender, is now legal in many countries around the world, and civil partnerships offer similar legal rights to marriage in some countries.
Now, let's give our listeners some final vocabulary for this topic. A wedding anniversary is the yearly celebration of the date when a couple got married. Happy anniversary is what you say to a married couple on their anniversary. Different anniversaries have traditional names. The first anniversary is called the paper anniversary, the 5th is wood, the 10th is tin, the 25th is silver, and the 50th is gold. That is called the golden anniversary. 50 years of marriage. Incredible! The couple who has been married the longest is sometimes called the golden couple. Mark, what other marriage vocabulary should our listeners know?
More useful marriage vocabulary. A prenuptial agreement, often called a prenup, is a legal document some couples sign before marriage outlining how assets would be divided if the marriage ends. A surname or last name. When people marry, some partners take their spouse's last name, some keep their own, and some hyphenate both names together. In-laws are the parents and family members of your spouse, your mother-in-law, father-in-law, brother-in-law, and sister-in-law. Renewal of vows is a ceremony where an already married couple reaffirms their wedding promises, often on a significant anniversary. And newlyweds means a couple who were very recently married. These words come up often in everyday English conversations about marriage and family life.
Mother-in-law, father-in-law, these are words everyone needs to know. Now, let's do a fun quiz for our listeners. I will give a definition, and Mark will give the correct word or phrase. Listeners, think of your answers too. First, this is the ring given when someone proposes marriage. What is it called? Second, this is the party for the groom and his male friends before the wedding. What is this celebration called? Third, this is the word for a newly married couple on their first trip together. What is this special word? Mark, what are the correct answers for these three?
Great quiz. Let me answer each one. First, the ring given during a marriage proposal is called an engagement ring. It is usually more decorative than the wedding band and is often worn together with it after the wedding. Second, the party for the groom and his male friends before the wedding is called a bachelor party in American English or a stag party in British English. Both mean the same thing. Third, the trip that newlyweds take together right after their wedding is called a honeymoon. The equivalent party for the bride and her female friends is called a bachelorette party in American English or a hen party in British English. 3 for 3.
3 for 3! Perfect answers! Now let's give our listeners some final tips for talking about marriage and weddings in English. Tip 1. Learn the key vocabulary: bride, groom, ceremony, reception, vows, rings, and honeymoon. Tip 2. Practice phrases for congratulating couples. Congratulations. Wishing you every happiness. Best wishes to you both. Tip 3. Know the difference between British and American English terms: hen party versus bachelorette party, stag party versus bachelor party. Tip 4. Practice describing a wedding you attended or your dream wedding. Use past tense for real events and conditional tense for imaginary ones. Mark, any final tips for our listeners?
A few more final tips. Tip 5. Practice using the wedding idioms we learned. Pop the question, tie the knot, the big day, head over heels. These make your English sound much more natural. Tip 6. If you are attending a wedding in an English-speaking culture, remember the etiquette. RSVP promptly, dress appropriately, do not wear white, and bring a thoughtful gift. Tip 7. Weddings are a wonderful conversation topic in English because almost everyone has stories and opinions about them. Use this topic to practice real conversations with English-speaking friends or colleagues. Ask them, have you been to any weddings recently? Or, what was the most memorable wedding you had attended? These conversations will flow naturally.
What a beautiful and truly special episode this has been. I hope all of our listeners feel more confident talking about marriage and weddings in English after today. Let me give our final summary of everything we covered. We talked about proposals and engagement. We discussed wedding planning, roles, and venues. We learned about the ceremony, vows, rings, and the procession. We explored the reception and its wonderful traditions. We talked about honeymoons, wedding fashion, photography, and wedding guests. We shared wedding idioms, cultural traditions, and the meaning of marriage. And we learned so much useful vocabulary and natural phrases. Marriage is truly one of life's most beautiful celebrations. Thank you so much for listening today.
Thank you so much, Anna. This was an absolutely wonderful and joyful episode, and a huge thank you to every listener who spent this special time with us. Whether you are planning your own wedding, dreaming about it, or simply learning English vocabulary, I hope today's episode was helpful and enjoyable. Marriage is a beautiful topic because it is about love, commitment, and celebrating life with the people who matter most. Use all the vocabulary, phrases, and idioms we learned today in your real English conversations. Tell someone about your dream wedding. Ask a friend about their engagement story. Talk about a wedding you attended. Language comes alive through real, meaningful conversations.